Welcome everybody to the Masters Tour Spring Championships Day 2. Hearthstone is back on Play Hearthstone after a few months off. Yesterday was a fantastic day full of action, and Edelweiss today looks to be the same, I think.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it continues at the blistering pace we experienced yesterday. It's always a push and pull. We like to see matches go 2-2 because it means people are kind of on even footing, no one's getting blown out. But it does make for longer days. Sometimes you get the best of both worlds as long as there's no control mirrors, though.
Yeah, I think today will be a significantly slower day, although yesterday could have been if the Death Knights had run into each other. They just kept dodging each other. There is a lot more versatility in the lineups today. I think yesterday we saw a lot of the lineup, the commonly brought lineup of Cycle Rogue, Paladin, Ship, DK, and Druid. Today, there's stuff, right? There's 9 different classes being played today.
Yeah, and even some diversity in terms of deck choices in those classes. There's at least one of the druids today is more of a token variety, where you use the starships to double arcane spells, and I think it's called Cosmic Phenomenon or something, to kind of harken back to the Arbor Up days of druid.
Yeah, we've got the first match that we're going to see. We're going to have a lot of stuff in it as well. We're going to have warlocks, we're going to have warriors. But first, let's have a look at what's been going on this year. Otherwise, I think we can all agree that this year's format is a lot more open, like anybody can enter this time around.
Yeah, I think that has brought in sort of some fresh faces, and even in the cases where you've still got those, top 100 ladder grinders playing, you're still maybe getting someone who wouldn't have made the cutoff on points, but was able to make it through an event. And ultimately, I think the best thing about esports is that feeling of anyone can make it to the World Championship, and having open qualifiers opens that up to more folks, right? Anyone can sign up for a qualifier. Yeah. If you make it through, you get to play in playoffs, and then you come here, maybe you make top 4, get to the world stage.
Yeah, there's the other thing is I played one of the qualifiers as well, and the buzz for a lot of people is, I got to play against, famous player, or I got to beat famous player in round 1. They might go 1-3, the player I'm talking about, who knows, but they get to play against people they've heard of, you get to compete, and obviously, like you say, if you put in the work and you're good enough, you'll have a chance of actually getting to the World Championships, because it's anybody can enter. This is the part from last year largely. This is the points for ladder, 2 seasons of ladder, and people qualifying from ladder, but that felt last year, people were saying, well, there's only really sort of 25, 50 people who are capable of getting rank 1 on ladder on a particular region. So it's opened up to a lot more people this time around. We are, however, still playing Conquest. You bring 4 decks, you ban one of your opponent's decks, and you have to win with each deck that you have, which surprisingly means that you can't win with the same deck twice. Tried and tested format. I don't think many people have any complaints about Conquest.
Yeah, that's been sort of the format for Hearthstone since it began, and has been adopted by many other games of similar variety. But here, of course, we've got the total prize pool for this event, $50,000 US, 10 go into first. But really, the prize I think most of these players are looking for, even more than the money, is first through 4th gets that qualification to the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be showing those quarterfinal matches first thing tomorrow. So you can't miss the start of the show tomorrow. You have to be here to watch those quarterfinal World Championship qualifying matches. Then you have to stay all day to find out who wins the tournament. Unlucky.
Of course, we are in day 2 of groups. We covered A and B yesterday. Today will be C and D. And I believe all 3 of my casting cohorts are have your picks today. So we'll get to see how those picks play out.
Yeah, I'll be cheering Ryan on later on. Unashamedly, there you go in Group D. Listed bottom, but top in my heart for bringing the Hunter deck that I've been ranting about on my stream for some time now. He is the only person who brought it, so I don't know how the other 15 were so wrong.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see some of those very large minions that deck can produce, so people can get a taste of what you're talking about. But of course, you can see Furyhunter, Subtle's pick in Group D, Disdemon, Raven's pick in Group C, and Maxibon, our youngest player in this event, no longer Gabby.
No longer Gabby, indeed. It was George C. originally, then Amnesiac, then Gabby, and now Maxibon, the 16-year-old. I know, Wonder Kid, is that too cliche? There's something. He's very good at Hearthstone, and he's young anyway. He's that, whatever you want to call that. He's... I'm jealous.
He's also...
I'm neither of those two things.
He's also selected one of the, I think, hardest decks to play, which is not Starship Warlock, but Mill Warlock, where you still make use of Ancient of Yore, plus giving it Reborn to draw a lot of cards, gain a lot of armor, but instead of having Wheel of Death and these defensive starships, you try and mill the opponent with a sequence of cards that we'll see when we get to it. It's a little complex.
Yeah, here's a quick look at yesterday's results, though. Q advancing with what I think all forecasters are agreeing is just the best lineup of the tournament, bringing in that warrior, and Insane joining him with that close match against Gabby to get through.
Yeah, it's always tough to say goodbye to faces that we know and love, like Gabby, but when they're all in an event together, some folks are going to have to go home. But yeah, Q, I think, is... After watching things play out and looking at the lineups, Q, I think, is the caster favorite, despite our picks.
Yeah, and Insane's worked very, very hard this year. He's always been a good Hearthstone player, but he's streaming. I really do root for the players who stream their route to the World Championships. I really hope he gets there. We've had it before, like Pocket Train, McBanterface, those people. The other group, talking of Pocket Train, former World Championship winner, advancing against Quan Wu from that decider match. But Tabika with the slightly unusual Druid tech really burned his way through that group in no time.
Yeah, that tech really paid off, getting a win against Pocket's Rogue that I think only this version is likely to do, right? Get some chip damage early game, and then I think it was like turn 5, just burned down 20 HP. No Aulonius necessary, it's not even in the deck.
Yeah, the deck is a lot more focused on doing one thing with Incendious that has highs and lows, of course. Sometimes it just goes, draws all the right stuff. Sometimes it doesn't have an owl to be able to finish the game, and it gets a bit slow and awkward. But he went with that, and it's paying off for him so far, absolutely. Here, there, yeah. You can tell he's relieved, not thrilled to get through, as if he knows he's got the best lineup, right? The look on his face is like, yeah, thank goodness I've got the best lineup, and it's paying off.
Well, and it was still close matches, right? He went 2-2 in the one we saw on broadcast, so that can always be kind of nerve-wracking. You see Insane took a decisive victory. Sorry, it did end up going to a full set. Sorry, we had a couple other decisive victories, but here you see that Aulonius mirror that ended up determining Gabby going home. And
yeah, we didn't see much 3-on-4 yesterday, but Insane did it at the right time.
Well, and if you can't 3-on-4, get 2 trees. That seems good.
Yeah, that also works. Pocket Train lost this series in like 0 time. This was my break. That's how I know this was 0 time. I was sitting there trying to eat some food, and suddenly, Pocket Train's lost. I've got to go cast again. I mean, that's great and all that, but I'd love to finish my food first.
And then, of course, Quan Wu and Pizza had sort of the very different lineups compared to what other folks had brought. Quan Wu with that Murmur Shaman, as well as the Colossus Mage that we're seeing here, did not end up panning out against Pocket. Pizza had more of an aggro lineup. Something that can happen is people have different reads, and sort of like how many levels deep do you go in terms of your lineup selection.
Right.
And you can sometimes fake yourself out and bring something that seems good, and then you see what everyone else has brought, and you're like, oh no, I'm at the wrong stage of development.
Yeah, and we have seen a significant number of people just go with the level 1. I mean, if you haven't been a big part of the testing process and like watching the streams as people have developed over the last couple of weeks, you wouldn't know what the level 1 lineup was, because it's a very, very hard meta to read. But I think people were settling on this Death Knight, Owl Druid, Drunk Paladin, Cycle Rogue being the foremost likely decks. And then the hard part is, what are you going to do about that? And yesterday what we saw is 6 of the 8 players just brought that, but we're seeing a lot less of it today. But we are going to see something new today in a moment, I think.
Oh, something that none of us have seen. We're going to get to show you some new cards.
Right, neither of us have seen these before, so we're just going to quickly skim through them. Mechanized Magma. Whenever you play a fire spell, gain stats equal to its cost.
Seems
Slag
good.
Claw. Battle Cry. Summon to 2/1 Sizzling Cinders. Kindred. Trigger your Sizzling Cinders. Death Rattles. And Sizzling Swarm. Deal 3 damage. Summon that many 2/1 Sizzling Cinders. You've had 10 seconds to process this, Edelweiss. Sum them up perfectly for us.
Yeah, so Sizzling Cinder was revealed a few days ago as a neutral. Always interesting when there's the collectible version that is also a token for something else. Shaman has always had a lot of elemental synergies, and it's unsurprising to see that coming up further in Ungoro. I know some people don't like decks that are all in on a certain minion type, but I'm a big fan of these types of decks, and these look pretty powerful. I mean, summoning minions as you're dealing damage goes well together. Oh, one more. Here's a legendary. Your elementals deal 1 extra damage. Wow.
Oh, okay.
And that only costs 3 mana. Void Touch Attendant made everyone's stuff deal extra damage for 1 mana, but it was universal this year, just your elementals. And I believe that includes their Death Rattles. So very good synergy with the Sizzling Cinders.
Yes, absolutely. That's going to be a lot of damage on some of the turns, I think. Again, we haven't seen these cards in advance, so I'm just trusting Edelweiss to get it right, and I'm just going to agree with Edelweiss. Yes, she's right. This sounds great. Those are currently available, obviously, on pre-order at the Blizzard shop. So if you're interested in pre-orders, have a look through there, see if anything suits your needs. But that's a card reveal for us, and lots of damage. Maybe very early damage as well from the look of that.
Well, and I think it always helps minion-type decks when they have some kind of reach, and so I think pairing fire spells with elementals is a nice way to go about it, because then it steps out of just play the same minion type, play the same minion type. You get access to a little bit of burn, creates more dynamic gameplay.
But on with today. This is the winners match. Obviously, the initial matches are off stream, just so we can actually show you every player as best we can. Maxibon versus Sunni. Maxi, he's going to be playing that warlock because his rogue is banned. We're not going to see Sunni's warrior, so we're going to have a slightly more regular looking lineup from Sunni, but his rogue is the pirate rogue, and there is just the Colossus mage just there, just being in the lineup.
Yes, in some ways, Sunni is so close, right? We like this warrior. It seems like it's going to pull a ban all tournament, but having the mage there instead of, I believe it was it the druid that you had, or was it the paladin?
You had the
Paladin.
Yeah. No, he's the only player in the tournament without a druid.
So.
Oh no, he's apart from Sunni. Yeah.
Yeah. So Sunni, yeah, no druid as well, but that mage in there. I guess if you have the warrior in your lineup, maybe you're expecting more people to bring the warrior, and then that brings you to mage. I'm not really sure, but
Yeah.
Still managed to make it through to here on winners. So seems to have worked out for him so far, unlike the previous mage player we saw yesterday, and. We'll see how it fares into what Maxi's got in terms of this warlock, only player in the tournament with it.
Maxi's deck is kind of similar, right, to yours as well, with the weird lineup, but we shall see. Maxi will cue the warlock to start with, I'm sure he will. He loves that deck. He's been showing off about it for so long.
I think it's the kind of deck that if you are really good at executing it, you can have much better results than anyone else playing it, and yeah, it does sort of make you feel good to execute the combo, but of course it's very complex, and there's a lot of pressure at this stage, so we'll see if he's able to maintain the sort of execution from ladder into tournament, which we have seen him do before.
My main fact on my paper in front of me, right here, about Sunni, is the exact thing he's put down as his greatest Hearthstone achievement, including defeated Pavel in the final. It was called Korea versus the World Super Fight, as well as 2017
Wow.
WEGL. But other than that, Sunni has been around a long time. He's played HGGs. He's, done okay in Masters tours. He was in the running to become a Grandmaster at one point, but was overtaken the last Masters tour available for that. Thanks, Sottle, for that, please. But yeah, he's never really hit the big one until getting into this.
Yeah, and we see here Maxi. Wow, both of these players are priest enjoyers. Favorite card here is Sister Svalna and Svalna Priest.
Oh.
Although you see Sonya Rogue there as well. There's a lot of crossover between priest and rogue, even though there's some enmity when it comes to the control priest players and the rogue class, I think.
Go on, say it. Shout him out. Shout out who you're talking about. We know. We all know.
If you know, you know. We'll just say that.
Okay.
Yeah, 16 years old. That's quite an achievement to be here competing at this level.
Absolutely, and he's been around for a year or two as well. And also, he just doesn't just focus on standard. He's really good at wild. He'll play some arena, and he's one of those very rare players who can look at a new deck that somebody's built that's a bit Jumbre-ish, and say, oh yeah, this is good because this is bad because this, and changing these 3 cards, and then it'll be perfect. And then what tends to happen is it evolves even further. He says, no, my build's right. You can't evolve my build. My build is correct. So he does stop at that point and just do his thing. And this Warlock is very much the sort of deck he likes. A lot of the tweaks he makes to combo-style decks, he takes out as many minions as possible. And I think he might be weak to Dirty Rat here. There's a lot of one-offs in his nil part of his deck, so that'll be interesting to see later as well.
Yeah, that can always be an interesting tension in terms of you have a combo that can be so potent against control decks, but Dirty Rat can always throw a wrench in there. But starting with more of the run-of-the-mill matchups, Rogue versus Paladin.
Yeah, one of the matchups that we have seen quite a lot of yesterday. How do you feel this one goes? I think it's one of the closer of the matchups in the regular lineup, but maybe very slightly Paladin favoured.
So I think being Pirate Rogue makes a bit of a difference here for Sunni. Resistance Aura is definitely a potent card against any rogue, but I think it is more powerful versus the Cycle Rogues than the Pirate Rogue. And so there's no Crystal Cove here for Sunni, but in general, this deck is much more about like getting your bargain bin Buccaneers down for like clears and board pressure, and then buffing them up, as well as the weapon, which in combination with Crystal Code is essentially 5 charge damage, every other turn.
Yeah, I don't mind admitting that I feel this is one of the Pirate Rogue is one of the harder decks to play in the meta that we're seeing. They're all hard. There's a lot of thought processes in all of these decks, but the Pirate deck is so unforgiving. Like, when do you want to draw cards? When do you want to make tempo? Where's the balance? Do you want to hold your Buccaneer to make 5/5s later, or just play it now because it's good? There's so much going on in the deck. Do you want to Shadow Step your boat and then play it next turn with a Buccaneer to draw more cards, which isn't an option now because he hasn't got Shadow Step.
Yeah.
Just how you want to set everything up to make a big board is very complicated.
I think it's one of those where it can, at sort of face value, look very simple, right? I'm not sure if I would go so far as to say it's one of the harder ones right now, but I think it's deceptive in its complexities, right? You think, oh, it's just an aggro deck. You play out your pirates, you buff them with Hosen, right? And there are hands where you Crystal Cove and get 3 5/5s on turn 4, and yeah, that's pretty straightforward. But yeah, there are. It's what you do with the less straightforward hands where the complexity arises.
Yeah, we've just seen there, like backstab, hero power, kill a minion. Sure, that's a perfectly obvious and functional Hearthstone turn. But the number of options he had there to consider, like coin, dubious purchase, draw some cards, try and play stuff next turn. Really want to find your cove to get this Buccaneer down, for instance. Dig for treasure, see what you hit, and if you miss, well, you'll be fine somehow, etc. Because you could still go coin, backstab, hero power in that situation. So just lots of decisions that impact the decisions made now will impact turn 5 quite strongly. Meanwhile, on the Paladin side, play Slither Spear, put things on it, play cheap card, hit person.
Well, and I expect Sunni is hoping to save that dubious purchase for something like the giant flickering light bot. So he'll be looking to do what he can in terms of clearing without having to use that. Could go for a coin bargain bin, maybe you Lucky Comet first. I feel like I'm sort of between Toy Boat Coin Bargain Bin Buccaneer and doing the Comet, so you get 3 of the Buccaneers. But yeah,
I like the first play, not just because I saw him pick up the boat, but because the 2/3 actually has a very good chance of just sticking for next turn if you do this play. The Paladin has very little actual removal. And as we can see at the moment, Max is going to have to use a glow sticks if he wants to kill it, which would be an entire turn unless he picks up something to do. And he's much more likely to just want an 8/8, which, because Sunni cleared, and as you pointed out, will get a dubious purchase.
Why not both? Now,
there we go, yeah.
Now the Divine Brew is in hand, you can get the best of both worlds here. But yeah, this is why Sunni has been saving that dubious purchase.
Just got Prep to go with it. Obviously, he instantly draws the Cove, but the clear last turn was fine. It set up the way to remove the 8/8, and Max is down to 2 cards that don't do a lot.
There's always this sort of calculation of, is when do you use Prep? Is it worth doing here? Like, how much more can I do? Gives you 2 mana that if you're drawing cards, you might be able to utilize, you might not. So Sunni going more conservative, and I think it pays off. Can do. Yeah,
that was the long thing. Like, what am I actually going to do with the extra mana if I Prep here? And the answer was, I don't really like it much. And like you say, it's paid off. Now he's drawn the Scoundrel. He's going to have a really good turn next turn.
Labrum of Clarity, of course, in here to target a draw, the limited number of minions, being able to do this. Spend the rest of your mana and then have 2 free minions.
Yeah.
The combo pool is extremely limited right now, so you're
5 cards.
Yeah, often quite likely to get Bargain Bin Buccaneer, not hitting it here, but I think Talgath is a close second in terms of being able to clear enemy minions, just because of that effect where it doubles the damage if they haven't taken any yet. SI7 is also great when you're comboing for 6 damage.
Yeah, especially when you've got a 2-1 on the board and the opponent's got an 8/8 you need to deal with. Just looking at how much he wants to spend, I think, here.
Well, and the advantage to Talgath is you do get 2 backstabs. So being able to backstab the 3/3, clear it entirely, and then be able to hold the other one for a combo activator, you're sort of forcing, okay, if you don't have a good way of dealing with the Talgath, your 8/8 takes 6.
No, absolutely. It was the main reason to do it, I think, was that the Talgath was so light his stick, but Maxi did rip the metal detector straight off the top to give himself some chance, at least, in the game. You can see already that Maxi's kind of fighting here, needs a Lanessa turn or something to make his small board do something.
Yeah, Maxi has double Slither Spear version, which means there is no vacation planning. It means you can have more explosive starts, but also you don't have sort of backup card draw to fall on.
Ziliax is a long way away.
Well, if Sunni can save that mini, then he can play the Ziliax next turn. But
Yes.
Gotta survive this turn.
This is where you sort of, and again, I think Sunni has played this very, very logically indeed, this game. But then you look at your hand and there's a Crystal Cove that's just in your hand. I know it's the way the game's gone, but you start to doubt yourself if you're not a really good player in these spots. Like, why have I got Crystal Cove still in my hand after all this time?
Oof. Well, that's a testament to the kind of early game pressure that the Paladin can put on, right? Because normally, one, Cove didn't come into hand to be able to be played on turn 3, but usually, you do everything you can to get it out in combination with Buccaneer or with this weapon. It's representing the 2-turn lethal, and of course draws a guaranteed sea shanty. This is a one of, and I think most people's decks, but when it hits, it hits.
Got the Zilliax.
Now this is treasure.
And do you know if this interaction still corrupts the Shaladrossil? I always forget. It looks like no.
I think no. Likewise, I think if your card costs more, I think yes.
So that means unless Fire Rack is drawn, it will not. Shaladrossil will not get corrupted.
Not get corrupted, yeah.
Although dreaming one
Such
of these
a
5/5s is still okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, one brew left for Maxi, so one of these 5/5s will be okay.
Choose soon.
I mean, this is brutal, right? You trade the 5/5s in so that you can attack face and play the other shanty, but put your opponent back up to almost full health.
Yeah.
Divine Shield helps.
This is sort of nowhere near as good. It does stop the Shaladrossil, so if the second prep's picked up here, then no board clear for these 5/5s.
Yeah, without Buccaneer, I think Buccaneer's Sunni's only out here.
I think you're right.
This treasure ain't fit
Unless
for our fighting.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Rather than the dig, going this route means, okay, you play the Cove, then you play the other Sandbox Scoundrel.
Yeah, you've got to swing too if you want it, I think.
Now this is treasure.
The problem, right, is...
Board space.
Yeah, board space, exactly.
The bigger problem now is you're dead, so...
So, if he attacks face and the 5/5 kills one of these, he's alive on
Yep.
board.
Yep.
I sort of... I see how you come to this line in theory, but I would have liked... Oh, is that a Shadow Step?
Oh, it is.
Okay, no lethal on board. That draws Lanessa. But she's got...
But nothing to
Nothing
do
to
with
do.
the Lanessa.
It's just gonna come down to Fire Rack, isn't it?
I mean, my instinct is yes, but is there more?
So,
Shaladrossil's still under the +1 effect, and so are the bits that come out of it, so that's too expensive overall.
I mean, there's still potentially dig for Buccaneer. You've got the second Cove. You can make some trades. I think Maxi here is considering killing the boat. But yeah, I mean, set your opponent to 2. That gives you second weapon as an out. That gives you 2 copies of O Manager as potential lethal.
We've got Wind Fury on the other side.
Of note, this does not typically happen, but Maxi has 6 portals in his deck. So while it says 18 cards, it's really 12.
Now this is treasure.
Get a 5/5 and swing.
An ocean breeze puts the mind at ease.
With this Wind Fury and a potential 5/5. Oh my goodness, he's got to work this out now as well because he's got the buff from the double swing on the Wind Fury. You've got to count fast soon, so have I. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so you can play
Now
the
this is
Hosen.
treasure.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I see what you're saying, right? You give the +5/+5 to
Yeah.
your Wind Fury minion.
Yeah,
And it's
I
corrupt.
think it's there.
Well, but the extra...
Oh, it was corrupt.
Yeah, it's exact lethal. Oh my goodness. And this is what you were talking about, that there's sort of a depth
Oh.
to the deck that I think isn't always captured in its gameplay, where all those discounts, especially shadow stepping the mini scoundrels, right? You're able to play expensive cards like Shaladrisil and do a whole lot more than seems possible. And yeah, the combo potential of just, I have a minion up, and I can give it +5/+5 and Wind Fury.
Yeah, those cards came, he had to react so quickly. I was just lost in the counter. I found about a million ways to do 19 and stuff like that. I know it's there from the Wind Fury, from the buffs, from the sheer amount of minions, from the second Cove if he wanted to take it. If it's not there, he had the option to play a second Cove and swing and hope to win the 1 in 5. There was so many things going on there, and I'm amazed he calculated it all in time. Nice work from Sunni. What a back and forth battle that one was, actually.
Yeah, I honestly think sometimes like 2 sort of more aggressive decks going head to head can lead to such interesting interactions, because it's always about, well, how much damage can they pull in terms of burst? How much do I have to trade, right? You saw Maxi hesitating so much. Do I kill this toy boat to deny a draw? There's, you know, a lot of factors to take into account that are just much more condensed than in control matchups where, yeah, the game goes longer, but sometimes, you know, your decisions are just more spread out.
Yes, there's various points where you know you have to do things in both control and aggro matchups, but those ones, I think every turn there, especially from Sunni's perspective, was just a nightmare. Maxi, like you said, had the decision to, do I go to 2, leave the managers outs, or do I kill the boat and slow my opponent's outs down? Those, I think, are the most interesting and most skillful decisions in Hearthstone. I say that because I lose to them a lot, which means they must be hard. Of course, my opponent's obviously doing it better than me. And you don't necessarily get a right or wrong after until you think about it for the next day. Like, Maxi won't know if he should have killed that boat there. Just because he lost by leaving it up doesn't mean it's wrong, because he gave himself so many outs for the next turn.
And I didn't see if any of the cards were drawn that turn from the boat, but I did notice Sunni traded off the boat to stop drawing while playing, you know, mana discount pirate, because he wanted.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was when he drew the Housens when I started, like, just saying numbers into the ether and hoping they sounded like they were coherent, which, spoilers, I'm pretty sure they weren't.
Well, and so that
because
was
at that
to make
point
sure.
I'm like, oh no, it's all changed.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure he had the hand space to get all of the cards from Shaladrisil.
Mm-hmm. It was such a tough turn. Right, we get to see Maxi on the Mill Warlock, the only player to bring it. He said he was going to bring it. He told everyone he's going to bring it, and he brought it. So I think he was hoping for a little bit of some respect bans on it. He was talking about that at one point, I noticed. But no, not respecting your Mill Warlock, prove that you can play it, is something I'm quite happy to see Sunni doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see one of the combo cards in there, of course, the Prize Vendor. Basically, what you're looking to do with this deck is you've got your standard Warlock fare of Ultralisk Cavern, Ancient of Yore, Cursed Campaign, and Eternal Layover. Ancient of Yore, while it is dormant, and it goes dormant for 2 turns, gains you 5 armor and draws you a card. And so when it awakens on your turn, your opponent has no opportunity to prevent you from playing Curse Campaign, Death Rattle, summon 2 copies, or Eternal Layover, which destroys it and resummons it back dormant. So you can draw a lot of cards, gain a lot of armor, and then yeah, pull off this combo, which kind of hope we at least get to see.
So my question to you after that lovely description of how this deck worked, which I agree on. I think Maxi likes to rifle through the deck as opposed to playing the wheel, which you rifle through a deck and then you've sort of got this decision to make about wheels and Kil'jaedins. When is Sunni pressing the button on his starship in this game? Because look at the state of that hand.
I think pretty early, right? He's really got all the pieces. A lot of times you wait for Exodar, but I think if you're Sunni, you try and do it as quickly as possible.
Should note the demolition renovators. We're going to see a few of those today lying around in some of the decks.
They are.
A few of the APAC players have chosen to take it, and in playtesting against various things, it's actually a really good tech card.
Yeah, it's generally for the Yggdrasils, but I think in the case of Warlock, even though you end up giving them the 8/8, you sort of deny them the ability to pair these locations with Eternal Layover, which is one of their sort of best clears.
Yeah, we also found that even just killing the 1-mana location in the Druid often just hampers when they can play Owl by quite a bit as well.
Yep.
As he gets Maxi down to 13, by the way. Let's see the resilient qualities of this deck.
Yeah, I mean, it can be sort of an all or nothing situation. I think you're always looking for Ancient of Yore with that Discover from the demon, whose name, of course, I have now blanked on. Nightmare Lord Xavius, that's the one.
Oh, nice. You don't just remember Xavius, you remember the whole thing.
Yes,
I just say Mr. Xavius to remind myself he's a legendary.
the powers of technology.
Ah! Yeah, TJ used to have moments where he just stared into space and suddenly know the population of Paris or something. Like, that's amazing.
Yeah. Nice little synergy here. It's not really the reason that this legendary summoner Dark Marrow is in the deck, but it's just sort of there to tour into Death Knight. However, getting to double up your Death Rattles on the Ultralisk Cavern comes in quite handy.
Yeah, it saves you a lot of mana late in the game as well on your combo turn, because your Archers just die over and over and over again. Which is fun. You have some mana like killing them off.
You're not really worried about board pressure from the Warlock if you're at DK, but you do still have to deal with them.
Approaching button pressing time, I feel.
I think so, yeah. I mean, that's why the freeze is coming out here. Maxi knows he wants to prolong that as long as possible.
This is what the best players do so well. I say it like every tournament, but I don't mind saying it every tournament. Both of these decks are fundamentally, at least, control decks, as people would like to call them. Labels on these things don't help too much. But they've both found ways to generate massive amounts of tempo by turn 7. And they're just slugging it out with 8/6s and massive spaceships and goodness little starships and goodness knows what else. No one's milling anyone here or playing a Kil'jaeden. They're just hitting each other really hard. The ability to just change course always amazes me.
Yeah, and of course, you mentioned Kil'jaeden. That's an element that we hadn't really talked about. That if Sunni just finds and plays Kil'jaeden, he doesn't have to worry about being milled.
Fight you.
No.
So each instance of the Archdruid, if it does more than 30 in one instance, it does actually mill the opponent through the portal.
Have you ever seen that happen?
Yes. I saw it on
Really?
a stream yesterday. Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Because you get to the point where you've got the Traveler down, and you only need 2 mana for each instance of your Librarian, and you've stacked it so high, you just play like 7 of them, and they all stack on top of each other, and you end up milling for like 60 or something. It's ridiculous.
Well, I guess we will.
Because the Astera makes you have 15 mana.
Guess we'll get to see that. But
It would be nice.
yeah, this is, I think, another complication the Warlock has to deal with. You don't want to give these minions Reborn that Sunni has out. It will not clear the board the way that you generally strive to do. So this is pretty challenging of a board to get rid of, particularly with no safety net of having already been gaining a lot of armor off the Ancient of Yore.
Yeah, had to use the Glacial Shard to slow things down. Like, there's no point preventing when it's here, because it's here now. You've got to kill it. It's got, taunt. So he took the preventative measure, but now he's having to deal with the fact that it's survived. And he does kill that off and just see what drops from it.
Pretty good minion to have left on board.
Both players have been hitting each other with really big minions for 8 turns. One of them has 31 health, and the other one has 45.
Yeah, I think Sunni, would have liked to get that second Soulbound into the starship, but there was just no way to do it. 50-50 here.
Oh.
Oh my goodness! I was wondering when that trigger was going to get pulled.
Yep, Prize Render, the essential part of the combo in terms of milling your opponent's cards. And Maxi does, I believe, let me just double check, only play one of them. Yeah, he does. He plays one of those, one of the Amalgams and one of the Archdruids. And that is, I was describing earlier, is the way Maxi likes to play these sorts of decks. So you're maximizing how much other stuff you have, but it does leave you open to these dirty traps.
Yeah, Sunni gonna get the face damage, use the leeches and hero power to clear this up. And I think we are now in the Plan B situation, which is if Sunni plays Kill Jaden, Maxi has to bob to get his own Kill Jaden.
Okay, that makes sense. But he has to live through this next turn first, which you're going to do with the combo you were describing a moment ago. Get yourself 2 yours for an extra 10 armor and clear the board.
Yeah, 3 of
Combo integral to all Warlock decks, right?
2 from the Curse campaign, 1 from the Eternal Layover. And yeah, the engine begins. Lots of armor, lots of card draw. Conflagrate is a new card from the mini set that was added to this list, which you can use either in a pinch for removal against 5 health minions that your opponent has, but also to kill off your own Ancient of Yore, so you don't have to use Eternal Layover. You can Curse campaign and then conflagrate your own Ancient of Yore.
So what Sunni needs to do now is work out sort of the circumstances where he loses this. There's no wheel, there's no Kill Jaden for Maxi to use like there is in regular sort of control Warlocks that we see, or Starship Warlocks. Maxi is going to have to do it with the minions, which means that Sunni, who is several cards ahead in fatigue and has Kill Jaden in his deck, which you've described he doesn't really want to have to play, can start planning ahead right now for the eventuality when these come to life. So Maxi's going to have to find damage from somewhere, and there isn't much left.
Yeah, I think if you're Sunni, you basically want to play Kill Jaden and... Oh, does he have a Ceaseless?
I think so. Let me just double check.
He does not.
No, he does not.
And
I don't know why I looked under 0 mana, not 2,000, but I did.
So I was going to say you'd want to Kill Jaden and Ceaseless in the same turn, but there's no option for that. I think there is, in fact, because of the Demolition Renovator tech and Suffocate and things. there's no way you can kill off the Jaden on the same turn as you play it. Which means you either have to honestly be ahead in fatigue, or, which is actually not hard with the number of cards that
Exactly,
Maxi's
yeah.
doing, or Dirty Rat the Bob. There's Maxi with Dirty Rats
Sure,
of his
yep.
own. Here's another way Maxi can win. If Maxi Dirty Rats the Kill Jaden, so even if Sunni's, intentionally not playing it, Maxi could Dirty Rat it, Bob it, then it's not available for Sunni, it is available for him.
Yep, that does work. That seems to be probably what he's waiting for. Sunni's working out these combinations. He's also working out, does he just want to take 12 next turn? So he can save his Pyro Poison combo and just clear up this entire board. Depending on how Maxi goes with.
That could be good.
Nobody knows if that's good or not. I think he wanted to hit the Dirty Rat or the Bob, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean the Bob is the premium hit.
It's just really difficult because everything he does either spends a card he wants later or... Okay.
Yeah. I think it's fine. I might have wanted to wait just in case these... the 5/5s are all going to wake up. And that's still 15 on board that you're going to have to clear next turn.
Yeah. I guess the argument is he was going to take 12 anyway. Oh, one was a 5-1. I'd forgotten that as well.
Okay, Amelia gone. Oh, are we bobbing now? No, he was getting it ready.
No.
I was hoping.
He was doing your play. He was just telling us he was doing your play.
Is there something else you can do with Bob here that's worth doing?
Does he have a big thing left in his deck that he can get 3 off? I don't think he does, but...
Prey on a 3-drop?
Yeah.
Man, I feel like this deck hardly ever taps past the first few turns. Oh, okay, so there's still the Amalgam, right? So
Yes, yeah,
Maxi
yeah.
still is not necessarily going to fatigue. Interesting. Okay, so what you get to do here is fill the opponent's hand with coins, so a card will be burned. And having a...
Oh! He's killed Jaden!
No! Wow. That... All right,
You were
well...
explaining how that happened. Finish explaining to everyone how that happened.
Yeah.
what Maxi
So
was
the
doing, 'cause
3
that
coins in
worked.
hand, burn a card. There was opportunity to potentially conflagrate too, to burn another, but... So with the Nomelia Death Rattle now, Maxi still has the Adaptive Amalgam and the Archdruid, which Archdruid of Thorns is kind of the reason this combo exists. Archdruid copies the Death Rattle of the Amalgam, but it doesn't just copy its gain all enchantments thing, it copies every Death Rattle. So you give it Rush, you can give it the Nomelia Death Rattle of 2 damage to everything. And so the plan Maxi is presently on is to get an Archdruid that has Rush and deals 2 damage AoE and shuffles back in the deck to be able to basically not fatigue and keep rushing in to clear the board over and over. Sunni no longer has any ability to prevent fatigue. And so,
What a play.
yeah, unless Sunni can basically get out enough pressure, Escape Pod is how you gain the rush. Maxi at 15 mana because of the Ysera.
So yeah, he's just found a way to. I mean, obviously, hitting the kill Jaden was huge, but all the other stuff as well involved in that you described to us. Setting up this, the infinite amalgams wouldn't have been that easy to maintain without the rush, which he was having to wait for, and eventually would have just died to having minions on the board against him, even though he could constantly not fatigue. But now, actually achieving something while doing that.
Yep, so now it has the Nomelia Death Rattle, it has the Amalgam Death Rattle of Shuffle. Amalgam Death Rattle lets it keep any enchantments that are put on it. Which, I actually don't know how that interacts with Cursed Campaign.
In what way?
Do you still shuffle in as well as get 2 dormant copies?
Oh, I did this earlier. I think you still... I'm not going to swear to this. I think you do still shuffle in and you do get 2 dormant copies. I'm fairly sure, because I ended up filling my board up with stuff I just didn't want. When I was trying that combination out. But I don't think the Cursed Campaign... I'm not sure. Actually. I was going to say, I'll shut up. But it's not my job to shut up. I'll just say something else.
Death Rattle, shuffle this into your deck. It keeps any enchantments. And Cursed Campaign says, so it doesn't say shuffle a copy. Summon 2 copies of this minion. So I guess it would shuffle its genuine self into the deck while also putting 2 dormant copies onto the field.
That's what I think happens.
I don't know if that's worth doing. And I don't know if Maxi's done it before.
I mean, he doesn't have to do much at all now. He has to just not die. The starship must have a little bit in, right? There's more to come. There's still an X-Star, plus get pieces back to come. There's still things to do in this game.
I am a little surprised to see that go on the Ancient of Yore. Like, yes, it's more armor and stuff, but it will also potentially fatigue Maxi.
Only for 1 card though, and then he'll go back to doing the amalgam stuff.
Right. Yeah. I guess you can play the amalgam and the Archdruid to both shuffle in. Oh, and you can Eternal Layover to sort of get more instances of them.
I wonder if Sunni's main job here is to not do anything apart from make starship pieces, so that when the amalgam trades in, it doesn't actually do anything of use, and then just get the biggest starship he still can available to him, and if that survives, then he will win with that card.
So, cards remaining in Sunni's deck: Chill Fallen Bearing, Demolition Renovator, and Sanguine Infestation. So it's really just the cards in hand.
So he's doing it now.
Yeah, trying to make that starship to be able to Exodar, but I think Maxi, yeah, it just as many guiding lights as possible. Sorry, guiding figures.
Yeah. There's some in there. There's going to be a big board from Sunni, and I think the starship's going to be big enough to be scary.
But Maxi knows to rat, right? I think you know it's at least a 50-50 to hit Exodar.
Yes. So that cuts down the final starship. So it's literally just playing this card now. Oh, pressing the button to see what comes out. So for those of you who don't know how the mill bit works, if at this point Maxi had got the card draw in here as well, he would just mill.
So doing this, I see. So even 2 damage compounds into quite a lot when you can play so many of them in the same turn.
Yeah.
Because it sees all the previous instances. So you're doubling up each time on that 2 damage AoE death rattle. So whereas 2 damage over and over would have taken quite a long time to finish this game, blessedly, this is going to narrow that down quite a bit, because you keep drawing it, you're shuffling in many copies, and now all of these have that AoE in them. I'm not sure if they all have the same number on them, but now it becomes clear
it
why.
gets messy.
Yeah, it becomes clear now why Maxi did the curse campaign on the Ancient of Yore. Because why have dormant versions when you can just draw full copies?
Yeah, this will now go pretty nutty again. Like you say, they don't all. Some will be more stacked than others because they'll be in the deck longer or on the board more times. But yeah.
Well, now you get to Eternal Layover with them.
That should be it.
All right, what Reborn, or what is the summon? These are real wild cards, the 8/7s, in terms of if they get you another full starship, that can be a big deal.
I think they're doing that one. The last one did 12, I think. This will probably do the same as the previous one. Yeah, that's 12 again because he hasn't drawn one of the more stacked ones yet.
Right. Yeah, I mean, even if it's not lethal this turn, the thing is, each time
it is. He draws and then he layovers, right?
Each time you play one, you're getting all of the previous.
Yes, and on this turn, yes. Yeah.
And then, yeah, Eternal Layover for 2 more Ancient of Yore.
So he's got time?
Oh, nope, just you do this, the Eternal Layover, and that's lethal, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. What a deck of Hearthstone. That is unbelievable.
So that shows you 2 things about this deck. 1, why nobody else brought it, and 2, why Maxi did.
Indeed.
Okay?
Yeah.
Simultaneously, you can see why nobody else wanted to do that. And also see why Maxi has kept saying, deck's just good. Well, of course it's good if you've got like 7,000 IQ.
When I think,
that was amazing.
I think, we saw how it's like, oh, okay, the mill's gone. What does he do now, right? What are all these plan Bs? And of course, I'm good at making connections, but I would never play a deck like this. It's just too much. But yeah, Maxi, I think, has probably earned that deck a ban for the rest of the event.
Quite possibly, yeah. Like that, I thought it was weak. So I was saying earlier on, Maxi takes a risk. He's going to be weak to that. He instantly loses what I consider to be a key piece of the key piece of the combo, and didn't matter. I mean, it mattered. It meant that Maxi had to go into the tank and work out some ridiculous ways to do things, but he worked them out and got it done. And that was incredible to watch. And I think it's 1-1 now. I think we've been here for 3 days, right? I was so engrossed in that game. There was a game before this one, right? Yeah, there was.
Yeah. Well, Death Knight remains, so there may still be another long one. Although no Death Knight for Maxi. So with the Warlock out of the way, we shouldn't have any that run quite that long.
If long games were always like that, I wouldn't care.
That's true.
I could watch that all day long. That's absolutely fine by me. Let's have more of that, please. That was amazing to watch. And I imagine that both players have just nipped off for a second. I don't know that for a fact, but my gut instinct is they've gone to take a very short bathroom break each, because that was very long and very stressful. Both games, actually. The first game wasn't as long, but that was also Sunni's Rogue crashing into Maxi's Paladin, and both having good chances at lethal.
And we have the info in. Looks like Paladin versus Death Knight next.
Stop me now.
Here we go.
I will fight with honor.
Maxi looking for the good stuff. Looking for Lightbot. Looking for drink. It is called Drunk Paladin after all.
It is.
Slither
Might
Spear,
just
nice
be
one
good
too.
enough, yes. Slither Spear and something to do on it. Not too bad.
Sunni has, I think, the best
Oh,
2-mana card he could have here.
My blood boils
absolutely,
for
yep.
war.
That being said, drink negates its potency.
It does. What's not going to happen, but I love when the board state sets up like it, is if Sunni points face with a breath, and you see the Slither Spear lose a health point and keep the Divine Shield. It's just one of my favourite little things that leeches do.
I mean, it would have been worth considering if Sunni had the leech draw spell in hand, right? Sanguine Infestation.
Yeah. Because you don't want to put that all into, you don't put damage into Divine Shield, obviously.
Yeah, Hand of it all, hitting the ground running.
This thing needs to die, and with the brew and the other buffs in hand, and now the light bot, oh, Max is in a great spot.
Yeah, Suffocate would have come out this turn if not for that resistance aura. So gonna be able to get a fair amount of extra damage in there. I think Sunni basically is just gonna want to kill off his starship to prepare for playing Suffocate next turn.
Something we need to do today, and I've already lost track, I think it's about 4, is count how often the Renovator is good compared to how often it gets tradable.
I think it's
a very powerful technique.
It's been thrown away in the mulligan and traded so far this game.
Yeah. And it was traded a couple of times last game as well. That's why it was one of the last cards in the deck.
Deciding here, I think between any of those 3s, I think the argument for Infested Breath is that you sort of make Maxi have to consider clearing the leech because it would eventually reduce the health all the way, despite Divine Shields. But I think when you know you've got the Suffocate next turn, you feel more comfortable just playing out another one of your minions.
Yes. Working out how all in to go here as well.
Yeah, is he gonna do the positioning right?
I know. I keep thinking. It just looks like he's not. He will do it right. I'm very, very comfortable he'll do it right. Yeah, there you go. But the way it was hovering over to the left every time was definitely terrifying.
And yeah, I mean, I think that means you've got to go for the 8/8 and the 3/3, right?
I think so. Which is why Maxi held back a brew on his Slither Spear, right? So he can redo the thing next turn if there is a Suffocate.
Mm-hmm.
And also he's got Lanessa in hand, so, there's that too.
Raven's words coming back to me. Well, if I can play Ancient of Yorin, I'm not dead.
Yeah.
This makes sense, seeing what the role is. Because if that's ever a wild Pyromancer, which you dropped,
Sure, yeah.
then you've got the Poison Breath for it.
What if it's Cho?
What if it's Joe? I don't think you're super worried about Maxi having a Suffocate. Very rapidly, though, this Slither Spear... It's gotten all the damage in this game.
So Maxi, I think, working out here what he can do next turn with, all of the coins in Hearthstone.
Yeah, things escalate quickly when Lanessa is in the picture.
Yeah. So he's gonna make sure that the Slither Spear's got a great chance of surviving, and then next turn just do Lanessa things.
I'm a little surprised to see the second drink come down just for pushing damage.
Yeah.
But I guess you're pretty close in range. And he figures, okay, next turn, Lanessa, coin, Manager is 4 damage, the weapon is 3 damage, and then you get them in range of any of your other weapons.
It also doesn't blatantly say, hey, look, I've got my Messer in my hand, which not playing it might. We're both just staring at this like, okay, well.
Yeah, I mean, it's Arcanite or an extremely expensive clear of, you know, Hero Power, Pop the Shield, then Pyro Poison.
Last turn, he saved the manager, which I wouldn't have saved because I'd have just wanted to get on with it. But now it's going to help him clear this so much more easily, which is going to allow him to buff the Slither Spear to do a gigantic amount of damage.
Well, and running low on cards means that having the mana to double up on the Flash of Light is a pretty big deal. You get to now double up on Resistance Aura, potentially.
I think it's lethal.
Is it? Oh yeah, just enough spells played. Yeah. No, is it lethal through the armor game?
It's so close. It's so close. I thought it was 14, but maybe it's slightly less. Yeah, I can't count as always. Okay.
Job done.
And the double resistance aura means that the one clear that would be available is no longer.
Yeah.
And it comes down to that shield, right?
Yes. Well, obviously we're not entirely... I don't think we have access to the exact starship size, but I don't remember many pieces being played.
There were 2 Soulbound Spires and the Arcanite Defense Crystal, and I believe that's all.
Right.
Little time.
Do you know that Maxi hasn't got... the buffs, right? Or he would have played them last turn.
So, yeah, I mean there was no visible out from the information Sunni had, so he's opting for this. Hey, I've got to hope I roll another taunt. Does not get it.
Maxi gets through 2-1 in this series of very, very close matchups, and enjoying watching it. Enjoying watching Maxi perform at full power once again.
Yeah. There are a couple of 8-drop taunts, right? You know, there's Alakir, there's the Mech Demon that gains you 8 armor, there's Enhanced Dreadlord in Warlock, so it's not, you know, crazy to sort of go for that out. I think it was just like, Sunni knows that there's nothing naturally in his deck or whatever that was going to get him out of it, so sometimes you got to go for the Starship roll, and it just didn't pan out.
And now we're on to a normal deck for Maxi, which I think is just, I mean, Paladin's normal as well. Yep, we just got very straightforward Owl Druid. I haven't seen anything unusual in here at all. Oh, he's playing 1 burn down, which means he's dropped the go with the flow. So this is the same build as Insane, which makes sense to me.
Yep, the one Oaken summons to tutor out Ethereal Oracle.
So it's just a normal build,
and that he doesn't like.
Oh yeah. Subtle doesn't like Incendious in Rogue.
That's true. I think he's less down on it in the Druid.
Because in the Rogue, the point being, and I understand why, like, you pop off if you're good on turn 4, turn 5, you draw your deck, and then you sort of stand there waiting around for 2 turns before you can play your Incendious and actually do anything with it.
Yep.
Whereas in the Druid, you're often just able to go file Incendious, file Owl, or whatever, in some order or other, draw your deck, and the Incendious has got 1 million spell damage, and your opponent explodes. But But in the rogue, you just sit there with no spell damage often, or just one spell damage, and you're just twiddling your thumbs for 2 or 3 turns. So, yeah, I think that's Sottl's beef. I'll let him speak for himself later, but that's a mistake. Let's not do
Is
that.
this our second or third time seeing this matchup of Druid versus the Death Knight?
No. Can't recall. We've seen it, though. Because we've definitely seen it several times, because we didn't see Death Knight versus Death Knight, and everybody had Druid and Death Knight. So I saw Mr. Train this morning saying that he thinks this might be 50-50. But Mr. Train 3 or 4 days ago was very, very, and I'm still on this side, thinks it's very Druid favoured. He might be baiting. He might be trying to get people to ban things that they shouldn't. But, you know.
Yeah, I mean, certainly with a start like this, Sunni is not representing the pressure that you sometimes can in terms of the starships. I think that can help a lot when you put the Druid on the back foot, but it doesn't happen all the time. And when the Druid has time, then you're sort of relying on dirty rats to get you there. And yeah, that is just roll of the dice.
So, no location for Maxi, but no renovator for Sunni. I want to see Maxi's reaction if his location just gets blown up by a tech card.
Does take the dirty rat. The dark gift is just, summon a 2/2 copy of this, which is not super impactful. I think you're hoping for double battle cry if you're gonna pick dirty rat.
So many cards drawn for Maxi, like he'll be getting irritated that he hasn't found the locations.
Yep.
Okay, second prize.
Good recognition there. I think that okay, yeah, Innervate can be valuable, but presently without Dollhouse, he has no way of activating this bottomless toy chest. So just using it while the spell damage is there, you sort of expect these to get cleared.
And the magic spell damage number is 3, so it's 2 plus your owl. So that allows you to get the amount you need to be able to play your sleep with Vial. Vial starts at 2, you give it plus 6. So taking 2 of these to get the owl file thing set up, and he's got sleep in hand as well. Means he's getting very close to be able to just draw a lot of stuff.
Woodland Wonders coming into the hand right in time to pair with the Dollhouse. Whoop.
You.
Okay, but not what you wanted.
No, not at all. Mr. Vista can often just clutter your hand up because it stops you from playing chalices and sleeps, because bad things can happen if you do, if your hand's too full, which it usually is. So actually getting it out of his hand is a big W for Maxi there.
Yeah, I think still the right play from Sunni. We saw it was a 50-50, but once the oracles are gone, I mean there's really hardly any minions in the deck, right? There's the 2 oracles, Mista Vista, Incendius, and Aulonius. So that's just 5 minions. Probably in this matchup, you never actually play Mista Vista, just so that it is a little bit of rat defense.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, when I was getting taught this by the likes of Sottle, Banter, Pocket a few days ago, like one of the things is just you don't play Vista, you just keep it in this matchup. Yep. For sure, absolutely spot on there.
So yeah, here comes the second one though. He doesn't know it's guaranteed. This is where you're like, okay, well, did I miss, or was that the minion?
I think he's going to do the clear anyway a lot of the time, so he might as well play it, right?
Yep,
He's got to
think
clear
so.
this level, he just dies.
There's 10 cards remaining, right? You've gone through 2/3 of the deck. It's pretty good odds that either Incendius or Aulonius is there. You've already hit the bad hit. So yeah, you may as well do this while you've got the clear and some lifesteal to pair with it.
Yeah, and you'll never hit it yet, right? From this turn onwards, if Owl was drawn, it was just getting played.
Yeah.
So just go for it. Perfect timing from Sunni. Easy to say when we can see that, but yeah, reverse engineering it is just never happening.
So now it is going to come down to the extra dollhouse, right? And there is still a dollhouse in the deck. It's possible Maxi could double up one more time and get a 4 spell damage turn.
Four spell damage, so 5 on the... It's just not enough, is it? He's going to have to find some minion damage from somewhere. Or... a huge amount of spell damage. So both living roots? Both files? Okay, there's still plenty of damage if this sticks, which it can. It's not going to. We can see the poison breath in hand for Sunni.
Yep.
But if this was to stick, things could get terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen a corpse explosion, you've seen a poison pyro. So you're gonna pick up an extra draw with the guiding figure on Chill Fallen Baron here.
Yeah.
So now it's a little bit of draw RNG, right?
Yes, absolutely. You don't want to hit those eruptions too early.
Oh. 3 left.
3 left.
I mean, you gotta go, I think. Right?
I don't think you get there. There's 3 eruptions, that's 9. You've got to find another 34, 35?
Well, so you toy chest for... Okay, that gives you extra eruptions. I think you were really maybe looking for the dollhouse. Getting the discount on sleep, which is kind of one of the ways to cheat some mana in this deck when you don't get the early Amidricel, is reduce the cost of your sleep so you can draw and refresh.
Yeah, I think Maxi did the bit of the turn there that he did maximum damage that he could see and then started counting a bit later.
Right.
To buy himself some more time to work it out when he needed to. I haven't worked it out yet. I'm reasonably confident it's low, but I don't know how.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you hit the double dollhouse on the bottomless toy chest.
It would have been a lot more for sure. Like, how many spells has he done that's done damage counting eruptions this turn? Like 7 or 8?
Yeah, I think it's enough if you hit the bottomless toy chest.
He definitely has 1 more mana.
Yeah. That is tough, knowing he had another 5, but just not enough mana to do it. But too much risk if you wait, right? If he waits 1 more turn, he has 1 more mana, but maybe draws the eruptions.
Yeah, if he doesn't hit the eruptions at the start as well, he would have got there with the extra +2 spell damage. Would he hit those 2? He may have been 1 short, but he may have played the turn differently. If he hits the dollhouse, I think you're right. You called that out. I think he just gets there. But I thought he was going to be 7 or 8 short, not 5. And 1 mana. My goodness.
I guess it's
2 all.
tough to say whether the dollhouse is better or not, right? Hitting the eruption, you get an extra eruption. I think the dollhouse is more, but I don't know if it's enough more.
You do get the extra eruption. The dollhouse, so the eruption did 5. The extra dollhouse, I would have done more than 5 because he cast more than 5 things. But it would have cost a mana. No, they both cost a mana, so yeah. I also don't know how many things he'd already played when he went for the dollhouse.
Yeah.
I think the dollhouse was more.
Oh! And so it comes down to mage.
It does.
I sort of forgot this was left.
And I'm not sure how mage wins this matchup.
It does seem like the slower of the combos.
It's a very tough matchup.
the mage is much more focused. I mean, you see from the Sleepy Resident there, much more focused on sort of slowing down board-based decks.
Oh, and he's got the card.
Yeah, well, not sure you ever beat a tree hand.
No. And also, like, against mage specifically, Mr. Vista's quite good as well. You can do lots of swipes to faces that just go off again later, and, you know, there's plenty of time to set all that up if you want to as well. But this is a incredibly good hand here from Maxi.
So
It's been an amazing series, Adol. I am exhausted watching, but it's been so good.
very, very excellent matchups. Great way to kick off the day. And yeah, Sunni going for the Pocket Dimension here. Much easier to play when it costs 2, but that can really just fill up a hand, right? You keep discovering until you see 2 cards, until you see a card twice in the discovers. And with this mage, you're really looking to discover as many Protoss spells as possible.
Yeah, and he has got all the other stuff. Like, he has got the Colossus, the Brew, the Warp Gate, like the cards that can potentially do the thing with the Colossus are in his hand at least. The problem is they've got to all operate in the space of 4 or 5 turns he's got as Sunni before he dies.
Yeah, there's some risk here of like burning a card. It gets a Chrono Boost. Well, maybe you like Counterspell? The thing is, like, getting a bunch of cards is all well and good, but if you don't have the mana to play them, it's a lot tougher.
I think with the Warp Gate, with the Colossus in hand, with the Brew in hand, like, if he burns the card, you take your chance. You know this game's not going through the whole of your deck because you're playing against a Druid. You're about to find out it's a Druid with a tree.
Yeah, it's like you coin. It's not really with the coin.
Oh, that's such a good pickup as
Yep.
well from Maxi.
You see the look from Sunni. Not thrilled about that. Ooh, good 1-drop too.
My hand is too full.
Sleet Skaters, not very worthwhile in this matchup.
And Sunni has no Renovator in this deck, whereas I think Definition later today does.
Sunni just not concerned about burning cards. I mean, I think it's fine, right? You mostly care about the Protoss cards. And he already has a Colossus and Youthful Brewmaster in hand. What he's really looking to get the most of are shield batteries.
Sure, yeah. Oh my goodness, Maxi, will you behave?
This is going to be the 3rd turn in a row that Sunni burns.
And Maxi's struggling himself now.
Yep. Just gonna...
Okay, sure.
Yep. You can...
I wondered if he was going to do this because his hand is weird in that he hasn't got the owl.
Right.
He's got quite a lot of damage in hand. So what he wants to do is just keep drawing. And if you're going to just launch stuff at your opponent's face because you want to keep drawing, you might as well have a Vista in play here.
Yeah, and he can play... Does it let you keep playing if they have no minions? I think maybe it doesn't.
Time waits for no one.
The chalices.
It does not. Oh
Just
my.
gonna burn and innervate.
Yep.
Shows the difference, right? Sunni's just like, well, I really only care about my Protoss cards, and most of my deck is not Protoss cards, so I'm willing to burn.
Too full.
Whereas, like, yeah, Khadgar, no time to play that. Whereas Maxi is like, I don't want to burn any damage.
If he gets the other file next turn. Sure, so he's setting up to win on the Vista turn with the files. They will reduce costs in hand. He's only got one problematic chalice, so he'll only get one chalice card in his hand when the Mr. Vista triggers. And on that turn, he will just go in. the first chalice, the chalices in the Mr. Vista will reduce the hand enough to be able to play Owl, and the other one will reduce the hand enough to be able to play Sleep, and then he'll go through his deck.
Yep.
Yeah, Sunni will explode, unless Sunni has found a way to play so many Protoss cards that his Colossus is online, but it costs 12, so that seems unlikely.
Yeah, and I think he kind of sees the writing on the wall. Oh, is it even now before the Vista's up? No.
Potentially.
Oh yeah.
No, he's going to wait.
With the Dollhouses and Aulonius, this file reduces sleep, right? So you get the full refresh.
Yeah, this is the 3 spell damage I was talking about earlier, which gives you the 8.
Yep. Get all your mana back. He's already left. He's put in all the actions. You draw the eruptions.
Yeah, he's either one or his house is on fire, one or the other. Either way, you get to see it live here.
Yeah, and this is part of how Amir Drasil is so powerful, right? You can just leave it on that last step. The draw 3, the refresh mana.
My magic will tear
No!
He's forgotten that you do have to complete the action. This isn't BN, he's forgotten you have to do this.
Yeah, we saw he went out
it's
of
a bit
frame.
of a BN, but it's not.
He feels bad. And
What a series, Adel.
yeah, good execution there from Maxi. I think that's not a matchup Sunni was hoping to end up with at the end, but he still has a shot in terms of the losers section of the group to try and make it into day 2. Mage
He's
really
1-1
struggling
now, right?
Yeah.
Mage really struggling against Druid. Had a look at that deck with Sottle, very similar versions at least, and the Druid, I was playing the Druid and I'm still winning. Like, the Druid is just so massively favoured in that matchup. We will see later that Definition has the Renovated in there for the Mage, which sometimes can be irritating for the Druid, but that's just boiled down to Maxi's lineup over that time. Plus his play, his play on that Mill Warlock to get him into that position. Left him with a very, very high chance at the end of the series. That's how Conquest is. Sometimes it looks like it's quite close, but you get to the final game, even though it's 2-2, and one person's lineup has given them an 80% or 90% edge or something. Maxi through to day 2.
Yeah, we see Sunni down there, waiting to face the winner of MMF and Disdemon, who are on the chopping block. Do you have a sense of who you think will make it out of that lower bracket elimination match?
Just having a quick look now. MMF on the regular lineup. Disdemon. I think MMF will go through, but Disdemon has brought a lineup full of decks that I was considering bringing if I was going to play, so I'm fascinated. Disdemon has the token Druid, as I've been calling it. I think people call it Starship Druid, even though you never actually launch a Starship in it, so, I'm calling it Token Druid. And I'll be interested to see if he can put on the necessary pressure to get out of that. But we've been here for a long time, Adel, so I'm going to call a break here, and we'll get on with setting up the next match. We're back in 3.
and welcome back. We've got plenty more Hearthstone coming up for the rest of the day, but to take you through your next match is me, Raven, and joining me, of course, is Sottle. Looking pretty cozy over there, actually. How's it going, mate?
Looking pretty cozy.
Yeah, you do look
sure.
good.
I'll take it.
Cozy time.
It is, yeah. No, I'm having a great time. That series was immense, honestly. Like, it's one of those series where, you know, we were sat in a different call, just watching it together. It's one of those series where I'm just like, man, I wish I got to cast that. Like that game, particularly the Warlock versus DK, just so sick. Like, I love just complex combo decks where you get your actual win condition blown up and you just find utterly deranged secondary ways to win games. Like, that's one of my favorite things in card games in general. Amazing performance from Maxibon. I hope that just sets the stage for the quality of games for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and already this sort of weekend so far, we've seen quite the range of matchups and match lengths as well, with a couple of, you know, pretty long back and forth ones, some rapid matches at the end of especially yesterday's show. So I expect plenty more to come for today. But I'm excited to get into this next matchup. It is an elimination match, of course, as we're working our way through Group C. So basically the rest of the matches now in this group, so the next two, are going to be eliminations. We are going to be sending players home. But it does mean we, of course, get to see who makes it through the group and makes it to tomorrow's top court, which is going to be pretty sick. So looking forward to that. In terms of the lineups, even not necessarily for this match, Sol, but for today, we've seen a warlock just then, which is nice to see, something a little bit different. But there's a few more decks that are going to sort of show their faces today as well, right? With like the token druid, some more priest as well.
Yeah, we're starting with, you know, you picked Disdemon just being the aggro fan that you are. Disdemon has that very aggressive lineup that we'll get into in this series. We've also seen a second showing for Mage now, which I think is a big question mark deck. It's not something I'm disregarding completely. It does have some really great matchups in the tournament. With the likes of Death Knight, Paladin. Like, if you want to put together some target strategies for those kind of decks, like maybe you can do something with Mage. It just does really suffer in terms of overall quality with some of the other matchups that it has to deal with, which makes it a big potential red flag for me overall. But in this one, we are going to see the debut of one of the kind of purely aggressive strategies that we do have. We did see some aggro priest quite unsuccessfully from Pizza yesterday, but
yeah.
Pizza wasn't necessarily as all in on the aggro strategy as Disdemon is particularly.
Yeah, we can see the bans now as well. MMF losing the Death Knight. I don't think that's too much of a surprise. And then we do see, of course, the Rogue being removed from Disdemon here. So nothing too shocking about the bans. I guess it's more of a question of what do you ban when you're against Disdemon, right? Because you don't have like the planned natural bans that we've talked about, whether it's, you know, the Warrior speciality, of course, or realistically Death Knight in there as well, which we've been seeing on and off throughout the course this weekend so far. But we are going to see the Rogue banned away. Do you like that? Do you like the Rogue being the choice out of like the aggro decks, so to speak?
I do, just because it's Rogue, right? Like, coming into this tournament.
The good answer. It's Rogue.
Yeah, coming into this tournament, I think a lot of people were expecting, I talked about this yesterday, that maybe 72 hours ago, a lot of people were in a place of like, well, we're banning Rogue because it's Rogue, and then we're going from there. I think the way that some of the more normal lineups, some of the more common lineups match up against each other, that a Paladin ban ends up making more sense. And then we've seen a couple of players have some really good spicy brings like the Warrior that end up having to be banned just purely out of respect for how destructive that is to some of the lineups. But I think when you have a lineup like Disdemon's, which is Rogue, which is one of the best decks in the game, and then Paladin and two other decks that are kind of a bit more of a question mark, a bit more targeted at specific things. If you feel your lineup isn't particularly vulnerable to those specific things, then the Rogue ban just makes sense because, like, yeah, it's Rogue. Like, it's arguably the best deck in the game right now, so just get rid of it and move on.
Yeah, and like you said, it's the known factor, right? Obviously one of the most popular decks overall. So we are going to see what the first matchup is going to be. And talking of Rogue, it's going to be MMF on the Cycle Rogue in there as well. So we're going to see if, I guess, one of the more aggressive decks, I I think you could just call Psycho Rogue an aggressive deck to an extent. It obviously has the late game combos, but it does have the ability to be a little bit aggressive at times. But it's going to be interesting how this matches up. Although I believe it is actually the Rogue versus the Paladin, if I glanced at the shot before to double check the matchup. But I think that's the matchup. So what are you making of this Rogue deck? And do you think it's, or at least the overall archetype, do you think it's performed well so far this weekend? Do you think this was the bring?
Yes, I do. One thing to highlight, as you are absolutely correct, it is going to be Rogue versus Paladin, is that MMF is actually playing a Menagerie Jug in the spot where Incendius would normally go, as I and many others have kind of made my feelings on Incendius in Rogue very clear. My agenda, just for the sake of committing to the bit, has spread to Incendius in Druid somehow, which, yes, obviously you play Incendius in Druid. I'm aware that's correct.
Instead.
Yeah, I mean, you can play Jug in Druid, I suppose. But yeah, like, it's kind of a surprising Jug deck, Rogue, but when you actually, like, break down the types that you have with the Clockwork Giants and the Phoenix and so on, so you do have a nice variety of minion types in there that you can play with. It does just create that, like, immediate follow-up of making that giant board that you are aiming to make, literally a board with giants on it, not just a massive board, that you're aiming to make on turn 4 or 5, it means that you can then kill your opponent with that immediately, as opposed to having to pass those 1 or 2 turns. When your games go badly, you would rather have Incendius, certainly. Like 100% of the time, because if you have a slow draw but you've sort of scrambled and stayed alive, you've probably used a prep on a dubious purchase, you've probably pointed an O manager and a backstab at a minion, for example, and then suddenly you're running out of damage because you don't have the cycle, you don't have the shadow steps maybe left to deal with the Moonstone Mauler. To get as many asteroids in your deck as you would like. So in those situations, you really love to have Incendius. But in spots like this, where you just have the Web Weaver early, I do think Incendius just ends up being wildly superfluous.
Yeah. I do think, though,
to a lot of situations.
Yeah, as you were saying, with the giants being a bit bigger and so on, but even when you look at the early game, not in all matchups, of course, but you've got 1 and 2 drops that all benefit from Jug, right? So like you can actually end up just going kind of like full tempo and just have that potential payoff a little bit sooner in these sort of minion trading matchups, right? Where generally Paladin's going to chomp all the rogue minions pretty easily. It might help out a little bit there, but we are getting into game number 1. We see the Web Weaver kept there for MMF, a double Web Weaver in hand right now, whereas Disdemon's got off to a slightly slower start.
Rock number 802, welcome to the collection.
Step as well will give a lot of options for incredibly rapid Web Weaver starts here.
And already, like, there are answers, but oh, hang on a minute. I'm looking at the wrong deck. Hold. Let's just double check.
Please hold.
The no Slither Spear in the opening is already feeling rough because it's one of the minions you just know. Well, this is going to deal with so many of just the early annoying minions from Rogue that they can just sort of just play early on if they have to try and compete with the Paladin.
Yeah, and even like beyond that, like Slither Spear, Coin, Divine Brew on 1, for example, like GG, that's sticky. You just get to go face with that every single turn if you want to really push the damage and try and back it up that way and race the rogue in that regard. So, okay, we'll take that. Sure,
reasonable. Now, is it Shadow Step time?
It very well could be.
I 100% would do this, but I also know I am very aggressive with my shadow steps when playing Rogue, so I have no qualms about just ripping it. But I do think with Coin and the possibility of a metal detector is you just don't want it to just die. Like right now, the shadow step is going to pay off, right, with these Web Weavers.
Right. Yeah, also, so yeah, you've drawn 2 cards already from the deck. Well, you've drawn 5, 3 have gone in, which are asteroids. So if you go Web Weaver, Mauler, you've then got 6 asteroids in your deck, and you've drawn 6. So yeah, like, you don't have to draw very many cards from this position if you hit a giant, just for that giant to be playable, just because of there being so many asteroids in your deck that are gonna, double up on the card draws when you draw them.
And do you like going in now? Because with no minions on board, a weapon can only kill one thing, right? Like there's no way to actually... You can take 1 Web Weaver out maybe, but not 2, and definitely not all 3 minions. And there's another Mauler as well. This is very quickly approaching the disgusting territory, isn't it, for this opening from MMF?
But yeah, this is the key here. You hit upon it perfectly. Paladin from off-board, at best, kills one of these web weavers, and very often kills 0. And there was also a position where, you know, you start drawing asteroids and phoenixes off the top, that this turn goes a lot crazier than this immediately, and then your opponent is still in the same spot where they can't answer any of your web weavers.
And even now, this is so tricky, because does Disdemon want to get the Maul equipped? Does he want to just go Metal Detector, swing, gain a coin, and just hope that things are going to go well next turn? Because for Disdemon here, you know this is a disaster, right? Because you have to leave a spider up, which is rough. It's just what gives the most potential to recover in the game, right? Is the play. So that's going to go for the extra coin. This is probably has the biggest chance of doing big things in the next couple of turns.
There is a giant, which is probably going to cost about 10, 12, okay.
The second Mauler, though, is just so good.
Second Mauler, yeah. All asteroid draws are absolutely massive here. But actually, very much stalled now. Dubious Purchase is nice to have because it's a decent backup plan now that he's going to be a little bit starved of card draw here. A little below average, I would say, there on the eventual draw outcomes from the web weavers.
Did you like the Thanos over the Neophyte there? Because knowing your opponents sat on 2 coins, do you not think Neophyte could have done a little bit more?
It could. However, you need card draw more than anything else in the world right now.
Sure, because you know the spider's going down, right? Yeah.
You know the spider's going down, so between the Blood Mage and the Dubious Purchase, you're hoping to draw enough cards where you hit some asteroids, you draw 4 total natural cards plus the asteroids, to the point then where you can just drop Playhouse Giant on the next turn and go from there.
And still, Disdemon just not in a great spot. Again, if it's Resistance Aura, like, you can still play the minion out, but is that gonna feel good? I think whatever he does here is just gonna be a problem, but he's gonna make the best of it. It's just hard to see a way out of a situation like this, because not only is the rogue doing good rogue things, they're also just winning on board, and there's no way to recover right now, is there? Doing all this just to get this minion down, or not? Is this just a draw Linissa go kind of plan here for this demon?
Yeah, also playing no minion prevents the Blood Mage draw in a lot of worlds, right? Which is kind of a big deal.
But does it prevent the jug? Thanos is gonna get buff. I like it.
Yep, Undead Elemental, push some damage.
And even now, how does the Paladin recover, right? Like, this is kind of what I was saying earlier, where the Jug has just this nice benefit of if stuff does just stick early on, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Tempo Wisp.
Is Thanos dual type? I haven't kept up with how many minions have been made.
I think it's just undead, right?
Just undead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Finally, some minions hitting the board. There is the glow sticks available here for Disdemon to help a little bit, but the kills on the Thanos, right, which then draws a card. But I guess it's going to draw anyway, so who cares?
Yep. 7, I believe, meteors in the deck at this point. Asteroids, actually.
Could
be accurate.
Could also get to Sea Shanty, but there's
Move quickly.
It's probably worth, right? Just go absolutely everything.
Yeah, this is one of the things that you can really leverage against the no Incendious version, is that minions on board actually end up tanking a lot of damage a lot of the time, right? Because you don't have the AoE effect to wipe them out.
Yep, it's going to
Yeah,
lock
I
in
like
the
going
sea
all the
shanty.
way
I like you need to do something, right? So just go all in with the minions. As
Absolutely.
you said, the AoE is way, well, non-existent. And then there's at least weapon push, right? Next turn at worst to just push some extra damage, draw a card.
Yep.
But now, is there, what, 17 damage available for MMF?
Step is
Yeah.
huge. That's going to put now 10 total asteroids in the deck. You have the Blood Mage still up for spell damage as well. You have the Doobie to be able to rip. Looking to hit one of the bigger targets here.
Oh. One more draw.
This has not gone well.
Yeah. One more draw still, though.
One more draw, 9 asteroids in the deck.
Now, what do you trade the Thanos into? Do you just take the clean? Okay.
Drew at least 2 because the giants are playable, yeah.
Only one playable, though, at a time,
Only
unfortunately.
one playable is a big deal.
Let's get to trade 5 more damage off the board, though. And this is, I guess this is the good outcome from MMF's kind of meh turn there, is that unless Disdemon has lethal, he has to trade, right? You can't just have 14 health
Yeah.
and leave the board, so that's something.
Probably, like, only the 8/8 is mandatory, though. I think the other 3 minions you can kind of ignore. Like, setting up a clean 2-turn lethal for yourself is a lot more
Yes,
important
yeah.
than taking a couple of wisps off the board, for sure.
Okay, took the 2 attack off as well, so just reduced it down a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sea Shanty's going to be nice to soak any more rocks.
Yep, I like this.
And still has the 4 damage in the pocket with them all.
Oh, no. 7 asteroids still in the deck that turn, so you've got to go Living Flame, O-Manager your
take
Living
it out,
Flame,
yeah.
and then eat the imp. Wisp, of course, my favourite imp.
Well, honestly, it's weird that Wisp's undead to me. I get why, but it's still a bit strange.
And now there are only 7 asteroids left in the deck.
Oh,
which
no!
pretty much-
Missed!
So we are going to see a lot of capital D discourse about these kind of rogue turns. There was already one early on day 1. I think it was Matuba, where Matuba went in very early, didn't hit anything. And you kind of look a bit stupid when that happens, right? I do think in that spot it looked okay to me, particularly because Paladins have resistance aura, right? So if you can just start popping off before their resistance aura turn happens, that stops your backstabs and shadow steps and preps and everything else being disrupted, which is a really big deal. And just having two web weavers with a stepped mauler, 3 mana, so you start the turn with 1 still free. It's not a whole lot, but you have 6 asteroids in your deck at the start of the turn, and you know you have 2 full turns, because there is just no play that kills both of the 1/3s.
That's the big deal, isn't it? Yeah.
So he was unlucky that there was a weapon that could kill any of the 1/3s, right? There was a world where both of the 1/3s get to live. He was unlucky in not drawing Prep or Phoenix or any of the potentially good cards. Second Shadow Step, for example, immediately you could have just taken one of the Web Weavers back to your hand if you wanted to really be safe about it at some point. You could have stepped the Mauler, like second step would have been amazing. And then just didn't draw an asteroid for the rest of the game, it seemed like, after that point. Like, there was so many left in the deck all of the time. So it is hard to evaluate these kind of games a lot of the time because there's such a level of variance with what the turns look like, depending on which cards you hit and don't on your cycle turns. But yeah, you do end up looking a bit foolish when things pan out like that.
Yeah, I think it's just unfortunate because when you play Rogue, you play as if you're going to be able to keep going, right?
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of the time you do two of the things. You do a good web weaver turn, then you have, you know, the phoenixes or shadow steps to do more, and you sort of you get that extra draw. Whereas I feel like step 1 was done, but step 2 didn't get there. And it was a shame though, because we did see like the early minion push and the jug even did work, right? I wonder if it would have probably wouldn't have been, but I wonder if it would have been much different if the giants cost 0 instead of 1, so MMF could have played both giants on the board, right? And maybe forced more trades and so on. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but Disdemon pulled that one out of the bag, and now we're going to see Paladin on the other side of the board, and Disdemon going to be on the druid, which is not your sort of general spell druid we've been seeing for the majority of the tournament so far. It is more of the I guess token druid is what people want to call it, or whatever. But yeah, druid that makes minions and hits you in the face.
It gets labeled on a lot of aggregating websites as Starship Druid, because I imagine the way that those things work is that, you know, they just have an algorithm that sees Starship pieces and then just calls it a Starship deck. But yeah, the goal of this deck is not to launch Starships. The Starlight Reactor, you pretty much just play because it's an absolutely absurd card overall for the strategy of the deck that you are going for. And the Exarch, you just leave your Starship kind of buried, unlaunched, just so you can continue to use the power of that Exarch over the course of the game, which is fantastic. But really, it's just a token druid style strategy, which has a lot of cards that pay off when your board is full, which actually also synergizes with locations and Starship pieces, because those eat board spaces and make it easier for your board to be full, which activate your payoff cards, which is very, very powerful indeed.
Yeah, that was very funny as well, because you showed that card then, right? The whole thing was broke.
Wait, what happened?
Did you show the card on screen then?
I showed the card on screen,
Yeah, I clicked the card because I wasn't looking at it to do that, but you just beat me to it, and I was like, wait, I didn't press go. What's going on? But yeah,
you could have had the synergy and just followed me up with this guy, the other one I was talking about, immediately afterwards, you know? Like,
no, I saw you.
That's the kind of synergy I come to expect, Raven.
I didn't want to steal your thunder.
Okay, fair enough.
Here, though, this is kind of what you're talking about, right? Disdemon just building up that board, putting on a lot of minion pressure. And again, Paladin did end up winning, but we did see the problem of Paladin can struggle a little bit if they're not building a board early to sort of fight back versus this. And unlike the previous game against the Rogue, this weapon isn't killing these taunts, right? So this is going to be a lot slower, and it looks like that spell damage might just sit on the board here for Disdemon, which is fantastic for him.
Yeah, it does make you wonder about how impactful Resistance Aura will be in this matchup, of course, because in the other Druid matchup against the Owl Spell Druids, or just the straight-up Turbo Spell Druids that Toby is playing, for example, Resistance Aura is just the absolute god in this matchup. But in this one, I think if you take out too much time to play Resistance Aura, you're probably still going to get hit by minions. Like, yes, the explosivity of the turns will be mitigated a little bit by those resistance auras, but you're still going to be getting hit by minions if you're choosing to spend a bunch of time.
Yeah, and we literally also just saw the other interaction where resistance aura was down, but it was into the trail mix, right? So there was extra mana anyway, so it didn't really stop it. And again, just a lack of minions. This is MMF's whole turn. He's going to get that lifesaver aura up, but there's still a good amount of minions on board, and Disdemon can now build on this. Does have Cosmic in hand as well, if he just wants to go, like, put the foot down. It's like, what, that or Distress Signal and Doll, if you really want.
What to do?
Yeah, Distress Signal looks really good just because it demands the clear. You ideally want to perhaps land this Starlight Reactor. You've got to make the decision, right? Okay, now you've hit a second taunt. Now we're in business. You have to make the call as to whether you just want this in play and to get it to stick, because then your turns just become disgusting, or whether you hold for a little bit of additional mana so you can actually combo it in the same turn with some of your arcane spells. I think the second taunt here just gave him an awful lot of security.
I found that to be one of the harder parts when I was sort of practicing for this tournament, seeing the deck list, is that when to play that piece, because as you said, you want it on board, but also if you play it pass and then it gets killed, you're just like, oh, okay. But then if you hold on to it for too long, you are kind of playing an aggro deck. So, you know, is that point ever going to come? So I do think that's one of the more difficult pieces, but you're completely right. The second taunt, and again, the how sort of non-flexible Paladin is when dealing with boards like this right now, you feel so safe here if you Disdemon, and there's pretty good follow-up as well.
Move quickly.
Also, so weirdly, like the Astral Phaser can actually buy a ton of time with the Dormant in here as well, just to keep pushing with the minions, right? If one of these like 8/8s comes down, you could just switch that off if you really wanted.
You see MMF really not pleased with the way either of these games has been going so far.
Wait, was that no giant as well?
No giant.
Wow. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's more that could have been done with that turn. So his own manager as well.
Yeah, possibly just praying for a Lanessa turn. Just, you know, wants to get maximum usage out of these coins if at all possible.
I guess, but my problem is like the Lanessa turn, I'll try and speak properly, is still kind of a build a board and pass a lot of the time, right? Outside of glow sticks, you're still just passing again. So I'm really surprised we didn't see a bit more of a defensive play. Could have taken out the Kobold or something with the old manager, got an 8/8 down, and at least, you know, threatened something. Yeah, look at this.
Where's it going? Where's it going? Oh. Okay. Was this lethal if it missed all the minions? Is that why I went for it that way? Yes, it was. Yeah, so worth going for. So if the file did not hit any of his minions, if it went to either of the faces, then it just would have ended up being lethal. So probably worth taking the risk. Makes sense.
Yeah, not looking too good. It's just going to be another... Yeah, there's Lanessa, but just too late. And Disdemon getting the work done so far. And we've just seen this. It's a very strange thing to see. Is Paladin or at least what I feel is you always feel you get beaten up by a Paladin, right? It's fairly aggressive. It's got these chunky minions to get dealt. But it's not like it plays tons of minions, weirdly enough, right? It's not curving out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and getting you. So it does. We've seen it time and time again already, where it is going to struggle, because if you get ahead on board, there's no AoE in the deck, right? They're not running any sort of clears, anything to deal with boards other than minions themselves. And if you don't get those giants down super early, you don't have the ability to trade. And I think the clutch moment there really was the taunt summon along with the starship piece. I think that was what was just the icing on the cake there for Disdemon. Great timing, great recognition to commit there, knowing he was almost certainly safe, I think, outside of a glow sticks, right? So it's really nice there from Disdemon, and going up to a quick 2-0 lead. But now it comes down to Shadow Priest, Sottle.
It does, yeah. We saw as well, worth noting for that turn, that there was a glow sticks played on the previous turn from MMF. We didn't really talk about it because we were in the middle of something else, but MMF went for this very strange turn where he buffs the opposing minion just to play a holy spell in order to discount the glow sticks to take it out. So Disdemon then sees that glow sticks go down and go, okay, well, there's only one glow sticks left in the deck. There's no other out. Anything that isn't glow sticks, and I just stick this 3/3 and I win the game, and that's exactly what ends up happening. But you segue us into the aggro priest, the jug priest, the menagerie priest. The 0-5 priest, as some people are calling it, because that's what it is
Hey, come on now.
in this tournament so far. Not having a good time.
Don't let me down, Disdemon.
It has not
My
been
prediction
having a
life
good
is on
time
the
so
line.
far.
Yeah. Good start, though. Not too bad at all, getting the fish down. Getting some work done. But MMF is able to respond here, has one drop, does have access to whether either Thanos or Neophyte.
Nice draw of the Orbital Halo, though.
Yeah, and the buff to the Priest hero power really changed everything, didn't it? for the way this works.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's like it just absolutely changed everything. It's so good.
There's always been flirtatious ideas of various types of aggro priest, and they've sort of worked at various points in the past. Like, Inner Fire Priest, are we calling that an aggro deck? Possibly fits the definition if you really want to squeeze, but like a lot of the problems priests have had with playing aggro is that the hero power sucks for it. It's the same problem with like trying to do Control Hunter, even though actually Hunter has a lot of fantastic removal a lot of the time over the history of Hearthstone. It just never really works out because the hero power just doesn't work out at all. So just being able to get this resource where you can just use it for tempo with free 1-drops early in the game, you can use it for resources if you run out of stuff later, has been a big old boon to the way this priest deck plays.
Yeah, not bad as well. Getting the hero power obviously active, but also just having Observer ready to go on curve can be pretty frustrating for the rogue to deal with, because the secrets, obviously it depends which ones you get, but a lot of the secrets are really problematic for rogues specifically. They don't want to get their minions blown up. They obviously don't want to get counterspelled because it just neuters what they can possibly do on a lot of the turns. We are going to see Coin and Dubious come out here though from MMF. Which one's he going to hit? He's going to hit the big fish. Oh, now there's Angel though.
Yeah, that does reduce the appeal of the Observer a little bit.
Yeah.
You generally want to use Observer to try and protect a big board that you already have, or protect a board, like play it on 4 to protect a board going into Jug on 5, so you still have the minions there to land. And this is currently neither of those things. So you'd just be playing a pretty underwhelming 2-2 a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I'm no priest specialist at all, but I have played a decent chunk of this deck, and I like to press the hero power at every opportunity because I feel like the value is just through the roof.
Sure. We have a Blood Mage Manager option here if you don't want to just go for a straight up eat the imp turn, which you might.
That's
wait, you don't? Sorry, I thought
right? Yeah, I was going to say, wait,
yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Absolutely, my bad.
I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. So even worse, actually, there's a play minion and pass turn, which is not great. And now the Observer looks a little bit more attractive. And guess what? There's an extra minion coming down as well because that hero power is just sat on 0.
That's right.
Press the button, Sol.
Pow!
Yes. Oh, 2 actually quite annoying secrets for
MMF
to
really
deal
good.
with.
Explosive runes to stop even an eat the imp turn is actually incredibly annoying against rogue.
I like going face here, yeah, just let MMF do the trades. I think I would do exactly the same in Disdemon's position.
Yeah, agreed.
Especially because of the secrets, right? Because it's like Oasis Ally and stuff.
Exactly.
Like you want MMF to battle with this decision as much as possible.
Exactly. Represent that Oasis Ally, represent that explosive trap, represent everything you can possibly represent.
And then, oh, it was such a good combo of secrets, wasn't it? Ugh. It's absolutely brutal. And again, because there's 2 of the 2 drops down, it's not like, oh, well, if I kill one of these with the trade, then they can't hero power as easily. It's like, no, it's still going to be free. Like, you know, it is what it is. And now, is this too early for Zephyrus? It's the real question right now.
I don't think so, no. There's a lot of damage spells you can get for 2 mana or less, so it makes sense.
And also,
just covering the bases, by the way, MMF could kill any minion on the board except the 2/4. He chose to kill the smallest one, the 2/2. In this instance, because specifically it is a demon, which is not a minion type that's represented anywhere else on the board. So if the jug was going to come down, that actually takes the most damage off the board.
Yeah. Okay, Mind Blast, Pyroblast available. So Pyroblast maybe not the best this game, but the Mind Blast I think makes up for it.
Yeah, Mind Blast, sensational pickup here.
Can imbue the hero power, yeah. So this doubles up a little bit, gets that reduction even more. And it's just an absolute disaster because it's turn 5. So, like, what's MMF even supposed to do? Basically, have to skip turn 4.
Draw Web Weaver? Okay.
Hold.
Please hold. Right,
While we connect you
Mauler
to a game of
immediately.
Hearthstone.
Whoa. We sure about that?
Oh, you mean the Shadow Step?
The step on the Neophyte when
Yeah.
you drew Mauler first rip, yeah.
Yeah, just not going Mauler at all. What's he searching for though? If it's not the rocks, nothing.
The answer is
wow,
nothing. MMF has detonated.
Wow, very quick match there here for Disdemon taking a 3-0 win. And you might pick it, that was I would say, refreshing display of aggro lineups right now, because we've talked a lot about Death Knight, you know, the Warrior brings, all the matchups versus the control decks, the big combo decks as well, but that is aggro at its best, just getting there and preying on some of the weaknesses. But I will say those secrets were absolutely clutch there. I think that was what really propelled Disdemon forward in that game.
Yeah, rough series for MMF for sure, but sometimes those are the breaks. But I think the real lesson here is Priest is so back, Raven. Like, Priest has never been this back. Aggro Priest is back on the table. Let's go. 1 and 5. That's what we want to see. Although, actually, I suppose Disdemon has played a series off stream that I'm not factoring into that, which I'm assuming he won with Priest at some point. So it's probably a little better than that overall. I'll check in and update you in some time. But yeah, that does mean that MMF is going to fall by the wayside. Sadly, Maxibon has already gone through, which, by the way, already planting the seeds for tomorrow, as I nearly got my dream casting partner for a second there. Finally, I've been waiting so long for that moment. But our top 8 already has Gyu versus Pocket Train in it, like 2 of the world's best players with lineup versus counter lineup, which is just such a phenomenal dynamic to have. We already have Maxibon in there as well, and then we're looking for the winner of Sunni and Disdemon. Maybe like Disdemon getting in there with like the aggro disruptor lineup would be really sick as well, and Raven would be super happy with that. Like, this is lining up really, really well for a fantastic day 3.
Yeah, it's all looking great. Ooh. I got a jump scare there if you heard that. Apologies. Waffle returns as his feature from yesterday. But yeah, really cool match, really fast one, of course. We've got plenty more Hearthstone coming up though, so make sure to stay tuned. But yeah, really happy seeing all just the variety of matchups that we're getting so far in this tournament. It's been an absolute joy. But we are going to jump to a quick break while we set up our next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Masters Tour Spring Championships Day 2. And the person sat next to me, well, at least figuratively, is Sottle, who... Sottle, are you going to do any work this tournament? It was 3-0 on you.
No, yeah, that is my third 3-0 series in a row, I think. Opening series of the day yesterday with me and Raven was pretty long. But yeah, genuinely, I've had a pretty easy ride so far. But genuinely... 100%, I would have swapped my series for yours in a heartbeat.
Oh, I know.
I would quite happily have sat there and got to cast that series with Maxibon. Like, that was so sick to watch, even from the sidelines. So I would have absolutely loved to be involved.
Yeah, this one though is a bit different. It's the Disdemon versus Sunni. We're going to hit Sunni again, and he might have more chance in this one. His lineup seems a little bit better pitched against Disdemon than the regular one.
Yes, it's still a little awkward, I think. Sunni has one of the lineups that I find the most troubling, confusing, perplexing. I'm not out on a limb just saying this lineup is bad, because the lineup building for this tournament was so complex that there's every chance people in this tournament have lineups that I just don't quite understand what they're doing. Just from my perception and my understanding of matchups and the inclusion of various tech cards and so on, I'm just a little confused as to what this is necessarily trying to do. Because you can do something like this that targets Death Knight, you can do something like this that targets Paladin, but I'm not particularly sure that this lineup really does either of those things in whole from Sunni, so I'm a little bit confused by what is going on. Mentioned Mage a little bit in the previous cast with Raven. He does, of course, have the Warrior as well, but he doesn't have the sort of perfect backup that a Gyu has, for example, which is why Gyu is receiving so many glowing testimonies from the casters for his lineup. So, yeah, still waiting to see the Matrix reveal itself for what exactly Sunni is trying to get on with.
And the linchpin, I think, for the awkwardness is the Mage, right? The rest kind of fits into place, and the Mage... Like, are we just underrating it? Did APAC overrate it? Did they play Mage a lot in testing against something that, you know, that Mage just murders? Like you say, the DK stuff, or... I don't know.
Yeah,
just to see how the Mage performs.
I don't necessarily think that any individual deck is the one that stands out as the problem. It's just more that it's kind of two lineups mashed together for me. Like, I do think there are lineups that want to target DK or maybe even Paladin that include Mage that I would then look at and go, I'd be sat here going, look, I don't think Mage is a good deck, but when you pair it with these three other decks, it makes perfect sense, because you have a really good spread of matchups against two of the best decks in the tournament that everyone else is going to be bringing. And you'll quite happily lose to every other deck in the tournament because you're pretty confident your opponent are going to have one of these two decks. It just,
meanwhile,
to me, doesn't quite round out that strategy. And yes, what you are now alluding to is you still have to have those decks be playable against the curveball throwers like Disdemon, who are just going full aggro in this tournament.
And the Mage is banned.
And the Mage is banned, yeah. Wow, that is... okay.
So there you go, you target Disdemon with your Mage, that's what it's for. Makes sense, right? Like,
I mean, I don't hate that as a choice. Like, yes, certainly the Mage. This is double Rising Waves, double Chalice Mage from Sunni, which is different from what we'll see from Definition later, which is a little bit lighter on removal. So with double Warp Gate, double Seabring Chalice, double Photon Cannon, and double Resonance Coil, just about got there, remembering all four of those card names, you can pick apart early boards quite effectively, and then, you know, you're dealing with Paladin, with Druids. These are boards that get very massive very quickly, so then suddenly your freezes come into play. You're gaining a ton of armor with Sleet Skater. You have Bob the Bartender, which can lock out all these board-based strategies. That all makes sense. Little surprised though, honestly, because I still feel the likes of like Aggro Priest, Token Druid can just go too wide, too quickly, too big to necessarily worry too much about that kind of stuff. But yeah, maybe the double Chalice is just consistent enough that it really does shut down those decks.
Yeah, the Token Druid in particular with a lot of 5 health minions, you think, you know, have a chance to survive. But I'm sure Disdemon's looked at this long and hard and decided that his lineup is kind of built to do, you know, significant damage to rogues. It should be able to beat Death Knight often enough. That was when I wanted to bring a lineup along these lines. I'd have had the Hunter, which is going fine, by the way. Don't worry about that. I wanted to sort of try and challenge Death Knights on the early turns and just not give them time to settle down. Have recursive boards and stuff. Maybe just felt the Mage is that much more dangerous. And then there's the Warrior still up, of course, which also is kind of awkward.
It's awkward, but it's something I'm actually really pleased for because, obviously we as casters, we look out for, narratives of the tournament, right? And it does feel a bit thematically unsatisfying if we spend the whole tournament saying, oh, Warrior's the bring, Warrior's the deck of the tournament, Warrior's been the secret sauce for Gyu, who ends up winning the whole thing or whatever, right? But then it never plays a single game because it just gets banned in every series. So thematically, at least, I'm glad we're perhaps actually going to see it getting some action, which I believe it is almost exactly the same list. I haven't compared it card for card, but Double Rat is still there, Ham is still there, Hydration Station, all of the recursive stuff to disrupt the combo decks, the Hostile Invader and the Ancient of Law for clear and stabilization. Actually, I think Gyu might only be playing one chemical spill, and
I think there was a. I think you're right. That was something you mentioned in testing. I think at the time.
I will go back and have a look.
And then, not on the same 180 as well. The other impact players like Definition was playing the Renovators in his Mage in the Definition builds, and Sunni's chosen not to play Renovator in his Mage, even though it's in the Warrior, that sort of thing. So.
Yeah, so Gyu has double Renovator, single spill, and Sunni has double spill, single Renovator, is the only difference I can see between the two Warriors.
How would you like your tech cards today, sir? How many would you like? It is good, right, the Renovator? We found it was just good in a lot of matchups, surprisingly, sneaky.
Yeah, it definitely is. There's in this tournament, obviously Druid is the principal target for it because it just curves so nicely when they on their tree turn. Even if they've ramped into it, you're still able to deal with it. It's not quick enough to stop turn 1 Dollhouse into turn 2 Beetles, but you can still deal with that a lot of the time. You have a nice 3 mana deal 5 removal. You can kind of cope with it, remove it later. But also, we're seeing basically all of the mages using the Warp Gate build of Colossus Mage, not going for the conventional discounts that you have with the Protoss package, just solely relying on Warp Gate. So if you can destroy a Warp Gate, their Colossus has just become incredibly stranded over the course of the entire game, which is pretty disgusting. So yeah, there are a few other effects where you can snipe out some locations that you're not even necessarily thinking of. And even when the Druids switch to the aggro Druid, the token Druid that Disdemon's going on, still extremely location-based, right? Just, I blow up your location and you now have an extra board space, sometimes can be really punishing for what they want to do with a lot of their payoff cards in the deck. So it is a relatively effective tech card in the matchups that it can hit, but still, as is the way of every tech card, you're going to be 1 mana trading it away a lot of the time.
Something you said there actually really resonated as well with mini metas, playtest groups, that sort of thing. If you're all the people who have brought it have brought Mage apart from you. The Renovators are actually the Mage players, so they're the ones who expected more Mages than we did. Perhaps as well, getting that extra use out of it. In the mirror, it must be destructive.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible. It's something that I harp on a lot about in tournaments, that players tend to think that more people will reach the same conclusion that they did than perhaps is often the case. They just think, well, I mean, I think this is the right thing to do, so other people are going to think this as well because we're all good at the game, right? And I think generally that doesn't bear out as much as people think it does. But regardless, it looks like we are just warming up towards some actual gameplay. It is going to be the Druid coming out from Disdemon. That was a Death Knight coming out from Sunni. Apparently Disdemon's greatest achievement is being undefeated versus Swids in tournaments, which I think you can probably do a little better than that. I don't think I'm being utterly unkind if I'm going to slip that one in there, but fair enough.
Can you do better than just BM your friends live on Play Hearthstone and they can't reply to it? I don't know. I think that's fantastic.
I suppose that's fair, yeah. Also, couldn't decide on a favourite deck. Evenlock and Miracle Rogue thrown in there alongside Malagos Druid, which are some pretty solid choices, I would say. Malagoth's Druid definitely up there. Miracle
Yeah.
Rogue, of course, just a true connoisseur's nostalgia deck. Even Lock, I think, one of the more popular variants of hand-sized warlocks over the history of the game as well. So, very clearly a very well-rounded player. Disdemon's been playing a long time. And the one thing I've always got in my head characterizing Disdemon is just how entirely unflappable he is. I have seen Disdemon on the receiving end of some of the most disgusting bad beats you have ever seen in your life. His facial expression does not change. He does not care in any shape. He is just playing some Hearthstone. He's just a chill guy having a chill time playing some cards.
I'm pretty sure that I was the first person to actually mention Disdemon in like conversation ever when I got my first time I was ever cast a Hearthstone tournament with you lot. Because I researched every player to try and make an impression. So I says, "Who's this Disdemon?" I go, "Actually, blah 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 blah." Like, is the highest ranked or the most points or something. I don't remember now. It was 9 years ago or 10 years ago. And it was just a player whose name just stuck ever since. It's quite a distinctive name. And yeah, that's how long he's been around. He's been around longer than me.
Very long time.
Meanwhile, he's been around long enough to know how to get a druid hand.
Yes, I believe that they refer to this hand as OFC in the business.
OFC.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Okay, so actual decisions to be made in this hand as well. If your opponent does nothing here, Sunni. Obviously, turn 2, you're pressing the button and making some nice beetles. Obviously, 99% of players then coin out the location on 3. But depending on what he draws between now and then, he can just Living Roots for minions on 3 and coin Phenomena on 4 and just kill his opponent.
Okay, but you know you're suggesting a play that doesn't involve playing a Yggdrasil. I just want to make sure that we're all
I
okay
am.
on that. Okay.
He has, of course, now just drawn, a 4-drop, so. Which means he can coin a Yggdrasil,
And you know if you coin a Yggdrasil, you can still play the
press
Living
it, and
Roots.
Living Roots, yeah.
We know what the card does, right? We're all okay? We're all on the same page?
I know what some cards do. I worked hard on knowing some cards. Also, the big weakness of my play is it can just walk into Pyro Poison. You have nothing. Is a big disaster. And you're not coining out a Yggdrasil on 3, which obviously, we know that's the rule.
Big downside of my play is it's not very good.
Well, gotta highlight these things.
Oh, hello. Some trading is occurring. This is unexpected.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah.
Considering shooting the minion instead, then?
I think so, yeah. I think that's why he traded and wanted to see what happened. Okay, sure. He's managed to occupy 5 board spots. He has things to do next turn to occupy some more.
Yeah, the locations are so brutal, right?
Yeah. Yeah, when you say, sometimes the Renovator's good against his deck, yes, it really, really is. Except when you have this hand that's unstoppably good. Fill your board up.
Refresh the crystals. Go
I
digging.
remember I was saying to Raven about this deck that I really liked it, and he played like 3 games of it and didn't see anything like this. Like, this just doesn't do much, does it? And then I'm like, well, just play Phenomena on 5 on your full board. He's like, how?
Yeah.
Just draw 3 and loads of generators.
Worth noting, of course, a lot of people probably just might have expected, wait, well, the Yggdrasil's on the board, Demolition Renovator is in hand, just blow it up, but it's a location. It only functions on alternate turns, so Sunni actually understood that he could take the turn off here just to spend mana on 4, and now he has this turn to be able to destroy it on 5 with a bit more efficient usage of mana, which I think is a very nice spot. There you go. Boom.
Also, it's not quite the play you'd really, really want, but he has managed to reduce that board size to 3, which is the key number he needed to reduce it to. to make sure the Phenomenons don't get buffs.
Yeah, very nicely maneuvered so far from Sunni.
I thought he
Didn't
played really well in that series against Maxibon. I haven't had a chance to ask you yet, but you know.
There was a spot, I don't know if you saw it, I did message it in Discord, where, so I think it was like the turn before he died, the turn before, against Paladin, the turn before the giant board that killed him got generated, where he could have cleared up the minion with just Pyro and the Leech spell, as opposed to just using Pyro Poison, which I really liked. I'm not definitive enough on it, but it was something that kind of stood out to me as a potential line. I'm not sure it wins the game from that spot anyway. But you do end the turn with a clear board and a Pyro and a Leech unchallenged on the board, which is quite an awkward spot for the Paladin then to be in. But yes, generally, I agree. If I only have one criticism at the end of the series, you've probably done it.
Nice work by Disdemon here. He really wants to get the Starship piece down so he can get the Exarch for the ridiculous 3 arcade spells with reductions. You've got to be building a Starship for that, so... The rest of the turn was, you know, how do I remove things? How do I keep my board size large? And he's achieved that really well on this turn.
Yeah, excellent positioning from Mr. Demon as well, using the locations to break up the minions for Nomelia purposes. More conventional Nomelia purposes than we saw in your first series of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, what a series. This is the strength of the Death Knight, of course. It feels like Sunni has been just getting, you know, beaten senseless for 6 turns here, and here he is on 31 health with some semblance of a board and plenty of, you know, options in hand.
Yeah, and probably about to go 41. Although I suppose you could Dirty Rat here.
I have but little time.
2-6 looks mighty tempting here.
Oh, okay. Preserving corpses for a corpse explosion draw, I would imagine, is the primary motivation there, as well as just being able to clear up one of the minions on the board, which shuts down the cosmic phenomenon. Does make sense.
Yeah, not enough though, right? So
it's not enough, but the corpses you save by not playing Vampiric Blood now means that if you are to draw the corpse explosion, you have enough corpses remaining to clear this board. You may have still got there because you would be killing your own leeches in the process anyway, but it really would depend on some pretty hard to calculate breakpoints in terms of what your opponent can potentially do with, say, a Living Roots or any other cheap play that they had available on that turn.
No, you can play Dirty Rat if you want. Oh, the numbers on this turn are horrible, aren't they?
Once again, really nice positioning. Worth noting again for the Nomelia, but also for Suffocate. The reactor is just all the way isolated on the far left-hand side of the board, so it can't be caught up in any kind of Suffocate play. The 3 minions that are grouped together have to be grouped together because they summon together, but they're also isolated from any other of the larger minions on the board.
Just... Oh, so my instinct was to just jam Yor here, but he's seriously considering playing Xavius to look for Pyro.
Pyro, yeah.
But he can still do that next turn?
Agreed.
Yeah.
So 21 showing, plus a file and a hero power, 24. No real meaningful way to get a Mixologist or an Exarch down.
What to do?
The second wave's going to be interesting, like if you, assuming you just hit here, you don't really want to waste the spell damage. But obviously when this lot is cleared up, you would end up having Starship piece being turned into a Starship being built, and then you can play your Exarch and get a load of stuff, and then you can activate your Starship the next turn and fire this stuff out.
So does it just click and then Mixologist this turn, try and find some sort of impact on this board? Yeah.
Ooh,
Draw a
2 health tempting.
2 health is tempting, but I think you're kind of suffering to Corpse Explosion at this point now anyway, so I might favour the card.
Sure.
Yeah, this makes sense.
You might want to start attacking with those minions, just even. There you go. Good. Just get the rest of the turn spot on and then just forget to attack for 24. Would be awkward.
Orbital Moon is the draw, which is not a great deal of use right now. Can use it for the heal with Nomelia, but Nomelia still doesn't really effectively clear up this board, again, because the positioning is pretty on
Do
point.
leeches help a little bit with that?
The leeches do, that's true. Yeah, I hadn't really factored that in, that's fair. But no reborn, so yeah, you can clear up everything on the right. The Mixologist will die to the leeches, but the other minions are going to survive.
You are on 47, I think, yeah.
Yeah, big climb in
take
health, which is the big deal for sure.
Oh, also, the side effect is that the one minion he wouldn't mind dying, the Starship piece, is still alive.
I wonder.
I mean, obviously, it's okay for him. It's a 5-2, it's doubling things up.
It is starting to feel a little bit futile at this point, though, isn't it? Like, when you're pushing 9 and it seems to just be really making no discernible impact at all.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's going to come down to whether he can get like a crazy draw from the Exarch. That's why he's keeping the file back, so he can get loads of things cast twice in one turn later on. And they need to be very, very, very powerful. Because 2 mana gain 10 versus a board that's doing 9 at the time, yeah.
And this has been without really any of the meaningful universal AoEs. No Pyro Poison, no Corpse Explosion, just a Nomelia really in the first 19 cards of the deck for the Death Knight. And still just kind of chilling, just tanking the board every turn, getting on with their lives.
Yeah, it's felt like, if anything, it's felt like Sunni's been scrambling to stay alive despite being on 53 health.
Find our salvation in the stars.
Well, those don't feel like they're going to get there.
No. Yeah, make your opponents your dormant as a side effect is not ideal.
Okay, dodged. Well behaved. Yeah. Good starship.
For no one.
Yeah, you've got to take it out. You can't risk it.
Should you fill out the paperwork?
Just making board space to take damage, right? Oh, going for the mana spenders? Gorehowl? Gorehowl in current year. Is that really our plan?
I mean, that's our plan. It's what we have.
It is what we have. I don't know whether it's our plan, but it is what is immediately in front of us, which is almost the same thing.
And the Yor is dormant.
The Yor is dormant, yeah.
It did end up being dormanted.
It is Yormant, as it's known in the industry.
Sure, yeah, we've been calling it that for years.
Yep.
I'll buy that.
Did not look at what the Dark Gift was on the Pyro, just saw it was a Pyro. Ah! Divine Shield and Wind Fury. Perfect.
Just what I always wanted. But yeah, I mean, this druid deck, the idea is, do some chip damage with this early powerful start. It's not supposed to have much of a reload, and then burn. Oh.
It's fine. It doesn't really have a meaningful impact on the game, but he did literally just pull a full Lorinda and pick up the wrong 2-mana card and point it at his minion. If that didn't have the Divine Shield Dark Gift on it, he would have shot his own Pyro to death.
Hey, you say that I do that sort of thing regularly?
Yes. Every 1-mana card in Hearthstone looks exactly the same to you.
I think that's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, you are supposed to do some chip damage, then do sort of 20 points of burn with this deck, and he's done 5,000 damage on board, and it hasn't impacted the opponent at all yet. He's just done. It's 1-0 to Sunni.
Reasonable. A very reasonable outcome. So yeah, you're starting to see the difference, right? When it's a very controlling lineup on the other side, the mage is being banned, there's still a Death Knight available. Talked about this a lot on day one, how a lot of the players who just have a single control deck can be a little bit vulnerable to aggro, because you ban Death Knight, you play the other matchups, right? If you really believe that your aggro decks have the edge to get there. But there are quite a few players in this tournament who have Warrior and Death Knight, or Death Knight and Warlock, or Mage and Death Knight, something like that. That doesn't mean that necessarily your lineup is then unfavored against theirs. It just means that no matter what you ban, they have one deck that's probably a fairly free win against you. You can still be favored in a series like that overall. It's difficult to be, but you can be. And I think that's what you saw in game one there, with a fairly comfortable position, because, again, that was not a destructive draw. It wasn't Starship piece, Starship piece, Starship piece, tempo ship, I win the game. It wasn't I drew every removal so you don't get to play. It was neither of those things. Like, Sunni just played cards and survived until Disdemon ran out of stuff, which happened kind of with a whimper rather than a roar in the end against Death Knight. Just shows how effective it can be.
Disdemon did pick his hand as well. Like, he did just choose his first 6 cards of the game.
Yeah. It was the OFC hand. I'd forgotten it was the OFC hand.
Just literally had everything at the start of the game, and Sunni, I think, navigated the opening turns well as well with those hands. He just made sure that the buffs from the phenomena had to be worked for, which, if you have to work for anything like Druid deck, you're not going to get the chip damage you need to. And now we're on to the even slower deck.
So yeah, for those not familiar, this warrior it's kind of bottom of the food chain in terms of the control matchups, because it's not a Starship deck, so it doesn't have Exodar, it doesn't play Kill Jaden, which most of the other slow decks do, or at least Death Knight does. So it will tend to get outvalued if it comes down to that position in a late game matchup against any of those slower decks. But against a lot of the aggro decks in the format right now, a lot of the combo decks in the format right now, they're extremely low minion quantity. So if you can play Ham and then Hydration Station and then Dirty Rat twice, the odds that your opponent can survive all that and still maintain the key minion that they need to win the game, be it an Owl, be it an Incendious, be it a Lanessa, whatever it is you're talking about, is so low. That this warrior actually became a real sleeper pick for a lot of people in this tournament. Very low bring rate, but the players who have brought it, I think, are on to a real winner overall.
Yeah, and you know that by the fact that the casters and a lot of the other players in the tournament, like, the second they saw it, like, oh yeah, of course, that's what I should have done. Like, it was just one of those things that's not obvious when you're trying to think about it. When you've seen it, it's like, this looks really good suddenly.
Yeah. And even then, like, we had to go through some testing before we actually believed it, right? Like, we actually had to sit there and play a bunch of Hams and Dirty Rats and see how it started to have an impact on the matchups.
And then as well, you had to still connect the dots, because every time you played them against Raven in testing, you missed, and we just had to work out the odds from the situations. Like, this is rubbish, it never hits, would have been quite a legit takeaway if we weren't aware of the fact it was probably good.
Yeah, Ravens kill Jaden as Death Knight and Lanessa as Paladin, I believe. We're doing their very best Neo from the Matrix impressions throughout the majority of our testing. But
I see in both hands, they were dodging. They were so dodging. They've never had a subscription in any channel ever. Disdemon, this isn't the hand you're supposed to get, honestly.
Let me think.
pretty average Paladin hand.
Yeah, but he hasn't got hero power.
It is just really every Paladin hand that doesn't draw this guy. That's what you're looking at right now, pretty much.
But with the difference that normally you've got a hero power if you're desperate. But yeah. He went for the the tempo play with it to get the extra card, the extra value.
I think against Warrior, you'd still rather make this transition to the portals sooner rather than later. Like, it's
Yeah,
not,
I think it's correct.
it's not like your cards become unplayable, right? Like, the discount comes from playing holy spells and from playing cards on characters. You can still do those things without minions. It doesn't really matter that much. You're just low on pressure is the big difference.
Here we go. This smiling little face. Right, now the game begins.
Sure does.
It looks like a hand the innkeeper has from Sunni's side.
Oh, the shield slam. The shield slam from Brett's rope. Oh my goodness. Take 9, idiot. Yeah, without that, we were in a bit of a play Tortollan and pray kind of situation, but this is looking a lot more promising now. If we don't see a second minion coming out here, Sunni's in a really, really good spot. Okay, that's a huge deal. That is a big, big deal in terms of being able to potentially chew through the ham and push some face damage. Otherwise, this was the safest ham you have ever seen in your life coming down this turn. Chomp, chomp.
The Renovator. We just talk about how good the Renovator is, and every time I see it in somebody's hand, it's how bad is this Renovator?
Oh, that's the bad one. That is the bad one.
It is the bad one.
Still had another Lightbot to hit, still had Lanessa to hit, and there was 2 Vicious Lizard Spears in there as well, though neither of them have been drawn. I guess you have to take that as your upside if you haven't had them in your hand on turn 1.
Yes.
Let me think.
Hit Disdemon's hand thinking, well, he's got a lot to do, but how's he going to generate damage? Now I look at Sunni's hand, it's like, well, how's he going to stop anything? Like you say, it is play the 3 drop, off you go, draw a decent card, and, you should be fine. But
yeah, it does have a tradable with the Demolition Renovator as well. Still 2 brawls in the deck, still a chemical spill, a double chemical spill even in the deck. So a lot of outs. 2 draws to hit quite a few outs on the following turn to have something pretty powerful to do.
there you go, showing why Sottle was so excited to see a 1-2 on the board. A massive difference it made. This is going to be, casual 9 damage. Extra.
9 damage you wouldn't have been getting otherwise, yeah. Huge deal. That's not the draw.
It's not.
Get back in the deck, idiot. Why are you here? Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
How many taunt minions are remaining now? There's still both rats and the Ziliacs. And I believe that is it.
I'm just scanning it. I think you're right.
Even playing the second Traveler doesn't guarantee you the Ziliacs next turn. So you've then got to do the calculations of, okay, if I just play 1 and the weapon, do I tank enough damage that way to be able to get to my turn 10?
But if you don't play the weapon, I think you die sometimes.
Yep. I think that is inherently possible.
Like, that's what he's trying to weigh up, is how often do I die, you know, but quite often.
Yeah, but then you have the other question, right, of if I don't die, but I draw a dirty rat off this Tortolan, which is the most likely outcome, and that's the only thing that happens, how do I possibly win the game from that point, right?
Yeah, I think I'm on board with it, but it's terrifying. It's a good player play that might end up looking mighty silly. That's kind of how good player plays go, right? You take a very good calculated risk which goes wrong, and everyone says, oh, you should have seen they could do 22.
Let me think.
Okay. Just trying to find a way to get the extra one in. Obviously, Metal Detector would give him a coin if needed in some worlds as well.
Yeah, I think that's part of why this play is a little more secure, right? Is that you know there's no coins in hand currently, which means it's an extremely specific Lanessa hand that would have to be like Lanessa Ode Manager, coin plus buffs, right? To be able to actually get the damage needed on the 2 minions that could attack face from this point.
Yeah.
So I think it was a little bit more secure. Knowing that your opponent would need one setup turn to get some coins and the like in the hand.
No, nice work. I mean,
I'm not sure it's going to win.
yeah. If your opponent's going to do all of that, then sure. But nice work working out that you're probably living. I think that's... I like to look at these examples of why players are actually good at the game rather than just, you know, qualifying. And everyone saying it's so straightforward. That was a very, very hard turn to find to give yourself a chance. I'm not sure how much chance. It's looking a bit awkward.
Yeah, it's weird because with the way it panned out with the first Tortolan drawing the Ziliax, you would have much rather had the Bulwark in play and had another 20 health this turn, right?
Yep.
But the point is you just have to increase your odds. Like I don't think you have any win condition in this game whatsoever without drawing that Ziliax. So, yeah. Tricky one for sure.
Like, you talk about this a lot, and so do I actually. When it comes to conquest, like the Paladin's through. Okay, sure. Like you've got to win with all 3 of your decks. It needs to win, but the Paladin is the most real of these decks that's in play, I think.
Again, this does come a little bit down to me just thinking Sunni's lineup is a little bit confused in general. Because I almost immediately tried to counter that point with like, well, hang on, like the Paladin, the Mage Death Knight lineup, right? Should probably feel like they can maybe get some, but then there's the other decks in there as well. It's all just a little bit confused overall. So yeah, I think the Paladin's probably a fine deck against the lineup overall, but we will see. I guess the good news is we get to see more of the Warrior now. That's the way that we can frame this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Potentially, we get to see the Warrior queue up some more.
Because, like you say, I don't think we're going to see you play the Warrior very much. So we might do. It depends how it all matches up with Pocket. I haven't looked at the matchup, but I think it was.
But it depends whether Gyu has to play Disdemon in the final, and then apparently Disdemon's just banning other things. Disdemon doesn't care about the Warrior.
See why, honestly.
Yeah, they look terrible.
All his opponents just draw their 10 drops.
What on earth have we been talking about for the last day and a half? That deck sucks. What are we even been saying? Absolutely unplayable. Absolutely unplayable.
Gyu just tells his friend, tell everybody the Warrior's unbeatable. something ham, something dirty rat. Everyone bans it the whole tournament, and then Disdemon turns and just goes, no, look, this is how you play against Warrior. It's rubbish.
Gyu's just watching the broadcast going, oh my god, we got the casters too. They're just sat there talking about how amazing my Warrior is. This couldn't be going any better.
How silly. Right, back to this Druid. Really? Okay, cool. Yeah. He knows he's top decking it, honestly.
You can just react to Revelation next turn, right? If you have to, which is still pretty sick.
It's very sick.
Might
And
be-
give yourself a chance just to top deck the nuts is fantastic. Love it.
Yeah. Well, Mixologist Potion as well is, I suppose, an option, but yeah, I like the look of this more.
No, take your extra card while you can.
Well, neither of those are spells.
Stop and smell the flowers.
Uh-huh. And now he's got Starship Piece into Phenomenon if he wants. Oh. Come on, brain. He can play Starship Piece, Dollhouse, Living Roots for minions, and then he's got Phenomenon next turn. What are the punishers for that?
Wait. Uh-huh.
So the 2-mana Starship Piece reduces the cost of your spells by what? Your first spell each turn?
First spell each turn, so you can play Roots this turn. Yeah, sure. I see.
Yay! And then if the Starship Piece lives, and against this warrior deck, it has a really good chance of doing, because you can't be targeted by things.
Yeah, it's the reactor that would be the one that you could potentially see being taken down, right?
But that turns into a Starship Piece. You don't mind that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yes, but it doesn't. It stops things casting twice, which is still a pretty significant.
Okay,
fact.
yeah, absolutely sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, it's given Sunni the. Your comment has given Sunni the problem here. Does he want to play the ball up just to hit it?
I think so, right?
You hate it, right? It uses up 2 of your 4 charges, but I think it's worth it because you know what's coming. The way this has been played.
Yes, like I do dislike the fact that it eats 2 charges, but I'm personally quite pleased that it can die. That's kind of where my focus is at right now.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Stop and smell.
Whoa. Okay. All right.
Pew pew. Pew pew again. Some decks are just really hard to play test and get a feel for, aren't they? Like this deck does so many different things on turn 4, like nothing being one of them.
Nothing is one of them, yeah, definitely. Oh, is that Spill? It is Spill. Okay. We have a video game.
I do.
Do we eat rat while we're here?
I think so. I think. Oh, there are battle cry effects, I guess, you want to protect.
Yeah, there's a few.
What
Like
can Mixologist get us?
second reactor is a big deal. Mixologist is a big deal. Exarch obviously is a big deal if you're able to rat those things. They're all pretty impactful.
We're going for health here. With the growing Tortola.
Yeah, protects a couple more minions to give health.
Okay. I mean, you have no real option but to chew through it. That's the point of what the deck does. So.
Time waits for no one.
4, 8, 12. Just one short right as well with hero power.
What eternally frustrating last time card.
Isn't it just? Was there a case there for not attacking this turn? With many of them? Because your opponent can't brawl. I guess it's fine. You actually do quite a lot of damage here, don't you?
I mean, your opponent definitely can brawl. You would still quite happily brawl that board, I think. Like, you just get to attack in once more, gain some armor, brawl. Like, you can just win the brawl on some occasions.
True, yeah. Yeah, it just wins the game on the spot if you do that. Problem is, all your minions that died this game were rubbish until you buffed them. It's not true, there's starships, I guess.
Yeah, there is the reactor in there.
Hello.
Go on. You know what that card does, right?
No, sorry. Yeah, I know what all the cards do.
Yeah?
But I'm going to let you take the honour. Yeah.
Any guesses at all?
I'm going to say it's a battle cry. Summon every demon you played this game that didn't start your deck.
Very well done, yeah. It's interesting that I had to ask the question 3 or 4 times before you managed to pluck the correct answer out of thin air, but yeah, well done.
No, I'm getting on a little bit in years. Sometimes it just takes a moment.
Yeah.
.41 health, but a big board. No imminent. And an imminent clear. Getting close to hydration station as well now. That's the big deal, right? Right.
That is the big deal, yeah. And there is the other big deal, by the way. We haven't really talked about it an awful lot, but Hostile Invader has been the missing piece, really, in both of these games so far, because this is really the card that carries so much of the weight in terms of clearing an AoE for the deck early on.
Yeah, we were saying the other day, if Warrior actually had a huge amount of backup, the card would actually be one that people are calling to be for nerfs, I think, but it doesn't have a huge amount of backup, so Warrior deserves to have a card, doesn't it? Like,
yeah, for sure.
Let him hang around for a while.
All forms of life will be.
Go, kill some stuff, bash the 7/5, clear the board, keep my 5/1, spell burst goes off, still have the
Be on
death rattle
47.
that needs dealing with, 47 health, only one more turn to fill in before we can play hydration station.
It's looking like
Warrior's
two,
so back, as we've been saying this entire time, best deck in the tournament by some distance, never had any doubt.
Yeah, you somewhere saying, oh, thank goodness he pulled that one out. Yeah. They keep banning it. Disdemon's face has not changed expression for the entirety of this match, by the way.
This is
No
what I
matter
said.
what's
This
happened.
is
Yeah,
what I
you
said at the
did.
start of the series.
You did.
Completely unflappable. The most unflappable human. He has never and will never flap.
I know how to make him flap.
Go on.
You could remove his internet cable during the match. That would work, I'm sure.
I mean, who on earth would pull out someone's cable in the middle of a match?
Who knows? Who knows? It's a conundrum.
Some would say a contradiction.
Ah. This is a lot of cards, by the way.
Yeah? Yeah.
Your toy chest of toy chests.
I do like this, by the way. There's been a couple of occasions where Sunni has just left 7 minions up, or 5 minions in some locations, whatever, splitting hairs. But because the health total is so high, the one thing this deck does miss is like a really brutal finisher. It's not like you're gonna get like double bloodlusted or double savage roar or whatever. Like, yes, Cosmic Phenomenon like makes boards really big and sticky. It doesn't push infinite damage in the way that you might like it to as like a one-turn ender. So I think
most of your
Sunni's...
tokens are locations and starship pieces. They're
Right,
not all
yeah.
minions getting this savage draw.
Exactly. So Sunni does just feel quite comfortable just saying, I can't really get punished by this board. I'm quite happy to just continue to play my cards.
And I don't think Disdemon could have had a better turn 9 than he had. That was a superb turn. He started off with 2 cards and ended up buffing his board and pushing a load. And this is what his reward is. You've lost the game.
Well, see if Exarch can make some magic. We've got a lot of files. We've got a lot of mana available with these files.
Yeah, I feel like pressing the button and starting to launch files at things would be my instincts here. Obviously, Disdemon's a quality Hearthstone player, so he's going to think, but...
Yeah, you see, what you're doing is flapping, and as discussed, there will never be a flap.
Correct.
What to do?
Double spell damage and file. Click the button as well. Can pretty much make all of your cards free.
Yep.
Don't know whether you can actually do anything productive with that, but you can, I suppose, see what's in the Exarch and whether you need to do anything productive.
Another toy.
Nebula Wish?
Nebula's exciting.
Nebula Wish? We Shaman now.
Yeah.
But again, this goes to show Sunni's long-term planning, right? Matchup experience in a very niche matchup. Happy to leave the small minions just hanging around, living on board to preserve cards like Brawl for the endgame state where you know that threat of Nebula can come down, because you can do a very good Nebula Shaman impression with this deck.
You can. Yeah, I've actually done it. It's exciting. Unfortunate for Disdemon that he had to play the Woodland Wonders to make space to get the Nebula in his hand. There may have been other plays, but you weren't going to find him in the time if there were. Like, instinctively, you play your cards out, you put a board up, and you can play the Nebula later. It's fine. Not much later, but later.
I mean, presumably you want to get the ship launch in there, right? Like, you wait for the board to be cleared, and then you get the ship going with maximum board space.
Yeah, and if you've got enough spell damage or files, it'll help you play the Nebula as well, so... Is there 1 reduction or 2 in the ship? Things blurred slightly. There's only 4 cards left is why I'm asking.
Yeah, it should be 2. Yeah, because I don't think the ship has been launched at any point. Definitely both reactors have died. I don't think it was launched in between that happening, so it should be 2.
So he can launch a Nebula at will.
What to do?
3 spell damage with the files as well. Yeah, 814. Large land.
That's all of the ship, I think.
Yep.
Time waits for no one.
All right. Double Nebula coming up.
Rag, okay. Rag, okay.
2 more.
Oh no, the Octosari! The Octosari! Oh, he's so
no.
dead! He's finished! Pack it up!
No. 21 damage from the Octosari. Shooting with a little smirk.
Remaining cards! Death! Forget that it says swipe.
Gotta be careful, hang on. No, it's 8, it's fine, it's 1 million. It's fine.
You have to guarantee that it dies,
Yes.
which is slightly less trivial than it sounds.
I mean, Brawl's fine, right? If it doesn't die, it hits you for 8, who cares?
Yeah. What was that? I didn't even see what that card was before. Okay, okay, alright, we got there, we got there. Kablam.
Enjoy.
Nebula giveth, Nebula taketh away. You get to pick 2 rags. The auto picker picks you outright death. 2-1 to Sunni. Moving on.
That's not giving and taking away. That's just death. That's just taking
It's
away.
just death.
That really gave you anything.
Well, you know, to be fair, like one of the main sources of that expression is life giveth, life taketh away, right? Like life does also end in death. So I think if we can apply it to that, we can apply it to drawing Octosari cards. No?
Sure, but should we?
Oh, there's lots of things that we say that we shouldn't. I don't think that's the debate here.
Yeah. You could enjoy that game, probably, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
at some point, you said the words, yes, I'll cast Hearthstone for a living. That's probably something that you shouldn't have said.
I never said those words. People just keep asking me to do it.
Oh, okay, fair.
This wasn't my choice. This wasn't by my choice. Just bullied into it. But there's a rogue left for Sunni.
There is.
And it's the
There is a
pirates.
rogue left for Sunni.
It can definitely lose to these 2 decks.
Yeah, Pirate Rogue as well. It's kind of the lesser of the 2 decks that we've seen so far. Sorry, not the less common of the decks. I'm not saying it's the lesser of the 2 decks, even though I kind of am saying that if we're being 100% honest. But again, it makes sense in a few lineups just because of some of the good matchups that it has against Death Knight, for example. Rogue has to work a little bit harder in that matchup. The Cycle Rogue, you have to rely on everyone's least favorite card, Incendious, to get that matchup over the line, which is never where you really want to be with the Rogue. So again, like I think Pirate Rogue does make sense in some lineups. I'm just not necessarily sure whether this is a well-rounded. So I was talking about this with someone last night about how if we go back to the days of Pavel winning like every tournament for the best part of a year and a half that he entered, Pavel was actually very, very well known for these 2-2 lineups. Do you remember this being a thing where he would actually deliberately, as kind of a character trait, bring two lineups mashed together to a tournament quite often, where he'd have like 2 mid-rangey minion decks, 2 control-y decks, or like 2 combo decks and 2 outright aggro decks or whatever. And that was kind of his go-to strategy for a lot of the tournaments. And it's not something we've seen a lot of players do an awful lot since then. But that's the kind of vibe that I get from this this Sunni lineup.
I mean, it's an uncountable lineup. It just has to be good enough, right?
Yeah.
Like the problem is you might counter yourself is the issue. No one's going to be able to target your lineup if it's doing that, because you can't target the style of lineup if it doesn't have a style. But again, if it doesn't have a style, you're also not targeting your opponents. You're just hoping your decks are better than theirs.
Right.
Which is fine if you do it right. But we are so used to, this is a lineup, this is the deck we might counter, or I'm all in on trying to beat aggro generically or something, that someone who is just mashing decks together is a little bit confusing to me these days. And that's not in a he's done it wrong, so I'm going to use a caster word confusing. I'm just literally confused by it. He does have a very, very good hand as well. Depending what the comet does. It's called Lucky Comet for a reason. Is he lucky?
One of my favorite parts of our testing session as casters was you say it is Lucky Comet is lucky. Well, it certainly is for Raven, apparently, because Raven was surprised to learn that it wasn't guaranteed to give you Buccaneer off it every single time.
What, he played for like 3 hours, then goes, it's bugged.
Yeah, no, like, I could no. The conversation was like, I think maybe Darrock, someone else, who just like, oh my god, you hit Buccaneer every time, and Raven literally just goes, well, yeah, it's guaranteed.
Superb. I think I missed that bit. I took a very short break in the middle. I think it was probably then. Amazing. It's amazing it's not me that's being ribbed for the practice sessions for once. Although we won't talk about me playing the pirate rogue, right? That stays in the testing.
See, it's guaranteed.
Yeah.
Easy money.
Set sail for sail.
We've got to think about the impending threat of a water elemental.
Yeah, did.
Didn't get one though. Ends up being Ice Barrier. Ice Barrier burns away. I think Sunni is feeling pretty chill with his life right now. Board cleared. Buccaneers in play. Priest off board. I hate to break it to the Priest enjoyers. I did promise you all an update on the off-stream game that Disdemon played so we could get the accurate Priest win rate. He lost that series, losing twice with Priest, which means before this game, Priest was actually 1-7 in the tournament so far.
Oof.
That's not...
Having a really bad run.
That's not great news, is it? As our resident Priest defender, do you have anything to say for yourself?
No, I'm the Hunter defender. I may have the same issue coming up, but I'm the Hunter defender this week.
Okay.
I picked Ryan because of his Hunter.
Okay.
I also suspect that I might have to... No, it's going to be fine. It's going to win. Doubling down, I've decided.
Doubling down in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary has never gone wrong for anyone.
Oh, I want to see a Wind Fury on a blatantly non-Wind Fury situation, but there we go.
I didn't mind it, honestly, yeah. Push 10, trade the 5-2. Seemed okay.
Yeah,
to
that
me.
was what I was looking at.
Yeah. I was very much okay with it.
Okay. And he does have location for that anyway, so there's always a 5 attack minion next turn if he wants it, but
that's true, yeah. With the mini scoundrel, you've got tons of mana if you want with the weapon.
Scoundrel's so much mana. It really is so much mana. Oh my goodness.
The exiled one shall find solace in the stars.
This fire must
So
not
you're making another attempt at a large board, but this time his opponent's got all of the keys to making it the bigger board himself, as well as already having a head start. I think soon he's going through.
And a boat. A mighty boat. Oh, okay. I mean, when you're running, right? Like, come on. What else did you expect was going to happen?
Was there a lethal here?
Not a guaranteed one, I don't think.
No, probably not. Okay. Well, this does look like Sunni has put it together, Sottle, right? He was impressive against Maxi. Maxi was also impressive, was his problem in that one.
Yeah, take the face attack. Yeah. Either it goes face and you have lethal, or it trades and you trade. And absolutely fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine either way. Oh! Oh! Oh, the Soothsayer nearly came up so clutch. Hang on.
Go on. What's he looking for?
Soothsayer again? Soothsayer again was lethal, right? Because he just gets 2 more acupunctures, and the Soothsayer would have cost 2?
But he has to not die himself?
Oh shit, yeah, no, you're right. You are absolutely correct.
I am definitely right. He would need the Taurus, right, which isn't the priest card that redirects the damage. The one that redirects the damage. The Demon Hunter one.
Okay, nice.
Wow.
Nice celebration.
So he couldn't get that.
So is there any other method? So you needed 8. Is there any other method from the Priest Hero Power to be able to get 8 damage there? Even if it involves, like, the next card in your deck, can you get another Soothsayer?
Oh,
draw
can you get
one card?
Zephyrus?
Possibly. You don't have enough mana then for the outs, though. So so you're saying if the top card of your deck was the Zephyrus instead of the Acupunctures, right? So you then have 2 Zephyrus in your hand, but then you don't have the Acupunctures. The Zephyrus costs 6 of your 7 mana to be able to play in that spot anyway.
Too slow.
I don't think there were any outs, but I think what was really important is that Sunni did not take any face damage by swinging into a minion with the weapon on that turn. Because you could have had that motivation, right? You could have thought, well, 13 might as well be a million here. And then there was a 3 health minion on the board that you could have swung into with the weapon, and then the 5/5 goes face most of the time, and you're just feeling like really comfortable from there. Manages to dodge giving over even the smallest out to Disdemon. Because yeah, apart from momentarily forgetting that Acupuncture isn't just the most broken card in Hearthstone, just deals 4 with no downside. I can't think of another out that you would have in that position, even under the condition of the Soothsayer, which is a very, very big deal indeed. So yeah, impressive series from Sunni. Glad we got to see some Warrior. Glad that the Warrior picked up a win and didn't just go out with a whimper after all of the hyping up we've done for it. And there you go. There are your advancing players out of Group C. Maxibon and Sunni, I think both deserved progressors, I would say, from what we've seen. I think Maxibon in particular, performance of the tournament so far with that Warlock, absolutely fantastic stuff. If we see a better game in this tournament than that Warlock Death Knight game, we will have been in for a real treat. And I think, yeah, Sunni, minor discrepancies aside, I think probably had the higher quality of play out of the remaining players that we saw in that group as well. And
yeah.
Go.
Just to hype up Sunni a little bit more, as he's just won, qualified for the top 8. In that game against the Warlock, I felt that he had a really good grip on like 90% of what Maxi was doing. And only Maxi's going to have 100% grip of that because he's played the deck 1,000 times and knows it backwards. And I felt that Sunni actually, he was holding dirty rats for the right things, he was doing things at the right time that made sense, and we could see the hand, but Sunni was doing it blind. I think he understood the mission.
So the question, though, is that, and again, this is super nitpicky, right?
I know what you're going to say, but go on.
If we're going to get into the weeds, let's get into the weeds. He did hang the Nomelia out there, which then became the win condition from the Bob when Maxi otherwise didn't have a win condition that we could see left in the deck. So
but
you'd have to get really deep into it at that point to start thinking about those kind of things. But, maybe that's the level it takes.
But he did play around sort of Bob, kill Jaden sort of things. Okay, he didn't draw kill Jaden. The way he was playing, trying to hit the Bob with the dirty rats, he was clearly aware that he needed to hit the Bob. That sort of thing was going on. Mm-hmm. He was aware of lots of the ways that Maxi could try and swing this match back into his favour. So I think he played his part in Maxi having to really get through that one. Whereas on ladder, if I'm Maxi's opponent there, Maxi just goes, "Oh, this is the win condition. You've just given me it." Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
Okay. Well. That was that group C. Still one more group to go today. But first, Hearthstone, the Lost City of Ungoro. The pre-release is coming up, and the pre-release cards are on sale now at playhearthstone.com. So have a look round, see what bundles you like, and if any of them interest you, how about pick them up? They're usually the best value of everything you can do, apart from the mini sets.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the, speaking of mini sets, it is one of the great things about Hearthstone now is that we get constant shake-up. Since the introduction of mini sets, like the meta gets shaken up so often, whether it's a patch, it's a mini set, it's a full-fledged expansion like this, there's always something new around the corner ready to shake things up. And I'm very excited to be revisiting Ungoro. I think the original Journey to Ungoro was one of the most fondly remembered expansions for a variety of reasons, I suppose. I'm not sure who's dropping the rap this time around. I don't know whether it has to be me, but we can we'll make something happen.
You have threatened this rap for like 10 years now.
It's true.
And the
but
one time we nearly got it, Raven had to do it.
Slissa, I think, actually, wasn't it?
Slissa had to do it, yeah.
It was Slissa,
she did well as well.
TJ was trying to get me to write his for him if he lost, but Slissa actually lost, which is absurd that Slissa managed to lose to TJ in like a test of Battlegrounds knowledge, but hey, there you go. Point being, go get yourself some pre-orders and so on for the new Ungoro expansion. I'm sure it's going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, but what also is going to be an absolute banger is this Group D with Furyhunter and Ryan still to come. So let's take a short break, get Group D set up, and we'll see you in 5.
ready to get going with Group D very, very shortly. I'm Raven. Join me for this one is Edelweiss, and we were just talking before we went live there as to what ways can happen where all of the casters fail their predictions, because unfortunately both of us are out now, the Disdemon's gone. So yeah, a little bit rough, but we're hoping everyone else fails just as hard as we did. But so far though, another great day of Hearthstone. I think again, just the variety and the actual, you know, game to games are actually have been really, really interesting. So it's been great to see so far, but we still have a whole nother group to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sottle has kind of had it easy so far, but
as he always does, to be honest.
but we get to cast his pick here in Furyhunter. There's only a deck list different between Fury and Gaboumme, but we should be in for a great one. You know, all of these players just top notch, and of course for a winner's match we expect that.
Yeah, and we can see it on the side of the screen there as well. You can see the top 8 really starting to shape up now. So this is just going to give us more of a glance at what's going to happen tomorrow when we go through that top 8 in the single elimination. But before we get to that, we've of course got a few more spots to fill. So let's take a look at Group D. We have Furyhunter and Gaboumme, of course, is the match that's going to be coming up next. Those are the players who won against Definition and Ryan, which means we do have that elimination match after this one, which is going to be that Definition versus Ryan. Ryan being Lorinda's prediction, so we'll see. This group's going to define a lot in terms of the caster power. We do see the double ban for Paladin, so again, both players having just slightly different lineups, but deciding to get rid of those Paladins, which means we're going to have Druid, DK, and Rogue going up against Rogue, Priest, and Druid. That Priest being some of the aggro priests that we've seen throughout the last couple of days.
Yeah, I feel like lineup wise, I do lean Fury as Sottle has selected, but picture wise, I mean, come on.
I mean,
look at Gaboumme.
It speaks for itself.
Yeah,
looking at that, it's just look at Gaboumme. I'm not even looking at Gaboumme. I'm looking at Ledogo here. Which looks fantastic.
And the French region in general has always represented very, very strongly, and yeah, if Gaboumme is able to win over Fury, and Fury loses and Ryan loses, that is the only way that no caster picks make it into the top 8.
Yeah, I like the way this opening has gone from us, talking about the players of the decks to like, how can we make the other casters lose? Has been a focus of our conversation. But yeah, we are going to see the Paladin bans, of course. A big question will now, as normally is the case in these scenarios, will the DK get a win? Will the Priest get a win, right? That's normally what we look at when we look at these sort of near mirror matches. What are the differences in the decks, and what's going to actually make it over the line with those differences? Do you think the Priest is going to struggle here? We've seen Priest not really post the best results over the course of the past couple of days, unfortunately. Do you think that's just going to be the weakness for Gaboumme in this matchup?
I think it could be. I mean, we said it's from matches we've witnessed and a little bit of looking at the brackets, it's like 1 in 5. So it's really going to have to prove itself a little stronger here. I think it really comes down to getting those hands where you have Papercraft Angel and the Imbue going for a couple of turns in the early games. You're really able to cheat mana and flood the board very, very quickly. But we've seen how even Druid can sometimes deal with those early boards with a little bit of spell damage, Seabreeze Chalices. I kind of feel like the one you're looking to get it through on is Rogue.
Yeah, I think overall, just looking at how everything's falling now, is that Gaboumme might just be hoping that Fury's Druid doesn't sneak by as well, right? I think that's the one that could be a little bit weak to just the lineup overall. Unfortunately, that means it could include a mirror match, which you've got to just throw your hands up and hope for that a lot of the time. So we'll see how this one goes. It does look like we're getting a Rogue from Furyhunter versus the Druid from Gaboumme. But looking at this list, of course, it's the Rogue list. We don't have to go too much into it. But looking at the player Furyhunter has been, honestly, for me, one of the best players in the world for like some of the longest time, I would say as well. I feel like he's been around for such a long time, makes massive impacts, you know, when he's really focused on the game. And you can see, of course, they're second place at the 2024 Hearthstone World Championship, which is just getting to Worlds is an incredible achievement. Fury nearly going all the way. We'll be looking to change that this year, no doubt. So fantastic player, and especially for me, with decks like the Druid, like the Rogue especially, I think that's where Fury really excels.
Yeah, I mean, you saw there D6 Warlock and Garrote Rogue, both you know, very high APM decks, very skill intensive. The cards kind of followed suit in terms of Octobot and Field Contact, so very in his element with that deck. Very different Rogue deck here in terms of Gaboumme's favorite, the Keleseth Rogue, which was much more of sort of a traditional aggro deck in terms of, you know, playing minions on curve. I think later you had the 5-cost spell where you would draw your entire rest of the deck.
Yeah, it was very much draw Keleseth was a lot of those decks at that point as well, wasn't it? It was like, so do they have it on 2? Yes, yes or no, and see how it goes. But yeah, both players really strong. I think just from a pure player perspective and like say career, for example, I would just have to lean towards Furyhunter because he's just proven it over and over and over and over again across many years. But Gaboumme definitely no pushover whatsoever. In terms of this matchup though, both decks have the ability to be extremely explosive with their turns, and as usual we'll be looking for some of those key opening cards for both players, right? We've got the location for the Druid, there's a lot of that, and then of course some of those card draw heavy openings for the Rogue as well.
Yeah, I think the Rogue, like, it can go off on 4, but usually does so a little bit later. When it is a race like this, yeah, you're gonna be keeping Webweaver in hand. You're gonna be, you know, trying to make sure you've got your Eat the Imps, because it's the cheapest way to just start drawing very quickly. Yeah. And Gaboumme, yeah, hoping for the tree for Amir Drasil.
Yeah, the usual. I'm just scanning the deck list again just to triple check. Like, again, the problem at this point in, you know, we're on like the 4th group over the course of 2 days, is we look at so many deck lists, I'm like, I'm just going to triple check there's nothing really sticking out. But in terms of the 2 decks we've got coming up right now, they look about as standard as you are going to get. I would say both lists are like the lists to go to. So yeah, everything looking pretty standard so far. Let's get into that game number 1. We've got Furyhunter on the top on the Rogue, and Gaboumme on the bottom with that Druid. Not the best openings for either player here so far.
Yeah, Maestra definitely not a keep. I think it is sort of last-ditch effort area when you actually do play Maestra. Phoenix is sort of more a card you want to draw into later, whereas the Webweaver is more important. So yeah, it looks like the full throw from Fury. Gaboumme, I think you're basically looking for locations, right?
Yeah, for me, I'd look at Revelation just because I just like card draw, but that's if you really want to keep something. I think generally speaking, it did look like a full throw, and yeah, Gaboumme kind of rewarded for that with I would say a dramatic improvement on the power of that opening hand. Even just having Dollhouse to just throw down on turn 1 is well worth.
And especially Dollhouse into Bottomless Toy Chest. We've seen that pull Amir Drasil a couple times today. Meanwhile, Furyhunter just going to get down this Mauler, recognizing the value of chip damage.
Yeah, I'm just saying, well, if you're going to use removal to get rid of it, then that's less burn damage later on, right? So pretty likely it's going to stick around. Gaboumme does have the option of activating the spell damage for the draw. Could also coin into Living Roots if he really doesn't want any shenanigans, because that is a card you do not want to see, for example, like Shadow Stepped or anything, right? It is one of the decent Shadow Step targets.
Yeah, for sure. Although I think with this hand, maybe you're looking to preserve that coin to get Incendious out a little bit earlier. I was curious if Gaboumme would go for the ramp there, to maybe try and, because I think one of the ways you can win this matchup as the druid is to sort of turbo Incendious and then use those eruptions to clear after the rogue has done their big pop-off turn.
We see Fury looking like he's almost agonizing over these turns, and it's kind of interesting. On one hand, you're like, it's turn 3, there's not that many options. What are you agonizing over? But Fury's that type of player where, like, after this match, no matter what happens, he will no doubt be going over every single detail of every single turn to find out even small different ways he could have potentially changed his play to improve his outs. Whether he wins or loses, honestly, it's not like, oh, if I lost, I'll look at it and great. But if you win, I think it'll be exactly the same. We are going to see another, of course, double discover here, going with the Ethereal from Gaboumme. Just having a ton of value. Like, it definitely feels like card draw's not going to be a problem for him going forward.
Yeah, really gonna be the mana available, and with Innervate and Coin, that'll help, one time to get over the edge. But I'm curious when Gaboumme will sort of pull the trigger here, whether he is gonna wait to sort of get out that Incendious or just use it with the Oracle.
Look at this draw, actually. Not bad at all. Fury now having double Web Weaver. Does have Phoenix in hand as well. Missing a Shadow Step for anything truly devious, I think, so far. But still pretty decent draw, considering there wasn't anything else really available that turn.
Yeah, I think next turn is the turn Furyhunter is gearing up for. And yeah, no ability to have played Incendious for Gaboumme, so it's going to come down to Ethereal Oracle, Dollhouse, probably Seabreeze Chalices, but sort of dependent on what gets drawn from the Oracles. But here we go.
Oh, early Asteroid. Yeah, here come the Web Weavers. Prep, not a bad pickup either, actually.
Yeah, being able to, prep coin on your own Phoenix, get a couple more cards, and print a little bit of mana.
Manager, backstab's available as well. This is going to start getting a lot of work done very, very quickly.
Yep, each backstab represents another 2 cards.
This is rogue, right? Like this is
yeah.
Draw cards, play 100 of them, done. That's your turn.
Yeah, now this is rogue gaming, exactly.
Exactly. Nothing actually amazing from all this card draw right now. Obviously, it's just drawing cards is extremely strong, do not get me wrong. It does have the coin, or coins now for Incendious, and Furyhunter just saying I'm just going to draw my deck and then build up for the finish in the next couple of turns. But nothing huge as of yet. But again, double Shadow Step.
And I think you would still like to get
there we go.
Giants in play. Okay,
yeah, that's what we were waiting for.
Yeah, we got one out,
Number 802,
and
welcome to the
I
collection.
think we got one out.
Yeah, almost certainly. It's not in the hand anymore, right?
Yeah, did the coin so as to not burn, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, really good turn from Fury, honestly. That was a bit spicy, especially because the longer you're not hitting the thing you're aiming for, the more difficult it is to make sure you land it in these turns, right? So Furyhunter down to a casual 6 cards on turn 5. Not bad at all. Gaboom's now going to have his fun with plenty of spell damage. Only a little bit of mana, though, but it's probably going to have to be a swipe in some respect, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, 3 spell damage. Getting the extra Innervate to go with the swipe is actually a huge deal because you can use both of them. Swipe the giant. Lucky there's only 1 giant. Swipe clears up all the little things, and then you can Chalice to clean up the rest. So actually able to get the clear here because of those 2 spells drawn from the Oracle.
Yeah, the difficulty, I think, for Gaboumme is because everything's gone on this clear, the maximum spell damage, basically everything's got, and the locations will be on cooldown next turn. Well, Furyhunter's got a few cards in hand.
So I didn't see this. Actually, giving the extra spell damage is enough to just get the swipe to 8.
Yeah, we saw the giant burnt there, and I do wonder at this point, is this... Probably feels safe here, but Fury did have an option to shadow step if you just wanted to go, you know, be ultra safe. But I think you just want the plus damage effect, right? And just say, you know what, you've used the spell damage. I hope you don't clear it.
Yeah, no chalices spent though, so those will be able to get used. Can actually play a Mirdrasil first and then go all in on the chalices. But it may just be, depending on the draws from Fury. I think it's just enough damage because Moonstone Mauler with Thalnos is going to clean it up. You have the ability to step twice and then Dubious Purchase.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well, right? Like the Incendious, you do look for Shadow Step sometimes with that card, but having the second Mauler with double Shadow Step available is just that. It does such a similar job, right?
I'm waiting for no one.
Yeah, Gaboumme doing everything that they can do here to hang on, get the board cleared as much as possible, but Fury just basically has the whole deck to work with because there's so many eruptions right now. So it's probably going to be double Shadow Step, and then there's even Eat the Imp, right, with the Phoenix.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Thalnos, Eat the Imp.
Cheaper.
Yeah, on the Phoenix, done, yeah. Looks, I'm not one for maths, believe it or not, but this looks like a lot of damage with no minions on board to soak.
Yeah, and that is an advantage of the Incendious, right? It's not like Gaboumme was putting a bunch of stuff in play, but there is that ability to say, okay, well, the eruptions will, you know, clear all your minions, whether or not they get to stay in my deck to use the spell damage, and then I get to make sure these asteroids go face. Not even getting the Thalnos out, actually, just to make sure he can draw his entire rest of the deck.
Yeah, there's just so much that's just fine with this turn, and Furyhunter there. I think we just got a view of Rogue doing Rogue things, right? I think obviously Fury played very well. The end of that turn, sort of, he ended up being in an awkward spot. The giant coming a little bit late and ended up burning the second giant. But the setup just shows that, like, you know, Fury's probably played that combo 8 million times at this point, right? Of just the setup going for the initial heavy card draw, then going into the asteroids, as well as the Incendious, of course, pushing out the final damage. And Gaboumme just couldn't get hold of really the ramp or a good time to ramp. I think it was an option for one of the Discovers, but he chose not to take it. But didn't really get to ramp up too much, didn't really have access to a Mirdrasil too early. So yeah, just kind of got left in the dust there with how fast Furyhunter got through the deck.
Yeah, I mean, the Discover picks were go with the flow, and then, and that was over ramp. And the second one, I forget what he ended up picking. Oh, he picked the Ethereal Oracle, which made sense with sort of the line that he was already on, but I was a little surprised when the offer was go with the flow versus ramp, and it would have been right on curve to play the ramp. Sort of was expecting the new heights, but I think, you know, these players, knowing the decks in the way that they do, I would sort of trust Gaboumme's judgment.
Yeah,
no,
it's
I need
tricky
to
as
draw.
well. It's tricky as well, isn't it, right? Because like with the go with the flow, there's just options based on what Furyhunter does. If the giants come out early as well, you've got some options there. It's an incredible amount of spell damage for not really a lot of commitment sometimes as well. So yeah, definitely a tricky one there for Gaboumme, but plenty more of this matchup to go, of course. But that was just the way you want to start a match if you are Furyhunter, right? Is just lock in Rogue, do almost like a paint by numbers of what the Rogue deck wants to do, lock in the win, move on to game number 2 as we get into it, as Furyhunter jumps over to the Death Knight.
Yeah, not quite the Q order that Gaboumme is wanting. I think he wants to repeat what Furyhunter just did, but as we've seen so far today, Rogue has not gone well when faced up against Death Knight.
Yeah, I think it's just it's the double whammy of the giants and boards Death Knight can deal with, because it's not like Rogue's making countless giants, right? There's 2, and then that's your lot. So it's not tons of waves of minions, so Death Knight has enough clear often. And then also, what we saw then with the asteroids and obviously the damage with asteroids Incendius, Death Knight can just heal through or get max health range to help with that as well. So it becomes a lot more difficult for the rogue to just say, oh, you kind of have fixed health to an extent. I can just always deal that damage without some really powerful setups. Obviously, it is doable. But even stuff like this early leech, it is actually quite annoying, right? Because outside of backstab, Gaboumme doesn't really have a great way to deal with this.
Yeah, exactly. You know, backstab, also a tool you use with the Phoenixes to draw more cards, so you're sort of okay if they use it. And yeah, it forces just a dagger play instead of the Moonstone Mauler, lets Fury play this Soulbound Spire, kind of any odd minion pressure you can get down in the early game as the Death Knight, I think just makes it that much easier.
And even that, like, that is a good turn from Gaboumme, right? Being able to just coin out, but that means the coin is used. Yes, there was good card draw, but it does just reduce some of the plays a little bit. And Fury just gets to keep on going.
Ancient of Yore offered for next turn.
Not the doubling, though. Not the extra version, right? Ooh, gotta keep an eye on that one. This is the thing that can get a little bit tricky when you're the rogue, at least in my experience. I'm not as good as these players, of course, but it does or can feel pretty bad. You know, when you're getting beaten up early and you've had to have a couple of your first few turns feel a bit awkward. It does feel a little bit dicey because, you know, Furyhunter, not super ahead, but does have some pretty threatening minions, has a starship starting to be built already. We can see the Ancient of Yore just sat there ready to go as well. And because of that Poison Breath Keep, also found Wild Pyro and the Moon as well, which means like just ticking all the boxes you want to ensure that the game doesn't run away with the rogue too fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if you already know that you have the clear for the Giant's turn, you're sort of halfway to winning. Because,
you're feeling very happy, right?
Yeah.
Well, Gaboumme now gets to go off a little bit here with the spider. And plenty of card draw. Double Mauler just in hand. No Shadow Steps, of course, but still not too bad at all.
Yeah, one step used, so there's still potential to draw into it. And yeah, actually getting the Thalos out this turn, saying, well, we're gonna draw enough.
Yeah, Phoenix is kind of Shadow Step, right? sort of. So yeah, it will do enough, at least for now. Asteroid's going in. If there's no further Shadow Step, though, that is a... oh, there we go. I was going to say, that is a limited number of meteorites, right? It's not like it's, you know, the huge numbers that Rogue can get to sometimes. But yeah, picking up that other Shadow Step now, shuffling even more in, is about as good as it's going to get for Gaboumme. But not getting the Giants low enough has got to feel a little bit disappointing, at least.
Not getting the Giants low enough and not actually drawing more than one asteroid with the Thalnos out is pretty tough.
Fury not got any great way to clear this board outside of Pyromancer, which he probably wants to save. But he also does want to kill this spider and probably the Thalnos, right?
Yeah, there's potential here for like, you know, Dirty Rat and then doing the Pyro Poison. It's a bit of an awkward spot to be in because you want to save the Pyro Poison for Giants.
Yeah.
But you don't super want these to stick around. And then again, life total's high enough you can just say, if there's no Giants, fine, keep doing your thing. I'm at 51.
Yeah, also as well, with the Shadow Steps gone, this turn in terms of additional card draw can only do so much, right? If you look at board space, because I think that's important, there's only a 3, well, it was 3-2, now 3-1 on the board. There's not that much to trade away this board into, so there's not tons of board space. The Shadow Steps are gone. So I guess, yeah, Fury's saying, you know what, I've got enough health. This Ancient of Yours still down, doing some work with the armor. I'll just be fine. And because the goal really for Fury now is, well, as long as I don't literally die this turn, he can heal a lot of this up with the Pyro if he wants to. Because these minions aren't going to get cleared, right? There's nothing to trade into.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, in some ways, the Thalnos was representing the most potential damage.
Yes.
Just by virtue of the spell damage. So, yeah, this is Gaboumme's rapidly drawing through the entire deck. I almost wonder if at this point it's not even that worth doing all the draws, right? If you like maybe want to give yourself more time to try and like maestra into an out.
Yeah, it's one of those weird situations, right, where drawing cards is great normally, but the problem here is this is what I would call effectively chip damage, right? Even though it's a lot of damage, it's still kind of chip damage, and all those asteroids are gone, and then Fury can just heal it back up, and then, well, you've not got any more in the deck. Then you're relying on Incendius, or as you said, the hero, of course, from Maestra. So it's just a bit, maybe, I'm not saying this is easy, but maybe it was maybe more of a goal to try and do it all at once, right? Get Incendius down and then try and just hit like everything at once to try and do it in one go. But that is extremely hard to do in the first case, so maybe Gaboumme's just making the best of a bad situation at this point.
Yeah, and Fury taking advantage of the full board to just play a Dirty Rat that pulls nothing. 2 mana, 2/6 taunt.
Yeah, I feel like Fury is just channeling Yarla approach here of, no, I still don't need to pull the trigger on the AoE stuff, right? I don't need to clear the board yet, don't need to do the big heal, because after seeing that many hits from the rocks, then it's just, well, now the damage is even more limited, right? Without the Incendius being down yet on that turn. So yeah, still plenty of time for Fury to sort of restabilize almost on demand. So uses that time to get the Starship piece down, to get the Rat down. It's not too bad at all.
And the more minions are in play, the more life Fury can sort of gain back from Orbital Moon on the Pyro.
And it's interesting, right? Because at this point, at least from what we can see, it's not like Gaboumme can not play minions, right? Because if I'll just trickle some minions out against Death Knight, well, you're never going to win then, right? Like, you're never going to kill them with just a little bit. So the Giants have to come down soon, because the longer they don't, Fury will just can just take hits from these, like, little, the Phoenixes and stuff, right?
Yeah, I think Gaboumme is sort of hoping to draw out the clear. There's probably a sense that,
though, right?
Well, I think there's a sense that, okay, there's probably one clear, because if it was Corpse Explosion, it would have been used already. So it's got to be Pyro Poison, and there's got to just be one. Although with these two minions in play, you get to clear up the Incendius without having to do any work.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, because the Incendius is just dead on board, right? To double trade, done. That happens, or can happen 100% of the time. And then I think Fury just says, okay, have you 2/2s. Like, whatever. Like, I don't think that's worth committing the Pyro, right? I think that's the worry, and I think maybe a Giant had to come down to at least make something happen, because the only real threat is already dead.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And look, he just doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, look, when your opponent is so close to fatigue, right, and you have 11 damage showing, you're at 40 plus life with more armor in the defense
this
crystal,
AoE is going to proc the Arcanite Crystal to give you the armor to sort of regen some of the damage from the eruptions anyway. So it's no spell damage, as you mentioned earlier. The Thalnos long gone now.
I'm almost out of cards. I'm out of cards.
It's just, again, I'm not saying this would have made a massive difference, but if there was one Giant down, I would say that Fury would have had to at least kill the Giant, right?
Yep.
And not been able to push so much damage. What have we got? Gul'dan, Alec. Oof.
Yeah, none of these heroes are really able to go the long game.
Even Reno's a turn away, right? I would say, Reno generally might feel like the best sometimes here in situations like these, but it still would be a whole turn away as well. This is brutal.
Yeah, I think the premium pick is really Deathstalker Rexar. You have some ability to get like floppy Hydras or something that shuffle into your deck. I don't know how often that gets you there versus the plan A, but at least from how we've seen these games go for the Rogue, I almost wonder if there's a world where you just say, hey, I'm going to be Shadow Stepping Maestra. I'm going to get 3 heroes from the past, and sometimes you can get these chains with the heroes where it's like, well, I've got Cariel for this weapon that I take half damage and I can swing every turn. I've got, I don't know what other passive things are, but if you can like an end on Deathstalker Rexar, maybe you guff, right, for 20 mana somewhere in there.
Sure. Yeah, and build some nice beasts, right?
Yeah.
With that much mana. Now, this is the real gameplay we need to see going forward. I'm down for that. Yeah, now there's still a giant held here, and obviously Fury won't know which hero's been picked up. But, like, now Fury can get the big heal if he wants. Yeah, and there's the Pyro, makes sense. Then he'll have the Starship follow-up. Now he does have the an additional AoE, but now is when he wants that to check it, lock in that health, right? As full a board as you're going to get, heal as much as you can, basically reset the board, except your opponent doesn't have a deck anymore, which is, you know, pretty good position to be in. And just like that, Gaboumme just pushed out of the game. And again, I think Fury just getting through it, right? Just doing, like, just basically showing us how every single deck should go when it wins, right? Of just doing all the good things so far with the Rogue and now the DK. And Gaboumme, I think now he's just in a terrible spot because Druid for Fury has 3 goes to get 1 single win.
Yeah, it has felt like Druid sometimes is sort of the weak link of these decks that we've been seeing over and over again. But that is 3 games that Furyhunter has to draw a Mirdersil. So
I just think it's difficult. Oh, go on.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's difficult to, you know, it may be the hardest one to get through, but if you have 3 chances, you're pretty likely to get it through.
Yeah, 100%. And we've only had the 2 games we've just seen, which have been pretty quick, obviously. But I feel like Fury is just getting it done. It seems calm, seems just hitting all the right turns, keeping pace. I think holding on the AoE, considering he kept the plague right at the beginning of the game, holding on as long as he did, being confident that the damage was never going to get there any earlier from the Rogue. I think Fury, you know, is probably feeling pretty good about his even his chance in the whole tournament if the games keep going like this, because this is just a simple, good Hearthstone right now from Fury. So Gaboumme is in a really rough spot and has to pull something out of the bag because the previous 2 games, maybe not even necessarily 100% Gaboom's fault or anything, but it just seems he's just been a bit struggling to keep up. Really, because like I said, Fury's just been hitting every single time so far. So gonna be a tough one, gonna be an uphill climb. Just taking a quick glance at make sure I've got the right list. The Fury's Druid. Oh, that perfect timing. Never mind, I can look at it right in front of me. It's here. But yeah, as I said earlier, pretty much just the spell Druid, right, that everyone's playing pretty much card for card. So again, pretty standard deck here, but one I think suits Fury. We've seen him now do the sort of big pop-off combo turns with the Rogue. We've seen the sort of control style with the DK, and I think it's only going to be a matter of time till Sottle gets to brag that his prediction is going to do quite well.
Yep. Really, the flexes have been, you know, Oaken summons, whether you run that or not, go with the flow, whether you run that. Some people have done the extra draw in, Burn Down. Mm-hmm. And I was wondering if this might be what Gaboumme starts with. We haven't seen him run this deck yet, but I think one of the reasons to bring it is to try and beat down a deck like Druid, if you can do that very, very quickly. So we'll see if he's able to pull it off here.
Yeah, we've, you know, pick order's been a discussion throughout the many years of Hearthstone, especially in Conquest. But I do think potentially for Gaboumme, this is just a reset pick of just okay. I've had 2 games where I've basically been dominated, for want of a better word. So I'll go the hyper aggro priest going up against. I know the matchup. It's going to be Druid. let's just get a win under the belt, or, you know, try to with one of the better matchups, I guess. Get the win under the belt and just sort of forget about the 2 previous games that happened, right? And I think it might be one of those choices, you know, instead of maybe, okay, we'll play the Druid Mirror, because that's one that's got to happen. If Gaboumme wants to win the match, get that out of the way, see if that works. I think this might be just one of those mental reset picks and say, I'm just going to punch him in the face and hope it's good enough, which Priest is very capable of doing, as we were touching on earlier.
Yeah, certainly a mirror is not where I would want to start a potential comeback.
Blaze would start the mirror. Bring back Blaze. But yeah, here we go. Getting into potentially the last game of this match if Furyhunter keeps going how he has been. But Gaboomme's got plenty of fight left in him, as we've got this Priest with a pretty solid opening. I think I was talking about this with Sottle earlier on when we cast Disdemon, but Papercraft Angel is just such a great card, right? I feel like it just opens up the start of the game for Priest. If they can get the hero power, obviously.
There was a time before, you know, Raza got changed back when we had Reno, where people thought, oh, maybe we can get sort of a Raza deck similar to with the Shadow Reaper Anduin thing, where you refresh your hero power, it costs 0, and you're using the Reno hero powers over and over again for damage. That did not manifest, but Papercraft Angel has now finally gotten its time to shine in terms of ideally being used with the imbue hero power for Priest, but sometimes even just healing minions back up in the early game can be quite useful in and of itself.
And he does have 1 into 2 into 3 options, or maybe even to 2 into 2 again, because obviously the spirit sort of works with Papercraft Angel as well, right? In a sort of the sort of buddies there as 2 drops, but not a bad opening at all for Gaboumme. Fury, on the other hand, not so great. Missing a dollhouse to the extent where I wonder if he's going to go fishing early or wants to save this coin. Just because Woodland feels like it would be very valuable in the early game here.
Yeah, Dollhouse can really turn around this hand. I think waiting another turn makes a little bit of sense. You know, there's the risk if you just go for Chalice to try and hold off additional minions, where you then just get that healed up. But now he can use the coin and clear up both of these minions, guaranteed, and potentially put Gaboumme in an awkward spot. You know, you'd love to be able to do it with the spell damage, but I think you're okay being able to have the clear for the minions that would be the most damaging of the game.
And now Fury just trying to fast forward the game in his mind, right? Saying, hang on a minute. Yes, clearing the board's fantastic. It's a minion-based aggro deck you want to clear, but will the coin pay off more later? After some quick analysis, Furyhunter decides to commit. And I think I agree, because he's got the heal there as well, right? He gets the heal back from dealing with it that turn. And also, a lot of the time, you just want the board clear, right, against this deck. Just don't let them build up a massive board, especially if you don't have spell damage swipe available.
Yep, now the file is there, but that is not doing enough damage again without the dollhouse. Probably just get a toy chest to look for it.
Ooh, okay. Got dollhouse.
Picks it up. Yeah. Can play it this turn. Set up for... Let's see. I think the way this would work on next turn is you could activate dollhouse. Woodland goes to 2, and so if you file something, it'll be free.
Meanwhile, Gaboomme's just gonna pile on the pressure here.
Relax your mind.
No improved hero power yet, though.
This fire must not burn again.
He's got a bit of a chunky one down, though, with the 4/6. It's gonna be a little bit annoying for Furyhunter to deal with, and he's gonna be able to chunk through some of these taunts as well, potentially.
Yeah, and getting down that huge pile of stats, very important, because Chalice is a good clear insofar as you have enough to clear everything, but it gets a little bit dicey when you have to start hoping for the right hits.
Yeah, and was this double file? Yeah. This is really nice here for Fury. Again, not really having the best opening, but the fact that he's on 26 health and is clearing a chunk of this board, or a chunk of this aggression so far, is pretty good, I would say.
Oh, Jug is a perfect pickup here, though, to be able to clear both of those taunts.
Hey. Oh, right. Yeah. For a
Yeah, each of
second,
these-
my brain didn't register the double. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, each of them are both pirates and undead, so you get the double buff.
Yeah, that's huge.
I mean, I think that, barring whatever is drawn next turn, I think maybe that Jug just saved Gaboumme the game.
That is, Furyhunter was banking on soaking for a turn, right? Having those taunts require multiple turns worth of attacks to fully clear away, and that Jug just, yeah, I agree. I think saved the day here for Gaboumme, because without being able to actually clear them, the damage is just delayed so much, and it now has helped by Gaboumme a lot because Fury's turn was kind of rubbish, right? It was just ramp hero power pass, which isn't great, and we can see the follow-up isn't that much better right now with just Incendious available.
Yeah, that is I believe 2 left in that Seabreeze Chalice, which is 6 damage spread across the board, not really doing too much unless Fury can pick up a swipe here.
Just a casual Wind Fury, as you do.
Yeah.
The Doom Hammer, what year is it? That's what, 23 damage this turn? Sorry, not 23, what am I talking about? 18.
Yeah, 18, and taking the opportunity to silence the Overzealous. Swipe is the pickup, though. That's pretty massive. I think that gives a full clear.
Yeah, it should do, right? The 2 Chalice.
I think that was
The Dollhouse is a heck of a card, isn't it?
Yep, I think that was the best draw in the deck, barring perhaps Bottomless Toy Chest into Swipe.
But now, the real weapons here to play. Doomhammer go.
Maybe,
Probably not going to happen this turn, but still, I want to see it.
I think it might have happened, but the imbue kind of changes things.
Yes, yeah, 100%. But because of that swipe, Furyhunter now does get to at least go for the sleep next turn, right? Like there's at least some light at the end of the tunnel, maybe. Whereas without that clear, that game was just over.
And Gaboumme deciding, you know what, I'm going to commit the mana now, just kind of get that clock going. Kind of puts the pressure on Fury. Overloaded for 2 next turn.
I think the question is, do you draw first? Like, do you go draw and then probably go into armor for the rest? Or do you just commit triple armor? Surely you draw with this hand, right?
I think given that Fury is not running, the extra draw spell in Burn Down, that it does have to draw at least once.
Ooh, is it draw again? Oh, no. Oh,
No, you've got
that can't
Oracle.
be.
Now,
I was just thinking about, what about draw, refresh, you draw the other dollhouse into Woodland.
that's too risky.
But that is maybe a stretch too far.
Yeah, you're happy with Woodland for next turn, and I would guess it is gain 10 armor now. He might be debating refresh, Oracle, Seabreeze. Oh, Oracle and yeah. Okay, Oracle and Tots. This stops the Doomhammer looking for
That's huge.
Oaken. Yeah. This is well spotted. It also means that, if the Oracle sticks, he gets to, keep the engines going. And we haven't mentioned it, but because it was the pirates for Gaboumme, he's taken a lot of damage. Those pirates, any damage they take, you take as well.
Yeah.
So the swipe was
The
also
chalices
getting
as
some work
well.
done.
Yeah. So the swap's gonna happen.
Yeah, the brain masseuse.
Acupuncture's gonna finish it.
Oh my goodness, wow. What a close game.
Down to the wire, the exact damage. Fury can't believe it. And there it is, yeah. Oh, I missed Fury's responses on camera. It was making me laugh, very entertaining. But Gaboumme gets to fight back, does get the win with the priest. Such a big win there. Again, the series is still going to be an uphill climb, but as I said, I think the mental reset after the first 2 games was vital for Gaboumme there. So I think this is now, you know, wipe the slate clean to an extent, got the win on the priest, and he probably able to refocus a little bit better for the next 2 games. So really good job there for Gaboumme. Bit of a weird game state. I think the spot from Fury was very good, but the health swap combined with then the final 4 damage is just a rough one there for Fury.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important to note that this priest deck is the kind of resource generation where, you know, warlock, you always say tap first to see what resources you have, but because of the recent change to the priest imbue where you're only offered a playable card, it means that you often, particularly as an aggressive deck, want a hero power at the very end. So you see there, with no mana remaining, Gaboumme is guaranteed to be offered just 1 cost cards. And that is a much smaller pool to pull from to try and find that acupuncture than, you know, would be the case if you were digging at the start of the turn.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's just good knowledge of the deck as well, right? Just knowing what your outs are in certain situations. Because that hero power can just be a bit tricky to learn sometimes, right? Because it's playable with the reductions as well. So that gets a little bit funky sometimes. But yeah, it's pretty solid there from Gaboumme. We're going to dive straight into game number 4. Fury, of course, on the Druid again. It's his only deck left. Gaboumme going for the Rogue now. So again, could be a little bit difficult, but it looks like Gaboom's probably saving the hardest matchup till last, which is the Mirror.
But is it matchup or is it just the most coin toss?
That is the hardest matchup to me, yeah. It's like, I think I'd rather play as the Rogue than a Druid Mirror, honestly. Maybe that's more of a mental thing for me than anything else, but Mirror's always the matchups I want to play the least. Maybe that's just because I'm bad. Maybe I'm just, you know,
oh no,
haunting myself here.
I'm right there with you. I do not like a mirror match, but whether it's, you know, specifically the hardest, you know, data-wise, if you assume you're as good as the opponent, then it's just.
That's my problem. I do not assume I'm remotely as good as Fury or Gaboumme here. Gaboumme getting off to a good start though. Does have a Web Weaver, already got the 1-drop down as well with another one in hand. There's Eat the Imp too, so we can kind of tick the card draw box, at least initially here for Gaboumme. But I can see a tree on the horizon in Furyhunter's hand.
It's true. It's not going to be coming out early, just on turn 4. So no, none of this. What is it? The mana storage card. The actually, I guess I don't even know if that's in all the decks.
I don't think he's running it. What, Trail Mix?
Yeah, Trail Mix. Yeah, so no, I guess no innervates would be the cheat out here to get an early Emergicil.
Still though, new heights into the Emergicil, pretty nice. Again, when I play Druid, I'm always a little bit sad if I can't get location on 1, right, with the card that I've talked about a lot, and now it's just completely blanking on me. The Dollhouse.
Yeah.
I'm always a bit sad that I can't just turn 1 Dollhouse, because it feels like you feel set up for the rest of the game then, don't you, as the Druid. So a little bit unfortunate there for Fury, but again, having a Emergicil just available is absolutely fantastic. Get that pressed as quickly as possible.
Oh, little extra armor.
Little bit of armor as well, yeah.
Meanwhile, Rogue.
Let's have Oaken next turn as well.
Rogue, just 15 cards deep.
Well, it's just the usual.
Yep. Starting on turn 4. Turn 4 pop off.
Rot number 802, welcome to the collection.
Now, this can be a bit risky. I think you're not necessarily able to get the Giants down every time here, because it is just 1 Web Weaver. There's less mana to work with.
Was there ever a world
Oh,
where...
no.
Oh, no! You can't do that. Oh, no. There goes a giant, and that's, I think, changed a lot this game now.
Yeah, it's...
I was going to say, before the giant interrupted me, was there ever a world where the minion should have gone into the artificer here? Because and you just say, I'm not going to absolutely max draw and actually just try and kill it, but I guess not here from Gaboumme. But being a giant down is huge.
Yeah, and a step used for, you know, reducing your next combo here. Yes, it's an extra draw, but it's one fewer that you can spend on Moonstone Mauler. Yeah, being down a giant just means Fury only has to remove one, and usually the advantage of two here is that, okay, maybe they remove one, but the other one will stick.
Right. And that's actually quite a lot of resources down. Obviously, Gaboom's just hyper-accelerated the card draw, which is the goal here for him, of course. But like you said, dropping a Shadow Step and kind of dropping a Giant, right, because it got burnt, is like you losing that. Those are two very significant resources in the deck.
I would guess that the intention here is, you know, next turn you use your O Manager. Yeah, the other thing, like you said, this Artificer staying up, representing some extra armor that maybe just didn't need to stick around.
Yeah, it was just I just don't know if Gaboumme could have just been a little bit less all in on the card draw and just killed the Artificer and had a little bit more control, because that's another burn. It's a wisp, it's not the end of the world, but it's still not great. And the Artificer's still alive. So unless there's a Dubious here, or I guess the old manager being used on it to clear it up this turn, but it's 6 armor might not end up being a big deal, but with the resources already blown that has already happened for Gaboumme, it could end up being a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, I expect to see the O Manager so you can coin out Incendious next turn. And then we're doing, you know, maybe one of the Maulers here to get out both Phoenixes. Oh, just going all in on the Maulers.
Yeah, I think at this point, Shadow Step's not going to be used for anything else, right?
I think it's just a question of when, right? Because if you want to sort of... Okay,
You stack all the damage, right?
So stepping it, but not replaying it.
Yeah. So there's Dollhouse. Is available. Oaken Summons is going to do a similar job, though.
Yep.
True arcane magic. How enigmatic.
One of the most satisfying combos for me. Yeah, there. It's just the Oaken Summons into the Ethereal, into the Beals.
Yep. And yeah, you know, Amir still going there. Refresh 3 mana, get more 2/5 taunts.
I think this is a May as well situation for the taunts, right?
Yeah.
Now that you've seen the Moonstone Shadow Step as well, sorry.
Kind of good nothing drawn there, because yeah, you're all in on Incendious at this point.
Yeah, this was it, right? And this is why the Moonstones weren't replayed. It's just, you need to just front load as many of these spells from the deck as possible and hope it gets enough. You see Gaboom's just like, please, don't kill me.
Yeah, don't kill me, and then also, I think I don't want to draw any eruptions until I have played Thalnos, right? Play Thalnos, play Tainted Webweaver, then you draw your Moonstone. Draw, you know, play Moonstone Mauler, do your draws, and hope that the eruptions hit before the rocks.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just looking because I did have to do a quick lethal check here for Fury because he can trade off the 3/2. There's space for Aulonius, but I don't think so. But Fury's better than me, so maybe he's seen something I've not. Maybe I just can't count. But there's not enough mana to play the file, right? So there just isn't. Was the conclusion I got too quickly.
Yeah, I mean next turn.
Even with the innovate.
Next turn, it's definitely there because of the Mirror Yourself.
Oh, next turn, yeah, it's nuclear weapons next turn level of damage, I think, from Furyhunter.
Yeah.
But can Gaboumme get through this damage? But that armor is stacked up pretty well, right? 50.
Yeah, the real cards remaining are a Wisp and a Preparation, and I think Gaboumme wants Preparation off the top.
Okay.
That's pretty
a
good.
big deal.
That's
that is a
pretty
big
good.
deal.
And actually,
Naturally drawing is huge.
I almost wonder if it's better to play the Maulers later, like after you get another eruption hit, because right now the probability is such that there's more rocks than eruptions. Did go face though.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
He's got one real card left in the deck, but it doesn't matter, right? Because he's got second phase. Oh my. Okay. Yeah.
I genuinely don't think it's enough, but it's closer than I think Furyhunter would like.
Yeah. I just don't know. I've got no grasp on whether this is enough.
No, they're all 3s, right?
I'm almost out of cards.
Oh yeah, that's a good
Out of cards.
point. He could he have drawn the eruptions first and then done the... Was there any of the meteorites that hit the minions?
There weren't.
Oh,
But-
okay. Did they all go face? Okay.
They happened to go face, but that was more luck than anything
Well,
else.
they could have. Yeah. It could have gone wrong. Yeah. And as far as I can tell, this is 8 million damage.
Yeah, exactly. You go with
This
the flow,
is-
double dollhouse,
Yeah.
file plus sleep. Just
Everything.
the
Just
works.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Well played there from Gaboumme. Fury definitely feeling it towards the end there. There's nothing quite as scary as being 2-0 up in the series and then watch it and potentially slip away. But Furyhunter held on, got the job done with the Druid, and that is going to be a victory to Furyhunter. Really great series. I do think Furyhunter was a very much deserving winner there. I think he played a lot cleaner. I think Gaboumme made a couple of missteps throughout multiple games. Honestly, we saw a few burnt cards that it's hard to keep up with rogue turns, especially because the player is playing them faster than we're seeing them, of course. But there was a few burns going on there that I'm pretty sure didn't need to happen in a perfect world. Whereas I do think Fury played extremely solid Hearthstone as we are used to seeing. So yeah, really good win there, 3-1 with Fury. We didn't get to see the Druid Mirror in the end, maybe going forward and for the rest of the day. But yeah, what a great series overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gaboumme will be taking a look at that last game just to see if there was... Anytime you're just 3 points of damage off, you go back and wonder, okay, could I have gotten that somewhere? Maybe if you do clear the 1/3, right? That Arcane Artificer that gained
Sure.
Fury, at least like 6 armor. I think when you're expecting to connect with giants, maybe that seems small, but then burning a giant, it just sort of compounds.
It's the problem, right? Because I think it was it? I can't remember what minion was traded, was pushed to face, but it was either 1 or 2 damage to face, or it could have gone the Artificer, and if the damage to face was less than the armor gained, then maybe it would have worked out a little bit better. But that's for all the pros to go over in detail, no doubt. Probably everyone already watching it already has opinions, which is fantastic. But we can see it Group D and Furyhunter 2-0ing out of the group. A bit of a stressful end of that series for him there, but now can relax until tomorrow. So huge congratulations to Furyhunter. But of course, we do have the rest of the group to go through. We have the next matchup we've got coming up, which is going to be Definition versus Ryan, which I believe I am casting with Lorinda, as far as I'm aware. So that'll be fantastic. I'll have maybe an hour or so of Lorinda tell me how broken Hunter is, and then we'll see it 0-3 maybe, who knows. And then the winner of that will then go on to face Gaboumme for the final player to make it through, not only through Group D, but also the final player to round out, I don't know what direction I'm supposed to point now, the top 8 you could see on screen. So there's just that one more spot left. We've got 2 more matches coming up for you, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. back, everyone. We are ready to get into our next match of Group D. I'm now with Lorinda, who's our resident hunter specialist, taking over from my old job, I guess. Ready for our next match. We were just talking then in the crossover, but how's the day been going for you, Lorinda? We've had some pretty nice matches so far today.
Oh, so good. That first match of the day was spectacular. People should watch it, even if they have seen the result. Like, it's just a thrilling match. Broke my brain a little bit, but I understood what he was doing mostly, so that's good. But Maxi just showing how good he is, and Sunni putting up such a good battle in that match. It was just such a good match. But the rest of the day has been interesting too. We're seeing a lot more variety in lineups today, which is not always necessarily my thing, but I know it's what everybody in the whole world wants, is to see lots of different decks and matchups. That's what we're seeing here. Hunter as well. It's happening. It's happening, Raven.
Yeah, and also we are getting very close to filling up this top 8, right? We've got 7 of the 8 players now, with Furyhunter making it through, being the winner of Group D, but we've still got one more player that can make it out, and we're going to see which player, unfortunately, we're going to be sending home after this match, and the winner is going to go on to face Gaboumme in that final match of the day, of the decider match there. We've got Definition versus Ryan. We've got some interesting lineups here, because on one hand, we have a pretty standard lineup plus Hunter from Ryan, and then on the other, we have, Mage, Warlock, Druid, and Rogue from Definition. So we've got a bit of a couple of wild cards across both sides here.
Yeah, Definition of the lineup sort of discussed in length really earlier. It's not the same decks, but the same pattern of sort of crushing 2 lineups together, with the Warlock and the Mage on one side, and then the sort of Pirate Rogue and the Owl Druid on the other. Ryan going with the 4 best decks. So
I feel sad that I think it's took 10 years or however long we've been doing this for me to be not fully behind a Hunter deck, especially a single Hunter deck here, because normally it could be anything Hunter and I am in. But I'll confess, I've played this list a little bit, and maybe I'm just unlucky, but it just does not work for me in any way. So I think it's the first time in my long Hearthstone career that I don't feel good about a Hunter list, regardless of its performance. So we'll have to see how it goes. But yeah, a couple of interesting choices.
Somebody who's
and I'm casting
the idiot about it. He loves the deck. Like, the reason I picked Ryan to win this tournament was because I had to. Because I spent a whole week telling everybody who would listen they've got to bring Hunter this tournament, and Ryan's the only person who listened. So, gotta go with him.
Yeah, I'm sure the viewers will back you up as well. So
I'm sure
we'll
they usually do.
Raven,
for what I've seen in chat this weekend, they usually do.
Of course. So we are going to see the double rogue bans as well. I think that's fairly straightforward. Although I will admit, the bans have been a little bit more variable than I expected them to be going into this tournament. They weren't quite as narrow as I thought they were going to be here, which is kind of cool to see as well, because it just opens up some different matchups. So we'll see how this one plays out, but trying to remove your Hunter bias, again, words I never thought I'd say to another human on the casting desk, but trying to remove the Hunter bias, do you think one player has an edge over the other just in pure lineup that we've got now after the rogues are banned?
I haven't seen enough people play enough Warlock to really have the best of feels for how that matches up, but I would imagine that Ryan is in a decent spot here. Sottle's pointed out the Definitions lineup does target the DK, and there isn't one. That's always a reasonably bad start. I'm not an enjoyer of this mage in general. I think that it struggles a lot. I played Hunter against that, and as long as you don't make something too big in the middle turn so they can gain all their armor back, the Hunter's in a good spot there. Again, I think the Paladin's just shown as it's really, really good, and it is just an Owl Druid, right? Which is, again, just it's a free win if it matches up against the mage.
Yeah, I think for me, with Definition on the mage, as you were just mentioning, a lot of it is I focus on what matchup the mage hits. Right, because I think it's very important, because I feel like Mage versus Paladin is the perfect matchup to just hit for Definition, get the Mage over the line against the Paladin, then you can forget about it, right? Then your job's done for the match. So that's going to be at least what I'm going to be keeping my eye on if the Mage ends up getting played, what it actually hits against. But as we can just see now, it looks like we are going to get a Druid Mirror going on here. So I'm just
this is huge.
triple check and glance over the Druid decks, as we can see now on the screen, of course. But I think this is just it's just the mirror, right? Which is going to be as often the case in Conquest. A lot of the time, these mirrors can be the defining factor in who gets that huge step ahead in the match.
No, this is super huge, though. I will argue strongly that Hunter is favoured against the Druid. That's one of the reasons I wanted to bring it. That was kind of one of my primary reasons for bringing it. The Druid can win. There's ways the Druid can beat the deck. Even if the Hunter gets a good start, it can happen. The Paladin, we've seen, loves playing against this Druid. So if Definition loses this mirror, he has got to take on one of those two and probably have to beat the Hunter to get through with his Druid. So this first game is very, very much, it's not do or die, but Definition will feel really bad if he loses this one.
And that's kind of cool to see, actually. Greatest Hearthstone achievement, qualifying for this tournament.
Yeah, it's nice.
And again, we went over it yesterday, especially at the start of the show. I'm sure it's covered. We've talked about it on and off anyway. But it is a very good achievement to qualify for this tournament. Although there are multiple routes to qualify, it is extremely competitive and it's so difficult when you see the likes of like Gabby back-to-back first places and stuff. Like, you've got to go up against these people who have been doing it for a few years and have been the best for a fair few years as well. So yeah, it is a huge achievement to all the players to even get to this, and I have no doubts we may well see a good chunk of them in the next Masters Tour as well. But yeah, cool to see there from Ryan. One of the, I'd say, like, when we look at a lot of the other players, one of the newer faces to the sort of general competitive Hearthstone scene overall.
Oh, absolutely.
As well. So yeah, really cool to see that that is appreciates the achievement of even just getting here. So great to see. But I do agree. I do think this Druid mirror, and we've kind of talked about this across other lineups as well and other players, is even though Druid's good, we all know Druid's really good. It's a very powerful deck. Getting it over the line seems to be a bit of a common occurrence of what seems to be important for each of the matchups. It is one of the decks that's been discussed a lot of, well, if the Druid gets a win, then they'll be in a good spot, right? As opposed to some of the other decks.
A bit of a victim of his own success, I think, going into this tournament. I think 6 or 7 days ago, people were touting Druid as kind of unbeatable, kind of the best deck. I know Sottle was always on the Cycle Rogue train, but a lot of people were saying that they think Druid might be the best deck. And then, of course, then when you're building lineups and you start to say, well, Druid's the best deck, everyone's going to be Druid, then you start looking, well, what beats it? And then suddenly you end up with a lineup that we've seen with the Paladins, with the Cycle Rogues, with the Hunters, with, I must protect maybe one band on the Paladin, and off you go for the Druid as a counter to that. Ryan knows what to do.
I spot a tree.
But yeah, it's largely a victim of his own success, I think. Yeah, Ryan has the tree, and Definition has nothing.
Yeah, this is going to be a full throw, and I imagine for Ryan that's a full throw except from the tree, of course. And yeah, turns out to be okay.
Yeah, you absolutely want the dollhouse the second you've got the tree. You really all in on finding that mana, because you know you're going to get the cards. Then you just need to get that spell damage, and off you go.
Well, I was just saying to Edelweiss as well when we were talking about Druid, I feel disappointed every Druid game I don't play Dollhouse on 1, because it just sets you up for the rest of the game so well that it's, even though it's not the end of the world not to play it on turn 1, I think just when you have it to just go turn 1 Dollhouse pass, you're like, yes, this is going to be a good game of Hearthstone. But getting new heights available here for Ryan off that draw, going straight into a Madrasil and being able to hold that coin is huge.
Yeah. Now he also gets to, well, he gets to do so much stuff here. You always press the button, because then you press your third button that 1 turn quicker as well, just in case people are wondering why you don't hold it ever. Oh my goodness. Oh. He's got to go with the flow as well for next turn.
True arcane magic.
Definition going to respond with not quite a tree level time here, but does have the Ethereal to draw some cards at least, and get rid of the Artificer as well.
Yeah, it does more than he probably realises he did. All he wants to do is play a spell so he could draw his cards, but actually it stopped Ryan from playing Go with the Flow, double Woodland Wonders.
Right.
Or Go with the Flow, more likely single Woodland Wonders and look for cards. Or all of them with a coin. I mean, it's really made a mess of Ryan's turn.
Yeah. Is it just it's tricky, right? Is this just hard cast woodland?
I think it is, because then next turn you're probably going to have something to go with a flow on.
I think it's either that or discover, right? This could be discover, see what's going on, and then go from there.
If you get the Wonders stick, you can double discover next turn, or discover with to get 2 cards.
Well, I was just thinking if you discover a dollhouse, you can still do the woodland, right? So but there's ups and downs, right, to all these plays. That, like you said, I think the removal there from definition really put a dent in this turn from Ryan.
Yep. So he's just not going to panic. He's just going to take it nice and steady, which is something I was advocating yesterday for a lot of these decks, even the Rogue deck. You do have a little bit more time than you think. You don't have a lot of time with any of the decks in the mirrors at the moment, but you do often have an extra turn to what you think. So just taking stock and going is fine. I'm also curious to see if he just coins out Incendious next turn and says you can't kill that.
Yeah, true. And yeah, I think that's pretty good. We were talking about other plays that could be made for like the long shots, but it's important to remember, yeah, Ryan has a Murdrasil and definition does not. So you're already that step ahead, right?
Yeah, I don't think you could out the Incendious. It's too risky that you draw some of the eruptions where you're this far in front. So you probably don't do it, but it's tempting. He will probably just use the toy chest, look for stuff, draw 2 cards from the location, then something will happen, and then he'll play the rest of his cards.
There's also a ton of just good natural draws from the start of the turn, right, that can dramatically improve his turn. That's not really one of them, though.
No. It's a very good card in the context of what he's trying to do, but I imagine he just plays the toy chest now. He might be tempted to Woodland Wonders, go with a flow and get double toy chest, but I think that's too convoluted. I think you just play it and see what you get.
Yeah.
I think he's so far in front. Like, Definition has nothing on the board at all, so Ryan's going to feel so far in front, he just don't want to risk the eruption thing.
Yeah, I think Ryan doesn't... It might feel good to be greedy because of a Murdrasil, but I feel like it doesn't have to be that greedy. Like, I think just discover first and go from there seems fine. On the other hand, he might think that because Definition's not done that much, if Incendious comes out and there's removal spent and a turn maybe spent dealing with Incendious, is that also just great? Right?
He can put the go with the flow on it when he clicks the button as well to play the Beatles. Someone pointed out.
Yeah.
So he has got the extra spell damage on there. Oh!
Okay.
Yeah. Insta hit 2 of the eruptions though.
Yeah, but I think he's in a position where it's not the end of the world, right? I feel like the eruptions are just bonuses at this point. I feel like he's so far ahead that, you know, he's like an Apollonius away from a good time, right? Like,
I mean, he's going to get some chip damage in as well from these minions, you would expect.
And he held on to the double discover, which he can, I'll say, very likely do next turn.
And it's getting less important now he's got the dollhouse anyway.
Yeah.
He's going to get 7 in there. He's going to draw a load of cards.
This is just, and then on the flip side, Definition's just got a whole lot of nothing, right? No like game progression cards, let's say. There's a lot of the spells, a lot of the removal, a lot of the damage, but not actually any way to progress his game plan, which is a little bit unfortunate here. Not really a way to fight back properly, and this game could just be slipping away from I mean, arguably a few turns ago, honestly, but I think this Incendies play was actually really nice.
I think the turn is what he's doing here. Chalice, try and kill the Thalnos, and then just get out of the turn and hope you draw sleep next turn. Keep these 2 innovates just in case. Thalnos just won't die.
Oh, is it gonna go? Oh my lord.
What happened there?
Wait, one more. Hey!
Got it.
Didn't hit
a... Thalnos, you're not wanted.
Yeah,
throw all these drinks at you until you leave. Oh my god.
Yeah, now it's just press buttons, I think.
I think you... Oh, what do you do?
Maybe is it summons? I'm just thinking if you go in Dollhouse, do you need or want to press it this turn when you could press it next turn and line it up with a Madrasil?
I actually think that the turn is just Dollhouse. Spend 5 on Woodland and just hit them for 6 and have a load on the board for next turn and just go
Sure.
off next turn. Unless there's a
I
lethal
can-
here already, which is possible.
I can
Remember,
see
your
that.
Incendius has spell damage.
Yeah, I was just looking at, like, is Oaken Summons too good to not
Actually,
do?
yeah, there's an Open Summons, isn't there? Still one of the things. That's even better. It's better than
But
my play.
there's so many options, and I think it's a stark contrast, isn't it, when we've been talking about Ryan's turns versus Definitions, where Definitions feels like there's no good options, whereas Ryan's arguably got too many good options right now. He's going to go for the play you initially suggested, though. Just play loads of stuff. If it's cleared, it's cleared. Who cares? If it doesn't get cleared, sweet, more damage.
It's for the reason you said. Holding the Open Summons is actually holding another location as well. It's holding spell damage. If you play the Open Summons to start your turn next turn, you get the Oracle, you get another spell damage, and then you draw 1,000,000 cards, and all the 3 remaining eruptions do like 47 each or something.
Oh, look at this from Definition. Just not a lot he can even do. This is miserable, I think. Here.
Yep. Just a case of how you want to.
I'm guessing this has got a lot of lethal outs,
I think
right?
this is lethal. Right? It's just
Yeah,
how
I'm
you
gonna
do lethal.
guess so, because there's still double discovers. There's still cards like File. There's 2 more.
I
Both of
don't
those.
think you even need the eruptions. I think this is just lethal.
Yeah. That's what I was assuming, especially just with the discovers, right? Like, there's still discovers left. There's still mana left because the Madrasil can be clicked.
So
Or just discover again. Yeah.
this is what the token druid, the Disdemon
Yeah, there
deck,
we
however you
go.
want to call it. This is what that deck does. Is it sets up that sort of
Yeah.
wall as a druid, and in the mirror it hits you for some 2s and stuff, and then you only have to have 3 or 4 spells to finish them off.
Yeah,
But that was
100%.
over very rapidly. All of the locations versus none of the locations, and Ryan, in my opinion, is now in a really strong position to go through to the elimination match.
Yeah, we've talked a lot already this weekend about Tree being the card for Druid, but I think that was one of the most extreme examples of one player got the stuff and the other player got nothing, which was a little bit unfortunate. I think Definition had a good, couple of ideas there, but you can only work with what you've got, and if Definition didn't get a lot, then it is what it is. So I completely agree, though. I think Ryan's in a extremely good spot. We talk about it a lot, but arguably more so than the 1-0 lead would suggest. Just getting that Druid out the way. Of course, we still have the Hunter to investigate and discover as we go. But yeah, I think this is looking pretty decent. However, Druid, as you mentioned, still very capable for Definition to get a win. And again, if the Mage can line up well and get over the line, things could look okay for Definition going forward.
Yeah, absolutely possible. I tend to talk in sort of very non-blurred lines and say, yeah, this is going to happen because, it gets the point across better. But all these things, whenever you say in Hearthstone, this is really likely. You're talking 65, 70%. You're never saying, even in the oldest, most impossible winning matches ever, there was always like 10, 15, 20% chances for the unwinnable thing to happen in an individual game, let alone in a series.
Yeah, of course. I nearly said, 100%, and then realised
do
how
it.
silly that would sound. Yeah, 100% agree. But yeah, it's still not looking too great for Definition. I think Ryan as well, just from seeing him play there, had a really good sort of grasp of the match. Didn't overly rush anything there on the Druid. Obviously, it looked quite one-sided anyway, so it's easy to say, oh, yeah, he played well in this one-sided game. But I think, the choices that were made when he had multiple options to go for looked quite good, right? Like the steady, just build the board, not trying to go all in or overly fancy with all the options they had. Gives me a lot of confidence for Ryan for the rest of the series. We are jumping into the next game though, and it's now going to be the Warlock on the side for Definition going up against the Paladin.
Yeah, not a matchup I know much about. I'm not going to lie to you. I meme a lot about not knowing much about some matchups, but this particular one, I'm going to be making it up as I go, so let's have a look how it goes down. The Warlock has decent board clears, of course, and that's kind of the point, but they do take a little while to get going. There's just table flip being the main one, which Definition hasn't kept, so presumably that's not the important thing to do. Obviously, Ancient of Yore, if you don't draw it, the deck is obsolete. But he's looking for other stuff early on, get the 8/8s down and fight back.
I think the problem, and I guess this is kind of the problem with Paladin, let's say, is you only have a finite number of waves of minions, right? And that number is not very high. You've got like, it depends how you sort of separate the giants, but you've got like 3 to 4 pushes maybe.
Yeah.
And a lot of it really does rely on sticking a minion and having Lanissa do a lot of work. And I think Warlock has the ability to not only remove and clear the board, but also defend well enough with, like, when we can see it actually now. There's Bob there, there's Glacial Shard as well, and Paladin can't really do anything against being frozen. And Bob especially freezes the whole board, which makes the Paladin turn pretty much pass, right? Like, yeah, they can play maybe another minion or something, but it's pretty much just pass. So I think this, at least to me, feels like it could be an uphill climb unless Paladin gets going quickly. And this hand, although there is the Libram in hand, isn't really the fastest thing in the world. And I do just want to, again, just triple check the Paladin to just make sure. Yeah, it has only the one Slither Spear in here as well. So that's that, because that's what it looks like. I think it's like the vacation planning instead of the double Slither Spear.
Yeah, when I first played the Paladin deck, the vacation planning was something I just did not understand at all. And it's like, oh, I see. You stick 3 1/1s that no one cares about, and then you play Lanissa and they die.
Yeah.
Your opponent
and
dies,
you
like...
draw cards, right? Which is a big deal because this deck
that's
does
the obvious stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's just a
1/1s
combination of
actually
everything, right? Yeah. In one card, which is a big deal. But it does get hold of the Slither Spear, so not too bad. Can start piling on the pressure now. I think something that can be a bit of a nightmare as well is the Ultralisk Cavern, because it can sort of fight the 2 8/8s you have, right? A lot of the time well, and then trade up versus everything else. So there's just a lot of annoying tools that the Warlock has access to. But like I said, the Slither Spear being down now, there's buffs available, there's pressure, and there is that Lanissa in hand ready to go, as well as the Light Bar.
No location for definition though, which means his his board clearing combo does not exist yet. No Nidus Worm to fetch it with either, so he's going to just do the other stuff this deck does, which is just stop you from being able to do anything attacking wise and draw some more cards.
Yeah, and this is nice. Double Glacial Shard means that this one, the one that was played, becomes a lot easier to decide to play, right? Because you'd normally like to Glacial Shard a giant, Lightport, or something that's been buffed, but this is just fine. This is going to save you a lot of damage. You've got the second Glacial Shard ready to go. Now Ultralisk Cavern's been picked up as well. So there's a lot of good things happening, but I think most importantly, as I'm sure someone will tell me off if I didn't say the words, the Warlock has Ancient of Yore.
Yeah, it's going to be Yore, and then it's going to be do something that means I don't die. Probably not Bob, but Bob's there if needed. And then you've got location clear available to you with the layover. When the Yore comes back, put the Yore back in the bin. That sort of stuff going on.
Yeah. This is a good push, though, from Ryan. Double Divine Shield. Well, triple, technically, on the hero, of course, as well. But double Divine Shield, 3 awkward minions to clear off here. Yeah. So it's as good a push as he's realistically going to get. I think the unfortunate part here for Ryan is no coin generation, right? So if this was Lanissa into, like, even 1, maybe 2 coins, next turn would look fantastic. But because there isn't, it's probably going to be weapon buff.
But what he has done by doing that turn the way he did is he stopped definition from being able to play Yore on 5, which is what you want to be able to do. So he's challenged the right turn and got definition to change direction.
And this is the big question now. What does this turn look like? Because weapon swing, hit face, buff isn't that good. It's not the worst, but it's not that good. But then spamming all these buffs without Lenissa seems illegal, honestly. So I'm not sure that's possible. So this is a bit of an awkward turn, even though Ryan's put himself in a decent position. Because on the other side there, we can see there's Ancient of Yore and Glacial Shard for next turn, right? Which is going to be a pretty big deal. And it looks like Ryan is going to commit at least some of these buffs.
Yeah, he has a decision to make and see how he feels it looks in 2 turns' time. These buffs, of course, making it so that, okay, kill my really, really stupidly big thing, and I'll sea shunt it.
Yeah.
You know. Whereas if he did nothing, then everything was going to be a lot more awkward for him.
Yeah, I think just judging from Definition's actions on camera, Definition's probably feeling fine about this. Because, like I said, the yaw into the freeze is pretty nice. The Ultralisk Cavern is procking away, you know, ticking along. And it does have a consume as well, which is a huge deal. Has a heal 8 proc the Cavern, which is massive. Obviously, your Eternal Layover, so on, so on, so on. So, yeah, I think Definition is feeling quite comfortable right now.
I think so too. Ryan's seen quite a lot of the freeze. He might be tempted just to say, have another freeze. And just chill and then reload the sea shanty stuff. I think he has to realistically play a sea shanty, but he will be considering not doing, right?
The problem, it's so difficult because with so many cards in hand for Definition, I think if you're Ryan, you just assume they have something, right?
Yeah,
There's like so many things that can go wrong. I like this though, because if this is cleared, there's Lenissa Sea Shanty next turn.
Yep.
Combatants
Here's
Bob.
Bob to hold on to the layover so he can put the yaw back into dormant mode though.
Yeah, freeze again. The Cavern's ready to go as well. And obviously that healed for 8 that turn, so still sat on a smooth 27. Of course, there is still the 13-14 on board, but with the freeze, and this is the problem, with the freeze, what does Ryan do now? And this is the weakness. I played a fair few games against Sottle on Mage, and it felt very similar, where it was like Bob into Brewmaster, into some other freezes. It's just like, well, if you overcommit as Paladin and they wipe your board, you've got nothing left, right? After this Lenissa turn, there's pretty much nothing left for Ryan to push with. So you feel like you make like just hero power pass turns sometimes with this deck.
Yeah.
And it feels terrible.
Just fish a 3/3? Yeah.
Yeah. Does have resistance aura, which is something to do.
It's something to do, yeah. I'm not sure it does anything though, but sure. Yeah.
I think you'll just take anything that makes your opponent's life even remotely more difficult, right?
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, I don't know.
Working out whether he wants to put the 8-8, and yeah, it's if you commit the 8-8 and the board is cleared because there are attacking minions available, you know, Bob, there's the 2-1 as well, then you just feel terrible. So this is going to be a tough one.
It's a mess, I think, right now. Does have the Lenissa Sea Shanty for the final lineup. He decided this is basically representing lethal in the incredible world where for some reason my opponent can't clear this turn. Then sure.
Yeah, this is just Eternal Layover, press the button, and then laugh, probably, is how powerful this turn is.
Yeah, I don't think you're laughing until next turn, but yeah. It's absolutely fine, quite obviously.
Yeah, I don't know. I think with this board, I don't think Definition massively cares what Ryan does.
2, 4, 8, 16.
The sun shines.
So it's just this Shanty and hope. I think this is all Ryan had. Make these 2 boards back to back and hope they couldn't be cleared. I guess he could have. No, I was going to say he could have saved the spell damage, the spell expensive maker for the turn, but double table flip still would have cleared then anyway.
Yeah. Oh, there was the
nothing you
glow
can do.
sticks as well, which I actually didn't really factor in when I was thinking about it, of the glow stick killing off the Ultralisk, so that
Ooh.
definitely does make an impact. I was expecting the Ultralisk to do some of this heavy lifting, so...
Definition did develop a thruster's last turn with the reload in mind. It was pew 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 pew, 3 plus
Yeah,
2.
so much.
Magic number.
Clean kills as well. Yeah, there's Conflagrate as well.
But yeah, he did develop that thruster's last turn. It wasn't just to have a minion on board, it was for this exact spot, because that's the thing he knew that could hurt him.
And now there's what? A giant for Ryan now?
I mean, yeah, good luck from here.
Victory is yours.
Oh, yeah, never mind. I was going to have a look at exactly what's left, but I've played this deck to know. I was just triple checking. But yeah, there's a giant and a dream. And Definition's going to take the victory with the Warlock over the Paladin. And it's just a tough one. Like I said, it's just that Warlock deck just has all the things Paladin doesn't want to see. Has access to some freeze or enough freeze. The AoE and then the Eternal Layover just doesn't care about what health your minions are, right? It just deals with them. And then obviously with the AoE to follow up, of course, as well. So pretty good. Ryan did a good job of putting pressure on the right turns. I think, as you mentioned, putting the pressure on going into Definition's turn 5. That's the sort of thing you need to do against Warlock, but the pressure just wasn't enough over time, and that's the issue. Paladin has like 3 waves, maybe 4, of pressure, and if that doesn't do the job, you're not winning the game, and that's pretty much what we saw there. But a bit of an expected outcome, at least as far as I see it.
Yeah, not entirely surprised again, and the mage may end up being the same thing again when we get to that. We'll have a look. But Ryan only has the one Slither Spear, right? That's a thing.
Yes, unless
So-
I completely whiffed on the list, I'm pretty sure it just had the one.
Yeah. So didn't have that same option to sort of get the crazy start. You can sort of just go double Slither Spear, hit you with some brews, off you go. Like nothing beats that. I mean,
Especially if you have the
it can beat
Divine
that, but-
Shield starts, right? You can start
Yeah.
being really silly with them and putting the pressure on. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit worse for wear. And that might be one of the ways this matchup can play out, where I could actually see the Paladin getting preyed on by the Mage, and then the Druid just pulling something out the bag, right? Which is probably Definition's hope, because this Hunter, we still need to see it. I hope Ryan Q's Hunter next, because I just want to see more of it.
I
See
do
it actually
too,
start,
like-
but
Yeah.
I want the outcome. I think is going to be great no matter what. Either the Hunter just rocks and just demolishes a game, and we're just like, yeah, fantastic, Hunter just doing Hunter things, and Ryan becomes a hero, or we just get to laugh at you for saying how good Hunter is if it gets demolished. So yeah, there's bonuses either way, I think.
The fun bit where Hunter does end up looking terrible is when it plays against Druid, it does make 2 9/9s on turn 4. Then the Druid kills one of those 9/9s with Chalice and some spell damage. And then there's 1 9/9 and no follow-up, and the Hunter's...
And you're like, oh.
Then they play a Woodland Wonders or something, and there's 1 9/9 chewing through these, and...
Yeah, it takes 10 minutes to get an actual hit to face.
Begin.
Here we go, getting ready to go in, and it is actually going to be the Hunter. Hunter on the bottom there for Ryan, going up against the Mage. So, again, what do you think of this matchup? What does I was gonna say, what does Ryan need to do to win? Make big stuff and hit them in the face, but what's Definition looking for?
He'll be looking for ways to kill big stuff. So anything that has the word deal damage on it, he doesn't have the luxury of spell damage that Druid has. So he will be... You only have to kill one of the minions to get going, right? You can start freezing the other one. You have to expect
Right.
9/9s. At the moment, Ryan might not have anything. He's gambled on the bellhop here.
Did get the
If
bear.
he doesn't draw an expensive spell, he won't be able to play. But yeah, Definition will be looking for ways to kill one of the 2 big minions on turn 4, which is the expected outcome, because Bird Watching fetches a Rune Bear guarantee. That's 2 5/5s, and there's usually a buff card in your hand.
And now looking at this opening, there was the cup played turn 1, and there's cups everywhere now. How bad is it, each cup that doesn't hit the bear? Because it's now 2 of them hit the bear, 1 hit the bellhop. Is that a disaster, or is that just okay for now?
If Ryan draws an expensive spell, he wants them to have hit the bellhop
Yeah, to go early.
to go early. But If he doesn't, then he wants him to hit the bear. But no, it's not a disaster.
Okay.
One of the differences with this one to some of the other hunter decks we've seen is you're quite happy to make a big thing, then two big things. That's okay. Ryan's hoping for his 1.5 hits on the bear to get two massive things next turn.
Okay, a
Two
little
of them
bit
missed,
unfortunate, I think there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Because,
okay.
as you said, no spell to follow up with for the bellhop, right?
No skaters for definition, right? Unless I'm not very good at seeing. But they are in the deck.
yes,
I mean,
they are,
in his
they are.
hand. He hasn't
Oh,
got
right,
them in his
I was gonna
hand
say
right now.
I was like,
because he needs
really
them.
isn't playing Sleet Skaters.
No,
What?
he
It's like-
needs them right now.
yeah. Oh,
Oh, 50-50.
I respect it.
I think you do it.
Well, you'd imagine. All I would think is they're only going to potentially get bigger, right? So.
Well, you've seen that Ryan was really happy to play all the cups. So there's a good chance that bear's the only card in his hand.
Yeah, that you would spam because he didn't do the turn 3 thing, right? So like,
Right.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, I like this a lot. This dirty rat has caused problems because a single 9/7, whilst by no means weak, is not really game-winning
But-
potential, is it?
It's not, but Definition's worked it out. He realises there's bad news because something else has been buffed. Now he's got to hope that something else is gilly. Ryan, doing this to push to 9. But 197 is just not horrific. Considering this is what the deck does, 1 minion is not the problem. It's 2 minions is the problem.
Oh, here we go. Pretty reasonable, I would say. Not the best, but by no means the worst.
It was, but we've got the expensive spell. Ryan has been gambling, holding onto this bellhop to try and get the expensive spell to get the full value out of it. And that bellhop is a decent size.
I wonder.
It's really tricky though, right? Because this bear basically doesn't exist next turn, right? You'd say. So you're still kind of on 2 minions.
Well, the bellhop will copy now. He's got the expensive spell in hand.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Like if the bellhop came down, the bear gets killed, so there's still only 2 minions on the board.
Sure.
Just going. I respect it. Now this is Hunter.
Fouls. Okay.
Yeah, I respect Ryan just saying, you know what, ship it all to face and go.
Yeah.
Ooh, counterspell though. Not playable this turn.
I don't know. I think I like the bellhops more, but maybe
What,
Rising
than
Waves
the
numbers
Hoffer?
don't work out well. In fact, they probably don't. He's probably happy doing it this way because the Rising Wave numbers don't work, and this is 3 turn lethal, the way most people word it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this was the worry of, because the bear was dead on board, and if like the minions then get frozen after that, is that just going to be game, right? I think that was potentially the concern. So it was just hope Hero, Power, and Furious gets there before they lose.
I mean, we can see there is no skater in hand. But come on. This is so massive a bellhop now.
It's only 6 health though.
Well, he'll have 10 if you reserve spot it, though. Oh, you can't really. I guess. It's
Well,
1 in 3.
Yeah.
And you can't do anything if you miss, I guess, sure.
And 6, I mean, they're just dead on board, right? That's the problem. So yeah, I was going to say, I think he has to go for it because the 6
Yeah.
health, they're just dead already. Like, they won't do anything, right?
Respect it. It sets up lethal, it protects them from dying a little bit. He didn't want to go for that hero power, Furious Fouls, and just not have to play the bellhop. He made it quite clear he just didn't want to have to play this card. But so if you put 6 into each of them, then your Rising Waves clears, right?
Yes. Yeah, correct. Wow, those numbers line up very well.
They are horrible numbers, aren't they?
And then there's counterspell, follow-up potential.
Yeah.
I don't know if counterspell's going to end up being played, but I feel like you're only a little bit concerned about spells at that point, right? Oh, this is good though, right? Because you...
Sure.
Yeah, this is still fine. Yeah. Because the discover plan might actually change things, right? The 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Runs out on me.
Yeah, this is good recognition. Yeah, gonna...
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Definition's afraid of that afraid of minions at this point, right? So I like the counter spell.
I mean, you're
lock that in.
terrified of Furious Fouls. It ends games in a heartbeat.
Exactly,
so.
yeah. So I like this because you know 2 of the cards are Misha and Leok, right? So that's half the cards in the hand. There's another card. Is it the only card in this list actually? It's gonna. No, it's not. But you know, there's a card that procced the thingy, right? The Bellhop.
Yeah. You do know that.
Yeah,
I think
so
I'd have
the
got
counter
Leok,
spell is-
Misha, Hero Power Hero anyway, just to have them there. Because then if your fouls do come down somehow, the Leok might be on the board to buff them. But
Well,
you know,
also
you've
as
got to-
well, you could draw something next turn to break the counter spell.
Exactly,
Right.
yeah. I think I liked waiting just 1 turn there for that reason as well. I think
Because the second that's I guess maybe Ryan was just like, I'm just going to go for it. But the second that's counter spell, you give Definition a free turn because nothing happens, right? You just passed.
yeah. Yeah, I'd rather have just got my minions out and expected them to die, but he might have a plan.
And that's Patchwork again. Okay, and a lot of pressure again though. It's a full board. Does have Bob though, and that's a problem.
Take the battle center, and I take the crown.
So this is why he saved last turn. He wanted to do this and get this board.
Yeah, and suddenly the armor's just creeping up, isn't it? And I, as a hunter player myself, this is the part where you start losing faith, right? When the health starts going in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just getting further and further away.
Yeah. This deck, yeah, I've been the person touting Hunter, so I'm going to continue to tout it a little bit. It is showing that it has a little bit more mid-game than people expect, I think, with this sort of setup. It's not just
I have
play
no
your bear
doubts
on
there's...
4.
Yeah, I have no doubts that people think bear on 4. If that next attack doesn't win the game, you may as well concede. Right, that's what
And to
people
some
think.
extent, you know, that's not entirely... If the Cliff Note version of the deck is that.
Yeah.
But the reality is you do probably get 1 more or 2 more goes at some sort of board.
Yeah,
like some sort of scary
yeah,
board.
some level of push, right?
Yeah, it's not auto-concede if you don't do the thing. Where I think the old version was a bit more auto-concede than this.
Here, though, there's AoE available for the Definition. There is the Photon as well. There's just everything you could want.
And this is one of those games I used to talk about a lot, where if your opponent could just show their hand, now you can pack it up and get on the next game.
Yeah,
So you've got to play on in case he's got a load of rubbish in his hand, because it is a mage deck still.
And also, let's be honest, even at this level, we've seen players break, right, and mess up. So you just play out for that, don't you? When your tournament life is on the line. Remote control, not really what you want to see right now.
Yeah, I think the next question is what do you want to see right now? Furious Vows, I guess, to stay with your Leok?
Well, there is a Shaladra still, so maybe like
Sure.
that plus Huffer, right, for a push of
Yeah.
9. A little bit more actually with the AoE as well. Because that was the only other card. Oh no, there's Death Roll as well, isn't there? I was trying to think what card's Definition, which spell he knew was in hand to buff the previous one. So this could be ruins because he knows Huffer is in hand, or it could be counterspell because spells are the only way he gets back in the game, or it could just be behind door number 3, right? Just the ice barrier.
It sort of covers Furious Fowls and Huffer. It doesn't cover Shaladdersil, but Shaladdersil kind of covers itself as long as nothing too much happens.
You got my fantastic analysis of he had 3 options and he could pick one.
Thanks, David,
So I'll check back in later on for some more top tier analysis for you guys.
You're doing the next videos, the next the Pocket Drain Pizza videos.
Yeah.
And now it's with Raven.
Yeah. Which of these is the best pick? All of them. Next.
Can you pick a card here? Yes.
Wound Prey again. These are just, historically happens with Hunter, right? When you're in the top deck mode and you start, oh, now I'm drawing my 1-drops. Fantastic.
And Explode. He'll probably play on, but he'll have seen enough now. Yeah, okay, sure. Good for you, Ryan.
And that is Mage getting over the line. Pretty big deal, at least as far as I'm concerned, because Mage was the deck. We always talk about this, right, in Conquest, where it's like there's the deck that you worry about, right? Like, get a win with this deck and we'll feel okay about the match. But yeah, Definition getting the Mage over the line, I feel, is huge. Obviously, the Druid isn't just a guaranteed thing at all, but the Mage did terrify me because I just think its matchups are very polarized. Right, I feel like some matchups you feel great because they can get themselves in these positions against board-focused decks where it's just, I'll just freeze and outlast it and you've not got infinite damage or push, so it's fine. But then some matchups look horrendous and you wonder how Mage wins a game. So big win there for Definition, taking the lead 2-1 in this series, but Ryan's still got a lot of game left. My only concern is Paladin and Hunter good enough to beat Druid when Druid gets 2 goes?
The old question, the old tricky math
classic
question. Like, you would have to have the person who's 2-1 up favoured, but in the end, if he loses the first one, he's not favoured. He's weirdly, he's not favoured either. I don't think he's favoured in either of these 2 matchups. He's definitely not favoured against the Paladin. I don't think anyone tested Hunter enough to challenge me properly on it, but I've played the matchup a few times each side, and the Druid can definitely win that. Like, Neems and me liking the deck aside, the Druid can definitely beat the Hunter, but I think the Hunter is a slight favourite just because when it does 2 9/9s, the Druid has to have the perfect answer.
I will say as well, and there's a few factors that can play into this, one of them just being my own memory, which is never a good thing to rely on, but I feel like Paladin has been underperforming. Maybe it's just the games I've been like focused on and casting and stuff, but I feel like it's been a bit underwhelming. It's not looked too terrifying most of the time. And I don't know. I'm most certainly wrong, but I feel like Druid is very capable of dealing with Paladin a lot of the time. I feel like with Paladin, if everything doesn't go perfectly right, you give your opponents so much time to try and fight back and control the few waves of minions that you actually have. So we'll see. Maybe that's just my own bias kicking in, but
no, I've also
Paladin
felt
just
the same
hasn't
with Paladin.
performed so well. At least from what we've seen so far. So I think Definition is in a really, really good spot, but Ryan still has plenty of time to impress us, especially with this Hunter, because how would you have rated that Hunter start, actually? That's something I'd like to know. Like, I'm not talking about like the match itself, but just
the
like
2
the
minion
opening
starts
few
are a bit
turns.
rough.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have kept the bellhop in my opener though. I throw it because if you haven't got a big spell with it, you're just looking for bird watching to find the bears. So I play it differently from turn 1.
Okay.
And Ryan, he finishes top 100 on ladder on a mega regular basis and top 50s. He's super good at this game. So he's probably correct. I'm probably wrong. But I would have thrown away the bellhop, kept the bear. He drew the bear. I would have kept the bellhop, kept nothing. Sorry, and then see where you end up from there. Try to hit bird watching. Try to hit the buffs. Try to hit exactly 1 minion. And I would also have been tempted when he spent turn 3 putting a lot of buffs on a lot of minions. I might have just played the bellhop because my bear was quite big already, and then just play 2 bears the turn after and see if they could deal with that.
Right, okay.
Meanwhile, Definition has a really good hand and a really tough decision to make. Didn't keep the chalice, did keep the rising waves. Again, his plan is to be able to deal with 1 minion. If you deal with both, lovely. If you deal with 1, you're probably fine. Got the bird watching.
Yeah, there's the comfortable start with the dollhouse, though, so spell damage is available.
Job done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is superb because he's got the other bellhop in the spell already.
Yeah. And Chaladrisel's just sitting there, right? So it's kind of all good.
It's all good until it's not. That's the problem here. He's going to play the bellhops. They're going to get rising waves. He's going to play the bellhops again, and he needs to play the wood tray with it. And then he's going to get coin hero power rising waves, and then he's going to vent. If you play the wind play, just play around the second rising waves, but that only forces a coin out for the hero power. I guess you can't get to it. Might be okay, actually. They do have taunt, after all.
Okay, yeah. I was even just... I was doubtful, but I was like, does the wind prey 100% get played? I was pretty sure.
Oh, you have
to. Yeah, there's just a world where it's like...
Get you swiped.
Yeah, even swipe's fine, right? This turn.
I think so.
Like, again, it's that problem, and this is one of the problems I ran into when I was playing the deck. It's like, you saw, again, these are not the biggest minions in the world, right? Of course, I completely understand that you normally try and put down bigger than this, but it's just like, well, if they kill one, I just have like a big dude.
Yeah.
And in the metas where people are dropping 0-cost 8/8s, you know, a big dude doesn't seem like that great in some circumstances.
I think he's going to button Chalice swipe and just get rid of it all and say, okay, now I'll play some Hearthstone, because he then has
very reasonable.
He has Mystic Wizard on 5 available.
There isn't a Chalice. File?
Sorry, did I say Chalice? Yeah, File.
Yeah, sorry. I was like, oh yeah, that would be pretty good actually. And I was like, wait a minute, the card's not there. But yeah, File does the same job, right? Of course. Yeah. Oh.
Alright, he wants to save resources and do it this way.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, you take one swing and then Vista can actually kill one of these anyway, right? But
also, if your opponent wants to put more pressure on next turn, well, they can't, because you're going to do the same play and kill more things. Yeah.
I wonder.
Do it. Do the death roll while you've got something big to death roll. Just do it. Like, everything in your brain screams, I want to Leon here, but this is the best way to get damage to him, pretty sure.
And I think Ryan just has to hold these minions, right? Like, I don't... You need to try and defend them. Obviously, we can see that it's going to get cleared up if and when definition wants, I guess. But you need to try and hope that they can survive for maybe one more swing.
He has got a lot of damage in hand as well, right? We must keep track of that. The Druid only has sleep that and their hero power that help them gain any sort of health at all. It is 14 with, you know, Patchwork Powers represents a lot. Your hero power is 2 a turn. The Great Wolf thing is 4, and then Jungle Gym can be some as well. Like, there's play here.
It's across multiple turns, though, right? If we're talking about hero powers.
But you've got 3 turns, because all of Definition's removal has been spent on hitting your minions. He's a long way from being able to play Sleep. He hasn't managed to get this new Heights cast, so he's not killing you that quickly.
Yeah, it depends what happens next turn, right? Because New Heights next turn then cuts it down to 2, right? Because then they can go for Sleep.
I think so. My instinct here is to play Patchwork Pals, play Misha, and just hero power. But it might be Leok Misha. Might be the play.
Do you not like Huffer to force removal?
No, I want to keep the Huffer in hand because it kills you. If I play Misha, I can attack its force removal because my Misha's going to hit you next turn. And my Huffer's definitely hitting you next turn anyway.
I was just
Unless
thinking
he thinks
Misha
Huffer just
Huffer.
gets there. Sure, okay, sure.
Because Leok, obviously, you know, whilst, don't get me wrong, overall can be a lot of damage. You just play these, and it's defense against rising waves, right? And you still get to push potentially a...
No, I like it. He's low enough that I think it's fine. Yeah.
Oh,
And he did it.
Incendious. That is not it.
Also, a reminder at any point, if he picks up the hounds, he's got Jungle Gym hounds, which is also a lot of damage. So you
Final
can go
Horizon
tracking
Waves,
looking for
though,
that.
is going to get this done.
He will get a reduction next turn with that file with the Vista, right?
Hey,
Oh.
and
Oh, imagine if you kept the Huffer.
oh, some bears.
The bursting shot will go face once, and once only, if you go that route. Play bears and Jungle Gym and press the button. Press the Jungle Gym button, maybe. Oh, press the hero power. Save a bit, yeah.
Wait, no, you need to buff them. Buff the bears, right?
It's bird watching, isn't it? Am I going crazy?
No, it's tracking.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah. So it'll be a cup and hope, right? I guess you've got 2 cups.
No, you just don't do it then, I don't think. I think you take Jungle Gym and then do something else with your other 4 mana.
Time moves quickly.
Because you get to double Jungle Gym, you'll get a lot of damage from the hounds. Oh, this is horrible.
Yeah, going for the jungle gym. What, hero power jungle? Yeah. Looks about right to me.
Yeah.
And because of the removal requirement last turn, then new... Oh, wait. Yeah. Sleep will be playable, won't it? I just realised.
These are random, by the way. He can file himself in the head, yeah.
But he can sleep for 15 if he so chooses.
He can.
Which is a big
And that's
deal.
a problem for...
Yeah. 15
For
is
Ryan.
a large number right now.
I think he needs a card.
Yeah, I could see like draw and then gain 10. Just because there's no more card draw available, right? So you might need to take this.
What's he planning?
Incendious
Oh.
hero power go.
So he's thinking he might be dead. He's thinking that the hound is already in hand. Because of how Ryan's played this turn. That represents 10.
Time waits for no one.
So he's thinking that gaining too much might not be of any use anyway, so he might be trying to skimp on it a little bit and set up lethal for the turn after.
Ooh, okay.
So RC Hound is lethal, right, off the top. It's 10 damage from the Jungle Gyms and 4 from the Great Wolf. He can play both. Oh no, the Jungle Gyms will hit the Incendious, that's why he's played
Yeah, I was
it.
going to say that 10 health from the Incendious is huge.
This is a lot though.
Yeah, I was thinking Furious, yeah. But that Incendious can tank a lot, but it could tank all the Jungle Gyms, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And-
or it could tank
yeah.
none. So Fouls is
Yeah,
8
true.
if you play the Leot.
The problem is, if you don't fouls, like, I'm just trying to work out, like, if you can't reliably do it this turn, what's the setup for next turn? I think that's the problem,
Exactly.
right? There's no good turn now to set up a stronger turn next turn. Okay.
Can
we
I
go.
interest you in a very low chance of just winning the game?
Okay.
He's hovering the button. You can
Yeah.
close his eyes and just keep pressing the button and see if he wins.
It's not looking good, is it?
Yeah.
No Incendious draws either. Can open summons, though.
Can.
Oh, he's just going for that. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay.
Time waits for no one.
Gonna go to game 5, Raven.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough.
Wow.
Great Wolf gonna get the job done with the help of the. Oh no, I was gonna say I thought he had 2 more armor. Yeah, I was gonna say with the help of the hero power, but not even needed. And we are gonna be going to a game 5. The Hunter getting over the line.
Easy.
Both players having to. I was just about to say both players really having to stretch, right, to try and obviously on one hand for definition gain enough health and recover, and on the other hand for Ryan they're just trying to get enough damage through. And I do think it was very difficult for both players. Definition especially had some tough calls to make because the hand makeup of Ryan so heavily defined what Definition was going to try and play around, right? It's like, do I play around this? Will 15 armor be enough? Will card drawing to 10 armor be enough? Do I need to do anything else that's fancy? So it was really, really difficult there. And I think what definitely didn't help was I think at least one of the files went to Definition's own face. And in this matchup, it's like you don't want to take any extra damage,
I mean,
right? Like,
there's
that's really
no
not what
minions
you're
on the
after.
board, and there's 2 faces. One each is fair. I'm going to defend the Hunter because I got the chance to. No, but I will take the opportunity while I'm doing the Hunter thing. Right? Those minions, the starting minion stuff, all got murdered really quickly. And the Hunter has so much burn and so much direct damage capability. That's what won the game. It's like, here's take 6 more, here take 4 more, here's a little board you've got to mess around with. And so for people who are interested in listening to the whiny old man ramble on about Hunter, don't concede when your minions die. Just keep throwing things in the face and see if they
Keep pressing
Obviously, it's a
hero
death
power.
knight.
I will
Yeah.
fight with honor.
Well, let's go to game number 5. It's going to be the final game. The winner moves on into to face Gaboumme for that last spot in the top 8. That's going to be done tomorrow, of course. And the loser is going to be done for this Masters Tour. We've got Paladin on the bottom for Ryan, going up against Definition on the Druid. 3rd time's the charm. Or is it 2nd time? I can't remember now.
Well,
Good start, though, for
Slither
Ryan
Spear.
here.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't hate keeping a lot of this.
My brain went the other way, but yeah, I think you're correct, and he agrees. My brain went with, but I want Brew, and then I just win. But
But think about this opening with coin. It's actually incredible. You just spam the 1-drops.
yeah, absolutely. That's not a chalice in hand. That's a go with the flow. I've worked it out.
To be fair, blue spell is blue, right? Like, it's, you know, it's fine. Life saving as well changes the opening. Just there's a lot of things here that can be done.
I must move quickly.
There's even a world where like there is a world where you don't play Slither Spear this turn, right? But I just can't see it. I think this is too good.
Well,
Oh no,
he's
okay,
in-
it's gonna okay.
in that world.
Gonna do it the other way, okay. It's like there's almost too many options because I was thinking this turn, but instead of obviously the aura that was picked up, it's Slither Spear, and then next turn you hero power, and then do the draw, and then you start just building up the board, right? Which is pretty nice. But Definition did just get hold of a Madrasil, which is a pretty big deal. New heights
It's a
into a
rather
Madrasil
big
is what you want. Yeah. I've heard that card's quite good.
So I think Ryan was trying to get out of chalice range early. He's going to have to wait a turn or 2 for the sunscreens, but I think that was his plan. And now he does have the option to just go Slither Spear Brew. That does still die to chalice though, so I'm curious what he wants to do here. Like, you can't... You don't want to be scared of everything forever, but you look mighty silly if they just chalice you. Maybe you play it on turn 3 to sort of stop them being able to play a brittle, but yeah, he's just doing the play that me and you would make instinctively, which is hope they don't have it.
Yeah. And the problem is, like you said, right? If you're too scared of it, well, don't even put a Slither Spear in your deck then, I guess, right?
Yeah,
If you're scared
Well,
of it
you
being
took one
removed,
out.
like, yeah, why play the 1-drop? So yeah, I think, and also as well, if something gets played this turn, they're not new heights in you, right? It's a
Exactly,
big
yeah, that's
deal.
fair.
I like this play though. If you don't have the chalice, you may as well make it work somehow. take minimal damage here.
And now we're Divine Brewing our own face just to spend mana?
You can see what's drawn, right? If it's going to be hero power draw.
Sure. Yeah, that's okay, actually. That actually works.
Let me think.
Because this hand is sliding towards a Lanissa hand, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's actually going to be okay.
Starting the operation.
Not bad.
Sure. Oh, unchallenged tree, though. Do an oracle or something from this,
Wow.
couldn't they?
Okay, that's a pickup.
Sure.
Yep, that'll do.
Make some little divine shield proccers.
Yep, just more stuff, right? It's not like that's. I doubt that's going to be vital to the win condition later on for definition. You just want stuff to stop them having stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's going to be what is likely to be what I call an off turn for definition next turn, which is probably going to be like new heights and press a button or something, just to ramp up, and then he'll try and get something really good in the turn after with the Amidriso reproc.
Yeah, absolutely. The hand looks really bad for the druid when you sort of don't process it properly, but actually he's close to just going Incendiars, it sticks, sleep, draw loads, blow your board up, game over. I'm not saying he's going to do that because there's a lot of damage can come in from Ryan in the meantime, but yeah.
Yeah, a lot and also not a lot in a weird way, right? Because this is kind of what I was talking about earlier with Paladin. It's like it feels just a bit inconsistent and not like a constant enough pressure. And obviously Paladin can gain insane stats, right, and pop off, but no light bot available. There's this 5/7 and a dream right now to make this work. And like honestly, I could even see a world where this maybe not actually. Does this just get frozen?
Yes.
Just new heights freeze.
But do you want that spell damage for other things? I think yes is the answer. The thing is, last game he chose to eat a whole load of damage and regretted it when he coined out the guy. But this time, I don't think it's the same situation. Taking 5 here and just chilling is probably fine because then you've got to go with the flow for big swipes and Amadrissel's next turn.
I guess next turn could be go with the flow to freeze it next turn and then play Incendius, right? If you knew heights this turn. Because you'll have the refill from the Amidrissel.
He is going to use it.
Okay. I don't mind this either way. I think like this, I think definition had to ramp regardless, and because of that means no swipe. And if you're not swiping, like the rest of the hand, as you mentioned, Incendius, Sleep Under as well available. Like the rest of the game plan is there. You just have to not die, and that's a pretty good thing you aim to do a lot of the time in this game.
Yeah.
And look at this. There's tons of buffs, but just no more minion pressure. There is the maul available to put on some more damage and draw, but I think this might have to start with a Hand of a Doll.
I wonder.
This could be Hand of a Doll resistance or and just press the button.
How low are the lads? How much do these cost now?
That? Let me check.
Well, we're going to find out they're 4, so... it was a rhetorical question. Sorry, I wasn't putting on a rhetorical question there.
Yeah. For some reason, I had my brain on Lightbot cost, not Sea Shanty.
Right.
Everything has a melting point.
Okay.
Push the 2.
Yeah, draw 2 cards to see where we're at. Just going to wait, okay.
Yeah,
so he's intending to win the game next turn.
Yeah, I just think the 2 mana doesn't do enough next turn, whereas with sleep and the refill, and then, you know, I think it's probably going to be way more impactful. I like the hold.
Sure. It's weird,
So I
'cause
think
I
it's-
used to just not be against holds at all, and then I had a series of games where it's not holding here that's the problem, but now if you do need the 3rd press, that's a long way off now.
Well, yeah, that's I fall on the other side where I don't think the 3rd press is going to be relevant in this specific game.
Sure.
I think everything's going to be sort of packed up and decided before that.
Yeah, he does know that he's getting a bunch of 5/5s next turn on the other side, so he wants maximum mana to deal with that. That makes sense too.
There's also resistance aura here, which can go into this turn as well, which is a pretty big deal. A lot of this is going to rely on these incendious procs, right? If they happen or not.
Absolutely.
Because that could change the outcome massively here.
And that is why he didn't push the button. He's got so much draw now because of that.
And there's a swipe as well.
But everything costs so much because this is what Paladin does. This is why Paladin has the edge over Druid. It's this exact turn where they just put all your spells to 1,000,000 and say good luck.
Weirdly enough, wait. Oh, okay. Huh. I was wondering what double swipe looked like that turn.
There's only the 1 spell damage, but it wasn't too bad, was it?
It would clear, right?
Yeah.
And then you know you're getting it again, but then next turn you have all this, but with more mana. And the Incendious. And you don't draw, so the Incendious procs again on the most, right? And then you try and draw the turn after. I mean, this is still fine, obviously. But yeah, there's a lot of routes to go with this turn, honestly. It was a bit of a tricky one with the extra cost, but definition, getting the work done, yeah. And again, this is one of the frustrations with Paladin. If you don't have a minion, you ain't doing any damage, right? Obviously, there's like, managers there, but you've not got any threats without sticking a minion. And definition, now having the 2 swipes still, has pretty good ways to clear some of this. No spell damage though, apart from the oracles, but that's gonna be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, but now he's gonna have a swipe and an oracle to draw some already buffed eruptions this time.
True.
Because it's been played for so long.
And even if there's like a file picked up, that's a big deal as well, right?
Yeah. He's also on the last turn of this nightmare he's facing, so just a couple of swipes and just get out of there, win the turn after the work.
It's got to be Sea Shanty, Manager, and maybe the Divine Brew.
Let's move quickly.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Yeah, get rid of that thing.
Yeah,
not costing you anything. Okay. Double aura, done what you can.
Was that missed hero power potential?
Arcane
Not sure, if I'm honest.
Wouldn't have playing the aura reduced the sea shanty down? If they did it first. Or maybe I
paid
wasn't
one
watching
and
well
maybe.
enough. Okay, there's one eruption. Oh, only 5. Wait, how much damage is this?
Is it there?
5.
Lunessa, manager you in the face twice, hand twice. That's lethal,
15,
right?
yeah, I think that's lethal. Yeah, I just did a quick count. Yeah, the coin opening up Hand of Adal, and regardless of what's drawn, there's multiple coins to go, basically. Not infinite mana, but kind of infinite mana. And I think that is just about good enough.
Absolutely.
Yeah, looks like Ryan is going to be moving on to face Gaboumme off the back of Lanessa. And as we said, with Paladin, you just need to stick minions. And there was only one of those boys left, but it was enough. So congratulations to Ryan as he takes the victory and has his tournament life still available as he goes to face Gaboumme in the next match. So still some work to do, but what a match, and so close as well. Both players being just, you know, a draw or so away at multiple times throughout this series from just having the opposite results, right? So hyper close match there. But yeah, unfortunate for Definition not making it with the lineup, with the mage, with the warlock. But it did end up being the druid just getting just about beaten up there by the hunter and the paladin. Tough one.
Yeah, Ryan knew the matchup. He knew the plan, which is the resistance aura at the right time. Just when your opponent's ready to kill you, it's like, no, I have 2 more turns, thanks. And see what I can make happen in those 2 more turns, and just limp over the line because that resistance always just ties you up so much as the druid. You rely on killing your opponent to beat them, like you don't grind them down is what I mean. And you shut down those 2 powerful turns and just continue to make a few minions, and with Lanessa in hand you just get there quite often.
Yeah, so as we take just a bit of a review of Group D, we see, of course, Furyhunter already making his way through to tomorrow. There is 1 spot left to round out that top 8, and it's going to be Gaboumme or it's going to be Ryan. And we've got 1 more match left of the day, and like I said, that 1 more spot to fill. And it's going to be I'm really excited now that I get to sit back and chill and watch the match, because I think Gaboom's lineup is good, but the play seemed a little bit shaky against Furyhunter earlier on, and I think Ryan's lineup is maybe overall less good, but I felt like his play was decent, so it'll be pretty cool to check out. We are going to go to a quick break while we set that match up. Don't go anywhere, we've got 1 more left today. We'll be right back.
welcome back everyone to our final series of the day. We've got a deciders match in Group Day ahead of you to work out our final competitor that's going to be completing our top 8 bracket. My name is Soto, joined once again by Edelweiss, and you've had a little break, got to sit back and survey the scene of Ryan making it through by the skin of his teeth and Gaboumme falling victim to Furyhunter earlier. What do you make of this series now that we have two of the more unconventional lineups going up against each other?
Yeah, I mean, we say unconventional lineups. These are really just, they've each chosen one deck outside the norm. The other 3 are pretty run-of-the-mill, but
sure.
Yeah, either Priest or Hunter is going to make it to the top 8, which, based on how things had gone so far, I guess today is the first time we're seeing the Hunter, but in general, the Priest has not done well. We'll see between the two which sort of is able to make it out.
Yeah, Gaboumme at least managed to get a Priest win in the win column with that finish with the Doom Hammer and the Vol'jin swap on the taunts and that extra acupuncture damage going through. Very, very tight game against Furyhunter, even though he did end up going down in the series. Ryan, equally close games, just barely getting over the line in that Hunter game. After, Definition perhaps voluntarily chose to take a whole bunch of damage. He didn't necessarily need to get that Vista consolidated down in play, but that's what led these two players to this point. Double Paladin ban, is that what we were expecting going into this? That it has tended to be the ban in like the Rogue Druid Paladin versus Rogue Druid Paladin, but I was wondering whether the Hunter and the Priest were going to have any effect on that going into this.
I think it is still considered kind of the deck of the moment. It can just run away with things very early, and in terms of the Druid and Rogue that each of them have, the resistance auras can be quite a problem. I think not surprised to see for each of them leaving up the odd deck out. So, I think when it comes down to the 3, it sort of has the most annoying factors in it to deal with.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think I've been honestly. So I don't like the Hunter. I don't really respect it as a bring, but actually, having watched Ryan in that series, and Ryan being a completely new player to me, I have very little criticism about the way he played any of those games. I think they were executed very well from his part. I have more criticism on Definition's side, to be perfectly honest. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he can put in another solid performance. Maybe reveal to us that this Hunter versus Druid matchup is actually the king the whole time. This is what you need in this tournament, to have those extra edges against Druid, because it has been a story going into this. Lorinda was talking about this in some length in the previous series, about how maybe 3 or 4 days ago everyone was like, well, Druid's a bring, Rogue and Druid, I'm definitely bringing those 2 decks, I'll work out the rest of the lineup later. And now we've got to a point post-submission where most of the people that have a spell damage Druid are going, this is the deck that I don't feel confident about getting a win with against most people's lineups. And it's just kind of different varieties of where people have gone with those extra decks that can potentially beat Druid. I think we saw some of the weakness from that, but it's worth saying that most Druids in the tournament aren't playing double Rising Waves, which did look like it was going to be the key to victory for Definition in that one.
Yeah, those Rising Waves definitely delayed matters considerably and got him out of a couple of spots that he would not otherwise been able to make it out of. But like you mentioned, the Mista Vista then being a perfect target for Death Roll might have sort of swung that matchup. There were opportunities to maybe be a little bit more conservative. We'll see if maybe, though, someone who just doesn't have the Rising Waves in deck at all just gets overrun. It's definitely a thing that could happen.
Yeah, it's a very volatile deck. It's one of those like very mulligan dependent decks. Lorinda was talking very in depth about mulligan strategies as well, in terms of which minions you want to keep or whether you just want to rely on bird watching, because bird watching is just the dream in general, right? Because not only do you guarantee just having that 1 minion in hand from birdwatching, but you also just get in a situation where it's pre-buffed from the birdwatching immediately, which goes a long way to getting stuff down. But we're going to have to wait a little bit before we get into any of the question mark decks in this series, because we are going to watch one of the most common matchups of the tournament so far, which is going to be Druid versus Rogue.
Yep, and in terms of this, let's see, Ryan, no Rising Waves has sort of the, I think, standard list we've seen. One Go With The Flow, one Oaken Summons. It's got to be the most common list brought. I don't have for sure clarity on that, but it's seemed prevalent.
Rot number 802, welcome to the collection.
Yep, certainly sounds right. Passes the eye test for me. Decision time already for Ryan. Would we like to take 2? You can also just play Living Roots for tokens, which is surprisingly effective in this matchup. Mitigates the threat of dubious purchase quite well, and actually competes quite nicely with any of the early minions that they can play and reduces chip damage.
Time waits for no one.
Sort of encourages them to play out the dagger as well, which, yeah, prevents Mauler from coming down. Just, you know.
Wow, chooses to clear, but does it with the Living Roots instead of the Chalice. Really just valuing the extra clearing power that you get from spell damage with these Chalices.
Yeah, a little surprised by that, but certainly, you know, it would be one used already, and then probably the second being used here, so could play a big role in terms of being able to deal with the pop-off turn later, although that's assuming the pop-off turn comes. Gaboumme is just sitting on air.
Yep, you are entirely correct. 3 completely useless cards, Backstab, Preparation, and Incendious.
And this is maybe an argument for not just running out the 1-drop, right? Because Space Rock Collector, while it can get some chip damage, it can sort of encourage use of some removal tools, I feel like you're expecting it to be dealt with quite quickly, and it is one of the minions that you want to use Eat the Imp on.
Oh, no. Yeah, I take the point, but again, we've had... there does come a point where there's only so many times you can go, well, the rogue just drew terribly from the point of the play that we're criticizing, right? Like, eventually there has to become a pattern where mistakes are happening. But not drawing any other minion to play at all from this point is kind of disgusting. All right,
that pulls a minion, as long as it's not a giant.
True.
Or Master, or that.
No, that's pretty bad too.
Oh no. Are we?
Yep, we're chomping. Oof. We are chomping.
Wow, desperate measures. I think you're pretty happy to see that if you're Ryan.
Oh no.
It's just gonna be Maestro next turn.
Yep. Okay, we've had some stinkers in this tournament, but this is genuinely one of the worst cycle draws I have ever seen in my life.
I mean, Ryan just puts out Incendious, right?
Yes, yep. Double coin Cindy, absolutely. You see the shake of the head immediately from Gaboumme. The Giants are just not going to land this game, and that is really the key to the win condition from Rogue. Druid is capable of being just as fast as Rogue in terms of setting up, you know, straight up burn damage win conditions. The reason why Rogue is so favored in this matchup is that Rogue has a stop on the way that puts like a 25 damage board down that Druid can very rarely deal with. And that's just not going to be the case now, which is very, very depressing if you're the Rogue.
Okay, Lightforge Cariel. That weapon means you take half damage.
Yep.
No way to clear Incendious, though.
Can I interest you in your 3 Maestras plan from earlier? we're talking.
I almost would have wanted to start Malfurion then, because you gain some armor immediately, get a hero power that's gained 3 armor.
Yeah.
Witness
true arcane
It's like Oracle
magic.
Beetles to me. Yep.
How enigmatic.
If you can hit one eruption here, okay, no hit.
Nope.
It gets a little scary now into like a dubious purchase in terms of potentially the 6/5 getting to connect face, which could start to set up some possible win conditions for the opponent. One eruption would have made that pretty much a formality.
Yeah, I don't know. It's looking like Insidious for Gaboumme next turn, but you know, each turn this is sitting there for Ryan is just gonna lead to a more explosive end.
Yeah, 100%. I do like this though. Just remove some like backstab options on one of the 2/5s with the 2/2 and then dubious purchase, and suddenly you're taking 6 damage that you didn't really need to take in this spot.
All right, so which plan? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think what we've seen from everyone today is that there is no respect for a Maestro game plan, and always drop Insidious if you can.
10, 13, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23 with hero power. That was pretty close.
Yeah.
Not sure if Ryan just counted that way quicker than I did, or just has a better vibe for how much damage that was, but did not seem at all interested in firing everything at the face.
What to do?
Yeah! Woohoo! I do wonder, actually, was it possible... No, the Innovate was drawn, right? The Innovate wasn't in hand at start of turn?
Correct. The Innovate was drawn off of the Arcanite Revelation.
Fair. Because otherwise, if you had the Innovate in your hand at the start of the turn, you could have Innovate... No, it still doesn't look like it. Okay, never mind. I'm talking nonsense. Ignore me.
Our hardships only
Well,
strengthen
we're taking half damage, but we've already taken most of it, so...
Yes. So they're
Is it just
upgraded to
full draw?
4, right? The eruptions are on 4, so they'll be dealing 2 each. Seems fine, yeah. Start drawing some.
With the Oracle, you can maybe refresh.
Yeah, it looks like refresh now. Both files gone though. Which doesn't really matter. You drew an Innovate as well. There's 1 Roots left. And you actually, because there's no minion on board, you don't actually have an activator for the Oracle with 6 mana, right?
no
Like
one.
you would need to get to 7 to go Oracle New Heights.
Right. Yeah.
You
no,
can't
that's right.
actually play Chalice, so yeah, you just got to keep drawing.
Could be worth it here, though, to get the Dollhouse out. Yeah, or play New Heights. Look, I'm just saying, we could have, instead of the Insidious, we could have stepped the Maestra, had another hero. Now that we've got the Carrier weapon.
Okay. Please hold. Everyone, please hold. Alright, Blood Mage is actually not a bad pickup here at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is the argument for the Insidious, right? You know, you've got the Eruptions in, get spell damage going.
Drew the Imp. Manager for 0 because of the double discount. That's huge. That gets us a mana back. There's the Mauler with Step. A Backstab can get us the second Eat the Imp from that Living Flame as well. Still with playable amounts of mana. Dubious Perch. Oh, hang on. This is starting to line up.
Wow. I don't know if it's 21, but it is a lot.
It's something. It's only 7, right? There's 6 meteors. You only need to hit 7 things, and there's 6 meteors in the deck.
True.
He finds an eruption.
Oh my goodness.
God's still playable. Oh, the backstab is too late. Not enough mana. Oh, that's so rough.
I mean,
Does
this
he still
is
got actions?
kind of. Oh. There's the weapon attack. He seems to be indicating with the camera that he did get it.
There may be some desync here. I don't know if you've noticed.
No! Oh no! Oh no! Wait. Okay, Thalnos dies.
The Thalnos draws. The Thalnos draws.
Is this ever a draw? Rock?
1.
No!
Oh no!
The Cariel! Wait, the Cariel weapon saved him!
That's incredible! Oh my god!
Oh my goodness.
No way! That is
Wow.
absolutely outrageous! What
I
an
don't think
absurd game of Hearthstone!
I've never seen someone lose the game with their opening draw.
yeah.
Not in fatigue, right? An eruption, clear the opponent's entire board for the most part, deal damage to their face, but because you kill a card, draw a minion. Asteroids kill you on the backswing. That is tough.
It's like one of those really elaborate bug finding videos that you see on YouTube. You ever seen some of those where there's like 2 players in a friendly match and they're setting up this specific scenario where some niche interaction no one is ever going to see happen occurs. They're like, see, look how broken this bug is. That was a ridiculous game of Hearthstone. Gaboumme has had a couple of those, honestly. There was because even in that scenario, when I was saying there was a full board, I'm like, okay, yeah, 7 hits at 3 each will do it, and there's enough in there. But he still hits Eruption first to clear the board, and then all the meteors come out and start going face. And then the pass back into the Eruption draw is just absolutely outrageous to end it all. Ryan taking a real bad beat at the start of this series, but that does mean that the Rogue goes 1-0 up. And I suppose if you are going to try and adjust and avoid tilt and get your head back in the game, I suppose technically that's a game you were supposed to lose on the matchup chart anyway, and it was only the atrocious draw that the Rogue had on the other side that made it that close to begin with. But it'll be a tough one to take for sure. But oh my god, what a day. I said earlier on, if we saw anything more exciting than that Warlock DK game, then we'd be in business, and I think we got pretty close.
Pretty close in a much shorter game.
Yeah,
just
100%.
a few turns. But I think it is worth noting that Gaboumme, had he been able to put in more actions, could have I think guaranteed it with backstabbing Phoenix, replaying, maybe even just spending the mana for Dubious Purchase. I'm not positive on that, but so there were a few ways where there could have been more draws on his turn, and definitely not enough actions input. But yeah, what a way to end it with the Thalnos draw.
Absolutely outrageous. Moving on to Priest, going to be the rogue outside for Ryan. Yeah, shaking the head. Okay, if we ever had to ask the question about whether Ryan was over that game or not, I think he answered it immediately with that shake of the head coming into the mulligan for this one. Wisp double backstab, absolutely not what we're interested in. Toss all that away. Look for those web weavers. Prep Doobie is a massive mulligan pickup against Priest as well. Just being able to deal with their first minion no matter what is so huge.
Yep, there are definitely times where the Priest gets down Brain Masseuse. Something I find interesting. So, oh sorry, no, there is Orbital Halo. Yeah, one of the things that the Priest can do is like get down a Brain Masseuse, Orbital Halo it, and yeah, Dubious Purchase is sort of your best out in that case.
Choose soon.
Rot number 802, welcome to the collection.
Linked together in harmony.
Ah, yes. The Priest player. Hero power opponent's face. It's obligatory, I think.
Yep, love to see it. This is essentially Prep Doobie, just by different name. You also get a 2-1 on board as a bonus.
And then I was going to say maybe even a Wisp that turn as well, just because extra mini on board could remove
Linked
a few more
together
things.
in harmony.
Yeah, definitely an argument for it. Can be useful as a combo activator still to have it in hand, but... Oh, okay. Great pickup as well. There is actually not a whole lot wrong with Dagger this turn.
Yeah, I mean, Papercraft Angel...
I would like to advocate the case for Dagger.
Yeah, Papercraft Angel is probably the most terrifying card for running away with the game. Because now, like, Kaldoroi can come down, even just, like, the value trade heal, and then Observer, which can be quite disruptive. Random secrets are kind of the worst. So when someone's playing secrets, you at least can know which ones it could be.
Yeah.
Menagerie Jug means Gaboumme is going to be looking to get multiple minion types in play. So, I mean, I would expect Observer of Mysteries over Zephyrus, but I think Spirit of the Kaldoroi is sort of another form of protection, right? You get a taunt up.
Yeah, I think I would like to see the Spirit here, personally, just for the maximum damage, but I get that the Mysteries line into Jug is quite appealing. Although that doesn't actually set up that much, right? Because you'd only have Observer of Mysteries in play, which is just mono demon, so you can't buff 2 of them with Jug.
I wonder.
And if we could see these secrets here.
We certainly can.
There we go. It's, ooh, Rat Trap and Bargain Bin. So the Bargain Bin procs. It's going to draw a spell and a weapon, actually, with the Fishing Rod.
Yep.
I think that's one of the sort of benefits of running the Observer is Bargain Bin, Buccaneer. Sorry, not Buccaneer. Bargain Bin, I don't know what that secret is actually called, but yeah, always is going to draw you the weapon then, if it's in your deck, because
I think
it will play...
just Bargain Bin. I think that's it, right? I don't think
Is it? Okay.
I think so.
Yeah. Unless your opponent does actually nothing. They're going to play a spell or a minion, which means you draw a weapon and the other one.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm very surprised about a second Observer. My inclination here is Trusty Fishing Rod. Attack, you get to play double Orbital Halo.
Yeah, agreed.
And get the free trade. Because, I mean, now you're relying on random secrets to protect your Papercraft Angel. You still only have 1 minion type out going into this Jug turn.
Exactly, yeah. 'Cause Observer is just mono demon, and Papercraft doesn't have a minion type, if I remember right.
Correct. Papercraft is vanilla.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, well, it's all dead now anyway.
And, yeah. I have not tested, but you can test with Backstab. Alright, you can try and backstab your Webweaver. It gets bounced, you eat the imp on the Wisp, get both giants out.
You say nice deck to the opponent, and then we go.
Choose soon.
Yeah, bit of fortune in terms of drawing all those rocks, making the giants playable. But I do also think that Gaboumme had some sort of sturdier options there than going for secrets again.
Yeah, agreed. I know, like, Observer of Mysteries is such a hotly debated card, right? Some people really hype up the power level of it, some people hate it. Either way, I think it's at its best, either when you are using it to set up a jug or protecting a board that is already big. And both of the boards those observers were played on were neither of those things, really. Like, I think the first one was okay, but the second one, I think he had a much bigger opportunity to make bigger, scarier boards going into the jug anyway. They're just a little bit passive in terms of, like, of course you can just hit the nut secrets and your opponent will just play some cards and you get a rat and like weird things can happen. But I do think it's a card that kind of gets inflated a bit by not necessarily like lower quality players on ladder, but when you're on ladder you don't care as much as when you're playing a game in tournament, if that makes any sense. Like you could sit there and debate every single random secret it could be in the entire game and work out what the optimal play is. Or you could just play the turn you wanted to play anyway and see what happens and then go next if it goes badly, which is what I think a lot of people on ladder will end up doing. Whereas in tournament, I think you saw Ryan really picked apart those turns pretty effectively. You know, the two cards into the initial one with Rat Trap where he just activated the bargain bin. And then the second one, yes, very fortunate to hit a bunch of asteroids. But then the end of the turn, just picking apart the secrets, testing with the backstab, eat the imp, double giant, you know, it just goes to show if you do stop and think, you can really pick apart those observer turns quite nicely. But 1-1 in the series, both rogues are good.
Yep. I mean, no surprise, the rogue has been, I think, sort of one of the better performers in the sense that if you get to do the thing, a lot of times you get there. I think it's only suffered in the face of the Death Knight, which just has so many tools to combat it.
Yep. And now finally, real Hearthstone. This is what we've been waiting for all day. Bear Hunter versus Aggro Priest.
A little
This
surprised
is what we live for.
not to see the Wound Prey kept when you've already got Cup and Birdwatching. And actually, that Gilly has kind of destroyed the hand for Ryan.
It sure has, yeah. That is the biggest patches in the history of Hearthstone.
Furious Vow, maybe? Or, I mean, Grace could be good for, like, rushing into minions on board. You've already got a couple muscle.
I think that's kind of got to be the plan, right? Is how can we stall for long enough to make this hand do something eventually?
So yeah, maybe it's Grace expecting to rush.
I think so. Okay,
Whoa,
Ryan disagrees.
okay.
Right, so I guess this plan now is just rip Birdwatching, play a bunch of Cup of Muscle, and just hope you win the 50-50 enough times for it to be relevant?
Yeah, I guess. Or you sort of expect to birdwatch, go like a little bit longer. You birdwatching into, I guess, not the bellhop. What I was thinking with the Furious Vow is you birdwatching into the bellhop. You immediately play the bellhop. And then expect to like coin Gilly to do your other minion. Well,
let's just win some 50-50s.
I mean, now you go Rune Bear and you have both of them, right? So.
You don't want to take one turn out just to rip all of your Cup of Muscles and see how many you hit?
It's kind of hard to pass up 2 5/5s on 3.
Yeah, sure.
Although, and this is worth noting, the only card Gaboumme kept is Chillin' Vol'jin.
True.
Knowing full well that, you know, what the deck's trying to do, what this hunter is trying to do is make something huge, and if you can swap one of those into one of your minions already in play, that effectively removes both.
Yeah, looks like it is just going to be coin 5/5s into 5/5s. It's just too much tempo, right? There's no debate. You know that the other card in hand is probably another Rune Bear from the way it's been played. It's being coined out here. It's certainly like you haven't seen Reserve Spot get played, you haven't seen Couple Muscles getting played, so as far as you're concerned from Gaboom's position, the minions aren't getting much bigger than this for some time, let's put it that way.
Yeah, and I think you end up sort of too messy without doing it. The only other option in my mind would be to Bitterbloom Knight and kind of hope you hit something on the imbue.
Mm-hmm.
Quickly.
We're checking to see if we get the other rush first.
The other rush? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, now this makes sense.
I have healing.
Well, now Vol'jin's gone, so you can go in, but yeah, it's a matter of 50-50s.
I wonder.
And going into turn 5, the Jug turn, there's 2 minion types in play. The Overzealous Healer, I think it is a Draenei.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. I mean, I guess if it gets big enough,
Okay.
you're maybe even okay with the Jug coming down. Oh, that's another miss. There's not going to be any opportunity to play Ranger Gilly because this Jug comes down and it's just huge. Although, you're committing to not playing spells if you Jug here because the Overzealous Healer would silence it off.
Yeah.
Might be fine with the hand though.
Yeah, I think if your opponent is not successfully killing your Overzealous Healer anyway, you are probably winning the game. It's interesting, like, just based on Gaboom's mouse movement, seems to be considering multiple plays that aren't the Jug.
Pretty much everything except the Jug.
Yeah, does not seem to be giving any great consideration to the Jug.
Enemy battlefield and not face, huh? Well, actually, those are kind of insane.
Yeah,
So,
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Oh, there's no way you can believe that. I feel like if you believe Gilly is the play there, it is only because you didn't see Jug come down. But yeah, no, it's too much.
297s is pretty nice though. Like,
Yep.
yes, those are two crazy hits with Siphon Soul and Hex, but they are still individual at this point. You can't play both of them in the same turn.
I wonder how different this game goes if Gilly is not in the hand, right? You're guaranteed all the doubling.
So much, yeah, for sure.
Oh, pull out. Sorry.
This probably was not the order, right? Because you still have the second Overzealous Healer in your deck that you can pull from the Trusty Fishing Rods.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what you were expecting to hit with the rod. I think if you're doing this, then yeah, not the order.
Yeah.
Relax your mind.
Okay, gets away with it. Yeah, specifically because there was a 9/7, it was just so likely that you'll want to hit that with your face anyway, right? The trades are so miserable otherwise.
No large spell in hand for the Bellhopper, and again, Gilly's still there. 2 minion types in play.
Grace of the Great Wolf, pretty solid though. Just
Yeah,
doesn't
that'll
really have
remove-
anything to go with it.
Remove 2 of them. I guess you can, like, play the Patchwork Pals just to get that done.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I do think
Yep.
part of this is based on the fact that we just haven't seen the jug get played at any point so far. So
Yep.
Ryan's just kind of disrespecting it a little bit. I'll do it.
All right, there you go. The priest is the superior fourth deck.
We've solved it. In classic Hearthstone fashion, this best of one has settled all arguments. Gaboumme going 2-1 up. Priest still with a extremely depressing record in the tournament overall. Hunter really only being played by Ryan, but not doing particularly well at this point either, but very, very small sample. But he does still have the matchup against Druid, which is the big reason. If you didn't see the previous series, if you haven't heard Lorinda talk about it, Lorinda has chosen Ryan as Choose Your Champion, caster predictions as well for this tournament. Primarily based on the fact that Lorinda really went big on the fact that Hunter was the bring to this tournament because of the matchup against Druid in no small part. And Ryan ended up being the only person that brought it. So Lorinda felt duty-bound to go with Ryan for the pick. So, hey, this is still fine if you are a believer in the matchup. And certainly, the only thing that made the matchup look winnable for the Druid in the previous series was the presence of Rising Waves, which is not going to be a factor in this one against Gaboumme. He says, not having checked recently, but I believe that is the case. Oh, there is actually one copy of Rising Waves in Gaboumme's Druid. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that queue order there was like, well, either I run the hunter into its target, which is the druid, or, you know, we end up facing the priest and maybe we get there against that. But you don't want to put your own druid into their priest either. So, oh, look, it's Patches.
He's back. Well, at least there is only one draw that can possibly be Ranger Gilly again before the start of this game. Double Woodland Wonders, no keep. Oh, does find the Rising Waves. Ooh. Okay, big deal.
Birdwatching.
Tracking into birdwatching on one. Very, very nice.
Birdwatching alert. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at...
Oh, he's going for the big money. He's going to track a minion next turn.
Wow. Bold.
You just got to believe. Minion?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's fine. We're just going to top deck a minion next turn.
Play double reserve spot.
I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound, am I right? Come on, I'll take the second one, surely.
No, I think here you have to take Furious Fowls, actually. Because then it doesn't matter whether you get the Ruin Bear or Bellhop, you know it'll be active.
That's a very good point. No, gaming. We are gaming, otherwise.
Oh, no.
Look, what we're learning is that neither of us have the mentality of a true believer bear hunter player, okay? There's only one card in your deck, and it's bear, and that's what you draw every single game.
No.
Oh, it was so well timed as well. I can't... That had to be bear. Come on. For my show reel, that had to be bear. Come on. Honestly.
Okay, so what? Next turn, if we miss again, we're playing Grace for 3/2s?
No, you just shoot him in the face for 4.
Honestly, I think if you're Gaboumme and you see this weapon come down on 2, you're feeling a little bit better. Oh no.
I want to get into the mind of a Hunter player. I want to understand. All right, rip it again.
Are we sure it wasn't a misclick?
As sure as one can be about such a thing.
No rising waves yet. I guess Gaboumme is saying, like, I don't think you actually get there with these small minions. I'd rather...
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. It's happening. Just had to believe. I mean...
Gaboumme held on to the Oracle last turn as well, just worth noting. It was a really clean turn to just go Oracle Arcanite, but just wanted to have the Oracle in play this turn for the Woodland Wonders, which I do think makes sense.
Yep. I do think that it's going to be proven correct here, though. I don't think it's really super possible to have enough damage to clear this Rune Bear, but I guess we'll see.
It depends a little what Ryan chooses to do with these minions. Not even then, because you have the swipe. Like, you're going to have +2 spell damage, right? The 2/3 isn't going anywhere.
I guess, I mean, Ryan could maybe take, like, one more turn here, go for the bursting shot and one chalice. That bursting shot, I think, a lot of the time lets you clear the Oracle.
Yeah, as long as you hit the Oracle, I guess you wound pray the Oracle. Yeah, fine.
Yep. Well, and actually, you can even do that and then just play the Rune Bear and forego the couple muscles.
Yep.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, pair of 13/13s. Figure it out.
Sadly, I don't think this is all that difficult.
Let's see.
So Sparkling File is 3 damage to 1. You then have Rising Waves for 6 to both. So one's on 4, one's on 7.
Yeah, I mean, it will
Swipe
come down
then clears
to
1.
Rising Waves, right? Card that you know, a lot of druids don't run, but
Yeah, absolutely.
getting in for 6.
So yeah, one's on 4, one's on 7, and then you have Swipe to clean 1 up. Oh, you can go. You could just go Oracle Vate Roots on the smaller of the two as well.
Ah, well, then you're taking
Get you another minion in play.
13, right?
Time waits for no one.
You can only... Wait, is there a play that clears 2? You can only clear 1 no matter what
Oh,
you do.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, 13 is probably all that Ryan needs, potentially.
Yeah.
Guess we'll see. Yep.
Oh!
Yep.
Yes, it is! That is exactly all Ryan needs! It's always Hunter! It's absolutely always Hunter! It's always tracking on 1. It's always don't pick the bird watching. It's always believe in the bears. This is how you play Hunter. It's Ryan. It's Ryan all the way down. I'm becoming a believer. I'm a believer in Ryan. I'm a believer in the Americas. I'm a believer in Lorinda. We're so back. We have never been this back.
Well, it is going to come down to the Druid mirror match, so I guess maybe it does. Let's see. Does Ryan have Rising Waves in his Druid? He does not.
I do not believe so. No.
So there you go. Favor Ryan for the mirror because no Rising Waves. That's how this works.
Yeah, that is probably true. There are very specific starts where Rising Waves can get you out of trouble if your opponent has the Dollhouse Beetle start, but that's so niche. I think most of the time you would rather have the cards that are cut for it. Arcanite Revelation. What is the card actually in Gaboumme's deck that's been cut? Because he still has both Revelations.
Let's see. There's a Go with the Flow, but there's no Oaken.
Oh, double Oracle, no Oaken. Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. So yeah, you're basically down an Oracle in a very loose way of the deck. Like you only have 2 cards to draw your 2 Oracles as opposed to 3 cards to draw your 2 Oracles. Which
Right.
I think is a pretty big advantage in the Druid Mirror, because Oracle is a real turbo card for just speeding you up and getting you through the deck. So I do think that is a fairly significant edge to Ryan in the Druid Mirror. But if you'd have offered Ryan any kind of Druid Mirror to save the series, to save his tournament life going into this one, a mere 20 minutes or so, I'm sure he would have absolutely bitten your hand off.
the wild. Nature must be preserved.
Well, New Heights, good place to start for both of them. Gaboumme could just keep the Oracle, although I don't know. Do you keep the Oracle? Like, yes, it is card draw, but I think you're looking for the tree, right?
No. Yeah, no, you get rid of it for sure.
Tree and of course Dollhouse.
I saw a Dollhouse coming off the top for someone, and it was Gaboumme.
All right, Dollhouse could toy chest into tree. I almost would have liked to see the roots for 1/1s there.
Gaboumme praying, worshipping, role-playing as the druid that he is, and just begging for the aid of the tree.
I mean, what?
Interesting.
So I liked Woodland Wonders there.
I did too.
You know, you don't get to do it immediately, but you play a ramp, and then you get to go double Wonders following turn, which, against someone who does not have Rising Waves, could be considerable pressure. I mean, I guess the expectation is, like, you missed a Vista a couple of turns, and then sleep?
Arcane magic.
Yeah, Vista Sleep is such a roll of the dice though, because so many things can just go horrifically wrong when that then activates later on in the game.
That said, Ryan has somewhat whiffed on this Oracle.
That is true, but it will stay there if Gaboumme wants to play one of these 2 Vistas,
Yep.
which he kind of has to do, because that's all his hand really does at this point.
Finding good use for Ryan's Chalices and Woodland Wonders.
Okay. Yeah, rip a couple of the chalices that cost mana, because you have nothing else to do here anyway.
God, is it really just going to be Vista Dollhouse next turn? I mean, there's actually a world where Gaboumme hasn't really played very many spells when the first Vista goes off.
Yeah. I mean, on that note, the file is a pretty nice pickup.
Yeah, you could.
That at least allows him. I mean, it solves 3 problems. It allows him to play a spell this turn. It kills the Oracle that is currently murdering him.
Yep.
And it gets the Vista into play.
Yep, absolutely. Second Dollhouse for good measure.
Oh, the Vates! The Vates were used on the Oracle turn, which means this hand is now very, very slow. Oh man, the difference between that Oracle being alive and not is so massive. You start this turn with 1 spell damage in play, you start to formulate some kind of chip damage and burn plan, right? Just based on what this hand looks like, but with no spell damage, you're so far away from making anything happen.
Can still clear the Mista Vista, which so far is all Gaboumme has going on. So, like, there's a world where not much happens next turn, and then you get the Insidious down. only spell in the Vista is File.
Oh!
Wow!
Oh my goodness!
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, you could even... So, like, you know, of course you have to draw at least once, but depending on what you get, you could even just, you know, refresh because you know it's about to happen again, and you don't want to end up with too many cards.
That's a great draw.
Yep. I think you have to refresh now, right? You can go Arcanite and get the Woodland Wonders in there.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, you do. So the saving grace now is that you have Owl in hand. So actually, Vista,
yeah,
go
File.
ahead and burn my deck. I don't actually care that much.
Well, that's right.
but
Another
without
File.
That, yes.
So you're going to discount 4 on that Aulonius potentially, or the
Yes.
sleep?
Time waits for no one.
But I think you are safe to play all the card draw you
Yeah.
want because you don't actually care that much about your deck being burned here. Like,
Yeah.
you have Owl Incendius in hand, so if both of your Vistas go off and they both draw 6 cards or whatever else happens, cool, you just play Incendius with an empty deck, you know, and then you're kind of happy about that scenario anyway.
Okay.
See? Okay, let's draw 2. Refresh 3 does nothing, refresh 3 does nothing. Okay, fine. See where this file goes. So that is 5 mana Owl. Is the other location open? No, only one location open.
Go with the flow, though.
Yeah, 1 mana off though. Oh no, you have 9. The innovate from the Vista at the start. So yeah, you can actually
Right, yeah,
go.
yeah.
Owl. Yeah, no, this has to be. I'm not counting. This is lethal. You never count.
Start playing cards.
Yep. Well, he's moused over the sleep, so I'm gonna believe. No!
Magic.
Surely that was lethal. I'm never counting. You can't make me.
How enigmatic.
Yeah, I feel like he's getting carried away by the Mista Vista, right? Getting, you know, a swipe in there, another innervate, the chalices potentially. And yeah, I might have
Time waits
just
for no one.
been lethal.
Refreshing now?
What?
So now going out?
Do you have time? You're what? You're hoping that the owl sticks so that when all your stuff recasts? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this was, but I do know that it wasn't Hearthstone.
A lot of stuff is going to recast, but no swipe, and swipe says only enemies. No spell damage for Ryan, though.
Yeah, no card draw either, so I think that is just going to spell the end.
Well, you double swipe, right?
Yes. Yeah, actually, I suppose. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. So you've got the files as well, so each file costs 1 here.
Spectacular, 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 spectacular.
You hope that you squelched the person who just catastrophically misplayed and is now trying to distract you to make up for his own errors.
Yep.
Spectacular, 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 spectacular,
I
spectacular.
think it's like, yeah, just gonna guarantee clearing that all the spell damage. You use up a lot of your own burn, but you do have the incendious stuff. The eruptions. All right, so here's the recast. File zone minion after giving it spell damage.
Good start, yeah.
Refresh,
more
draw 2. Wow,
draws.
no armor in all of those.
Yeah, true. Still a draw. Still a Vate to come as well. as we've seen.
This could just be way, way too much draw. Able to get the Incendious down.
Yeah, this is what I was referring to earlier, though, right? Where actually this scenario is just fine.
Right, yeah.
Because now you've emptied your deck, you have Incendious in your hand, you get to just spell damage, play Arcanite.
Well, you can do it.
Oh, you actually have Toy Chest in hand, actually.
Yeah, you can just do it now. I think it's enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, should be. I mean, all bets are off based on last turn, but this should be a lot more straightforward.
Yeah, swipe again, and you Arcanite. Or your Toy Chest, yeah.
Yeah, there's one real card left in the deck, so you guarantee hit an Eruption if you do it with Toy Chest.
Yeah, I guess you get to reserve the living roots if like the draw order is run this way.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Wait.
Whoa! Ah!
Realistically, Ryan has nothing, so this is still, ends up being fine. But yeah, do wonder if there was.
Well, you had two cards that draw a card, Arcanite and Toy Chest. If you play them both, that guarantees you draw every Eruption in your deck, which is more damage than casting a swipe, right? Like,
yeah.
Just draw both cards. Oh, it's gone so far off the rails at the end of this series. Oh, you absolutely love to see it. Yeah, to be fair.
Okay, yeah, the dog.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
It's a good time for a dog. Yeah, actually, fully on board. Fully on board with this conclusion.
So okay, looking back, what Ryan was on 14 life. So the eruptions are not upgraded because the end of turn hasn't happened yet. So you're relying on the spell damage to get them to 2. So they represent 10 damage. I think the second swipe was necessary to have a chance of getting you over the line that turn.
Was it? Hang on.
Because
if you the one swipe that you cast cost how much spell damage was it? Was it 1 spell damage or 2?
It was 1.
I don't remember. It was 1. So the one swipe deals 5, and the 3 eruptions that were missing there would have dealt 6, which is only 1 extra damage, so probably wouldn't have been lethal anyway. So yeah, maybe you actually did just need to get lucky to have lethal on that turn. Maybe it wasn't guaranteed if you drew both cards. That is very, very possible. I'm terrible at reconciling thought states in my head after they've all gone. I hate doing this, but either way, things got very, very sketchy towards the end of that series. Ryan managed to get over the line with the Hunter. I think there'd be some enormous debate about the line that was taken in that Hunter game. Certainly, like, it was massively high risk, high reward, which is not to say it was wrong. And then certainly a huge mess of that owl turn on at the end there for Gaboumme, going into the end of it. Ryan tried to scramble to get something done with the swipes and so on to clear. Did have Incendious Eruptions in deck as well the entire time. Like, one draw of the Eruption there could have made things very, very different for clearing up that board. But at the end, it is Gaboumme that advances, and it does mean that it is a pretty upsetting set of groups for the Americas region once again. Sadly, we have to point it out. Two EU players advancing out of this group. Ryan, the People's Champion, Lorinda's champion, not quite making it, but I think giving us a lot of entertainment along the way as well. And, let's not forget, this is the guy that said, in his own words, that his biggest achievement was qualifying for this tournament. So there's no reason why this cannot be a launching point where we now see him back in later in the year, having another shot further down the line, and hopefully we get to see him go on and bring us back with giant bears for many years to come from this point.
Well, one day a champion will rise, but yeah, maybe a while.
It may be a while, but look at the absolute state of this top 8, and I mean that in the most affectionate way possible.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is beautiful. The highlight is right there at the top. Gyu versus Pocket Train. Of course, Pocket Train, 2 years out from being world champion. Gyu, possibly the best player in the modern system not to have picked up a big tournament win. Consistently makes top 8s and semi-finals. Consistently has a fantastic lineup. Has a fantastic lineup in this one. Is probably the biggest counter to Pocket Train's lineup that exists in the tournament. Pocket Train himself has spoken about how Gyu has nailed the lineup once again.
Yep.
So I think there are so many stories and talking points going into that one. Toby versus Insane is another stacked matchup. Maxi and Gaboumme is... I would love to see Gaboumme sitting there spamming emotes while Maxi is fatiguing him for 350 with Warlock. That sounds like absolute cinema to me. But do you have any other highlights standing out in this one?
Yeah, I mean, well, we see your pick in Fury at the bottom there, who's always been very, very consistent. But I kind of am, you know, if I'm going to rebuy a prediction now that we've got this top 8, I sort of am foreseeing a Gyu Maxi finals, just because I think that they each have their wild card in terms of the warrior and the warlock. And I don't know that anyone else could have brought this warlock, but after watching Maxi play in that game to start off the day today, I think he really could go the distance, whether or not it just draws a ban all tournament or if he gets to play it.
Yeah, and I think it's if now people watch that game and go, okay, I've underestimated Warlock, I'm going to start banning Warlock. Well, then suddenly we have to start talking about Maxi also having the best lineup in the tournament alongside Gyu, right? Because that's the exact scenario that we're seeing Gyu in with the Warrior. So I think there is a ton of things to look forward to going into the final day. I hope you've enjoyed these first 2 days of broadcast. I hope you're all enjoying Hearthstone being back, and we are hoping to be back and going from strength to strength for quite some time from here. Before I wrap us up finally, Edelweiss, do you have any final words for the viewers before we send them home?
No, I mean, just never been more back. I'm loving, you know, all these games we've seen. I think we started off, I think, with the best series of the event. Hopefully we'll get something to top it tomorrow. But yeah, looking forward to everything to come. Really, really stacked top 8.
There you go. You heard it. You do not want to miss tomorrow. We are only going to go up and beyond from here. We have a top 8 with spots at the World Championship up for grabs coming up tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll see you then. Thanks, everyone.